Hello everybody and welcome to Glan-Y-Gors Park. Croeso I Grumni. We are ready for great battles here in the heart of Wales with some fantastic racing to come from the Bambino Kart Club. Hello everybody. It's going to be an exceptional second round of the 2022 Championships. Jake Sanson here with you once again in North Wales where it's chilly, cold and quite breezy. So it's definitely going to make things a very entertaining battle on this circuit. 1.1 kilometres in length, an elevation of 39.4 feet, a circuit that's been around for 20 years and has provided incredible race action every single weekend. The forecast looks good though, even though we're going to have a very chilly day at the office. It's definitely going to be clear skies. No rain clouds likely to come over the circuit at any point today. Yesterday we dodged a bullet in terms of the weather conditions. We only had a couple of light drizzle spells, but now it is likely to be a picturesque and perfect day at the races, and we are going to be in for some sensational battles over the course of the day. There are going to be some practice sessions to run over the course of the morning, but it definitely gives us plenty of scope to talk about how things are currently progressing. There's going to be a bit of chat before we actually go racing. There's a couple of delayed practice sessions coming in, but what we can do while the drivers are just getting themselves acclimatized to the circuit is connect with you guys, send us your messages, send us a little bit of questions as well. We'll definitely get the conversation opened up and we'll start to chat away ahead of today's race action. Whether you're watching us via the Facebook page or whether you're watching us via the YouTube stream, great to have your company once again as the Formula One and Grand Prix racing stars of tomorrow get themselves around this brilliant circuit. Many of them taking their very first steps in racing at any level. It really is a fascinating battle. We'll have some great combinations of racing classes over the course of the day. The 950 Libras will be out on the circuit, of course. The 950 Libras, the new category. The C50 Bambinos out on circuit once again. The Honda Cadets, the Miami Bambinos and Cadets will be on the track as well. Junior Rotax and Minimax are on the circuit this weekend as well. Great to see a few drivers training for other categories and other disciplines, but we'll get some great racing from them as always in a much more laid back and chilled environment so they can do their testing that they need to do for the races they're going to be coming to in the next week. But they can do it with a little bit more fun, a little bit more excitement, and that means that they can do things their way. And of course, we will not forget that we have the Might E Bambinos out there, the electric karts that really do not make a sound. It is fascinating. We managed to actually get to see them up close and personal for the first time this weekend. Managed to watch them in their practice sessions yesterday, and they are phenomenal bits of kit. If you can think that they actually dial in the wattage of the battery to suit the driver's level. So obviously you start at a very, very basic level with a tiny bit of power, then the driver builds up to it. You can dial it up a little bit more, dial it up a little bit more. It's not quite like when you go to a normal petrol-driven car, because obviously you get as fast as it is and it's not really limited. It's just the way the power puts it out. But these electric karts are fantastic because you can actually give the driver the opportunity to rise up the dial and just give themselves a little bit more preparation, which is definitely really good for those weary drivers who want to do it but are not going to be scared off by insane power outage. So it's a really, really good product and great to see. So we've already got the messages coming through, and everybody working very hard indeed over the course of the weekend to put on a bit of a show here at Glan-Y-Gors. Go M Sports, that's the message that comes in from Harry Hurst and the Menace 303. Beverly Hannon is obviously giving a shout out to Aaron Southwood Jr. Good luck, she says. And OH Management is obviously wishing you and Charman and the Argenti crew good luck. Yes, good luck to the Charmander and his teammates. He's going to have a fantastic day at the races here at Glan-Y-Gors Park. Crazy to think that this place has been giving us great motorsport entertainment for 20 years. 10 of those I've been coming here. My very first trip to Wales, this particular circuit, was back in 2012. And the chap I managed to speak to on the television in those days was a young lad called George Russell. He seems to have turned out all right for himself. So fascinating to see what these youngsters can grow up to be. And wonderful to see the sort of challenges that these guys are going to be facing over the course of proceedings. We managed to do a paddock walk yesterday. That has now been posted to the Bambino Kart Club Facebook page, so you can watch that and have a little bit of a look back over it. We'll also play it in the lunch period as well, because there is going to be a break today, so we'll do that paddock walk footage through the course of the week as well. Apologies for the hair, it was a little bit blustery yesterday, so you'll have to concede on that one. But so you'll also have to forgive the fact that I was obviously talking about the racing that's happening tomorrow, when of course technically it's happening today. But otherwise, it's a really good piece of footage. We managed to catch up with a lot of the drivers in the various different categories, a lot of new faces from all of the different categories in there. And of course, here today, we also have a fascinating insight into the new Tillotson T4 series as they continue their journey as partners of the Bambino Kart Club. Really great to see their form of racing and continuing on in the fine method that they have been doing. It's great to see everybody in the Tillotson T4 really starting to grow. In fact, this weekend, we've actually got two very popular members of the karting community out there on the circuit as drivers, Stu Stretton and Josh East. Photographers extraordinaire in the world of karting, and they are actually racing for the first time this weekend. Well, it's a very tempting thought. I could definitely see myself getting into a Tillotson T4 at some point. I'm sure there's going to be a fair few people that would like to see that. Yes, I'm sure you'd like a good laugh as I come across the line in last place. Who cares? It'll be good fun anyway. So, good luck and best wishes already coming in on the chat on Facebook as well. Great to see. Susan Stretton asking, what racing number is Harley? Now, that is going to be, I'm trying to make out which class she's actually referring to. A little bit more detail might be needed there, Susan, but I'll get that question answered to you very soon indeed. There are the drivers getting themselves ready out on the circuit. I think this is the last practice session just heading out onto the circuit now. There was a slight delay this morning, so this is now the final practice session heading out onto the circuit. There were some slight delays to the proceedings, but yeah, there is just a couple of Sunday practice sessions left now as the competitors are heading out on the circuit. I'm fairly sure these are the Miami Bambinos now just coming out onto the circuit. Indeed it is. So this is the final practice session before we actually go racing for the first time. So drivers just getting themselves dialed in. Obviously, there's going to be a couple of moments when the drivers will push out onto the circuit and just get a little bit sideways. We're not going to make light of that because obviously a lot of these drivers are going racing for the very first time. SB says good luck to Ewan House and Dad, of course, the number 22 in the Honda Cadet. It should be a very interesting day for them. Hopefully Ewan comes up with a very strong result. Also to Christine Hawkes, who says good luck to Harris Barber, who is having a very solid day in Miami Bambino so far. He's just gone out for Sunday practice, did a very good job yesterday. So while we've got this practice session out on circuit, let's catch up with what happened yesterday evening, because we had the first heat of the weekend over the course of yesterday evening. Sadly, we couldn't show coverage of that, but we can tell you how every race happened and how it played out. The first Miami Cadet heat of the day was taken yesterday by Harvey Bacon, who did a fantastic job for the Cato Motorsport team. Great job there, managing to come through just 0.3 of a second in front of his teammate Luke Millwood. And then Nathaniel Hodges ended up in P3 in front of Alfie Davidson, the leading novice, doing a fantastic job at less than 5 seconds off the back of the race winner. Liam Walsh in 5th place in front of Rossi Costello, and then Leighton Kelly from George Swire, Jack Holmes and Max Aberhart, who sadly had a problem on the very first lap. And that unfortunately caused some issues for him. So I'm hoping that's just a one-off moment for Max Aberhart. He should be able to get his weekend back on track with this first race of the day. So that was Miami Cadet Heat 1. Watch out for Harvey Bacon to try and make it 2 from 2. Then in the 950 Libra Heat, it was Sam Woolley that got the job done. 5 seconds clear of Charlie Benson. And then Marcel Popakul, the Polish driver, ending up in 3rd position. Olivia Reynolds doing a good job. It looks like we've had a couple of drivers just tripping over each other there in the practice session for the Miami Bambinos. Not a big concern. Both of them getting back onto the circuit again. So that's not too big an issue. Those drivers there were Harris Barber and Max Michalski. So that's just a light moment there, but they will get back onto the circuit and no major issues for them. Better to do it in practice than in the races, I always say. Behind Olivia Reynolds, who finished 4th position as the leading novice in the 950 Libra category as well, just behind Sam Woolley, Charlie Benson and Marcel Popakul. Reynolds was 4th, as I mentioned. JJ Lowe in 5th place in front of Ella Lucia, and then Kevin Kilbasa, Rhys David Richardson and Jacob Anslow was the only retirement from the race, managing to complete 4 of the 12 laps covered. So good battles then in the 950 Libra. I do apologise, I keep sniffing. Unfortunately, I've got a Welsh cold. Not entirely sure what the Welsh word is for a cold, but my Welsh is only limited to Croeso-y-Gymru and the longest place name in Europe, which I can say. Ready? I'm going to do it. Boom. I'm sure that's going to come in handy someday. I can't imagine when at the moment, but it's definitely a nice little party piece. Anyway, Junior Rotax yesterday was a very exciting show. 3 drivers covered by less than a second at the flag. Aidan Hassan coming through in fantastic style for the Mark Baines Motorsport team to come through in front of BKC's Leo Purchase. He came through in second in front of Ewan Charman, the Charmander himself, for Argenti Motorsport in P3. Then Jake Howarth and Aditya Kulkarni, Alex Duncan and the E-Plate Razor Siraruthan. And then Shane Collins came home in 8th place in front of Zane Stout. And Billy Edgecombe, the non-starter, was Curtis Harding, the privateer. So hopefully we'll see Curtis out on circuit for this one. I know he had a bit of an issue yesterday. I think I saw Curtis this morning. They had a little bit of an issue in terms of tyres, I believe, but all sorted now, I believe, and hopefully they'll be back out of it once again. Then it was the 96. Ansel got the job done in fantastic style in the mighty Bambinos in front of Freddie Baker and Albert Bachler, then Sidney Nell and Albert Farrow, Max Joy and Jensen James Williams, then Arthur Bath, Hugo Williams and Hadley Jarvis. The one non-starter was Harley Bradbury Stretton. So hopefully again we will see the RCE driver out on the circuit again for this one. Then of course after the Might E Bambino race we also had good battles from the C50 Bambinos, the Coma engines, and that race was taken by Austin Oman in front of Riley Morrow and Ellis Wildchild. Harper Das in 4th position ahead of Ethan McClelland and Charlie Page, then Rex Pooley, Henry Alga, Amelia DL, the Scottish lady, was the leading novice home, and then Bertie Clark in the top 10. Brady Atkin McDonald in 11th place in front of Freddie Budd and Lewis Hazlitt. And all of the drivers came home after a stunning battle, except for Lewis Hazlitt, who had a moment out on circuit. Hopefully that will not be repeated in the second one. Then we had the Tillotson T4 Heat 1. Great to see all of the competitors battling. 4 junior drivers, all the others were seniors. Jensen O'Neill Going got the victory in the first race from George Townsend and Amelie Ackett's, my apologies. So Amelie Ackett's in 3rd place behind Jensen O'Neill Going and George Townsend. Owen Spires led home the seniors in 4th position, and then Ty Cuthbert coming home in P5. John Nuttall in 6th overall in front of Alistair Tinker and Richard Kinloch. And then Lawrence Newman, Dan Harris, Stu Stretton, Dan Blackledge, Scott Ralph, Josh East, and the one retirement from the race, which was Malk West. So they all do it. They're obviously all privateers, except for Ty Cuthbert, who's racing under the Tillotson banner, Jensen O'Neill Going, who races under Jamsport Racing, and then Stu Stretton and Josh East. Josh East is running under the Stu Stretton photography colours. Stu Stretton isn't. He's racing under Fat Belly Racing. Come up with a better team name if you can, but I'm not entirely sure you're going to here this weekend at Glan-Y-Gors Park. Oh, good old boys there. Great to see that they've put down the cameras and the lenses for a weekend and decided to go racing. Absolutely. Why on earth not? Minimax Heat 1 yesterday was Joshua Graham. He took the victory in front of Finn Leslie and Noah Wolf. Then Thomas Min spearing ahead of William Murphy and Harrison Whitcomb. Alex Zingarevich and Aris Majauskas. Gabriel Cullen and Matis Mizanskis from Max Horner. Oscar Cartmail, Joseph Murphy and Joshua Jarvis. Then Dan Hartley, Ollie Poole, Thomas Clark, Emily Cooper. And the final 2 home were Christian Campbell-Duff and Ethan Bath. There is more to come as we are about to go racing. Indeed, it is Miami Cadet Heat 2 that will kick off the day here. Now we're going to go into a little bit more detail as well about the races after the Minimax Heat yesterday. We had the Honda Cadet Heat 1 race, and that was taken by Ewan House, but we'll come back to that in a little while. Harvey Bacon and Luke Millward on the front row of the grid for Heat 2. Nathaniel Hodges and Alfie Davidson on the second. Liam Welsh will be there alongside Rossi Costello. Then it will be Kelly and Swire that come together on the 4th row of the starting grid. And rounding up the top 10, it'll be Holmes and Max Abrahart. So Leighton Kelly and George Swire with Jack Holmes and Max Abrahart to round out the 10 competitors on this first race of the day, which of course is Heat 2 for Miami Bambino. So good to see all of the drivers getting themselves ready for battle. They are there in position on the dummy grid, as you can see. We'll come back to the mentions of Honda Cadet, their first race coming up a little bit later in the day. But the winners of the Honda Cadet Heat yesterday was Ewan House who got the victory in front of Bella Fairclough and Jacob Backler. Tom Butcher, Josh Cormack and Hayden Gray in the top 6. Then Archie Rutter, the leading novice home from Alice Fairclough. Ronnie Legg and Leo Livings. Then Cian Sullivan and Joe Neal. The only non-starter was Jensen Hookey in the number 33. Hopefully he'll be back out. The green flags fly and the drivers will get out onto the circuit. I'm going to bring us up to date by telling you what happened in the Miami Bambino Heat 1, and then we are completely and totally ready to get ourselves underway with Miami Cadet. The Miami Bambino race was won by Grayson Wortley. Ronnie Carter ahead of Charlie Clough in the top 3, then Aaron Southwood Jr., who was P4, Josh Cook and Mateo Garcia Patino, the Mexican driver from Fraser Anderson. Fraser Anderson was in front of the Georgian new boy, Gigi Mebegashvili, that's it. Logan Jones and Logan Rolfe were in the top 10, then Oscar Kenny and William Crombie, Harry Williams and Arthur Farrow, Harris Barber and Dan Ferguson from Ollie Little, Victor Popicool, James Roots, and then Max Michalski. The only retirements from the race, Max Michalski and Dian Singh Pahal. So that brings us right up to date. We can now go back to the starting line as the drivers are getting themselves geared up for the attack here. And it's been great to see all of the races yesterday. Good to see that all the drivers are ready and in position. Do please keep your messages and your comments coming in. I can see that Kasper Tomilewski and Dan Ashton are both tuning in. Dan, haven't you got something to do? Whoops, we've got a spin at the back of the field as we get ready to go racing up to the first corner. And it's a good start. They're going to go round again by the look of it. So yes, a false start declared there after the spin out of the final turn. And you can see there that the board that's gone out is the green flag with the yellow chevron through it, and that will give us a false start. The driver that didn't come through was Jack Holmes in the 36. But there is Jack. He's got himself back going again. No major panic on that one. He's just got time to get himself lined up and in position. So no major catastrophes there. You've got to remember that these guys are still Miami cadets, so they are still in the process of learning the craft of racing. They're going to make mistakes. It's all going to be an interesting challenge for them, so we're not going to chastise anybody at this level for getting it wrong. When else are they allowed to? It's a very tough sport, motor racing, and certainly at this level, you don't get to do many of your races behind closed doors, so you're always under scrutiny. There go the drivers out of Devil's Elbow, and hopefully we're going to have a really strong run out of the final turn. Everybody just bunching together in the hope that they can charge through. Bacon on the inside, Hodges on the outside, ready, and we are racing. And not a great start from the odd side of the grid, the even side of the grid, sorry. So a bit of a difficult start for Luke Millward, who's obviously got positions to make up. He rejoins in 4th place, having gone wide there at turn 1. Kind of natural to see the karts going out wide at that point. But as they come up to the top of the hill, and through the Spoon Corner, they will now drop down Damon Hill and have a bit of a run as they continue up towards the compression complex, which is coming straight after these two left-handers. They climb up the hill. It is a steep climb, actually. The television pictures don't really do the gradient justice. I walked to the circuit yesterday during the lunch hour, and it is really quite physical. So some tough battles out there for everybody in this opening lap in the Miami Cadets. No problems at all for Harvey Bacon. He's got a little bit of pressure starting to mount, though, from Nathan Hodges. So Nathaniel Hodges really starting to get on a bit of a speed here as they come through. Liam Walsh in 3rd, then Luke Millward in 4th place from Costello, Kelly, Swire, Davidson, Abrahart and Jack Holmes. So up to the top of the hill once again they come. Through the Spoon Corner once again. The marshal just getting in the way of the static cam, unfortunately. But there is a bit of a battle going on further back. That's Davidson having a look at Swire. Whoops! That got very close indeed, and Swire ended up going airborne by 2 wheels. Landed it quite comfortably. No problems, because he's able to just keep on pushing and still racing on. At the top of the hill, these top 4 drivers really starting to squabble amongst themselves now. Bacon, Hodges, Welsh, Millward. Some good tussles between them. Costello is the leader of the novice category. It's Rossi Costello running in 5th position. The drivers all coming through. A nice sweep across through and out of the final turn to go into lap 3. No changes between the 4 drivers. Bacon, Hodges, Welsh, Millward. So still they give us plenty of excitement, and they come up the top of the hill. Oh, a little bit of a wobble there from Bacon as he tries his best to keep Nathaniel Hodges off his back. Costello, Kelly, Davidson and Abrahart completely together. Swire has dropped a little bit off the pace of those 4 as a result of going airborne by 2 wheels. And Holmes finds himself in 10th position, just trying to make a recovery. And as they come up the hill once again through to the compression complex, Welsh going well in 3rd position, just trying to edge a moment up the inside of Hodges. It's going to take a little bit of time, this one. 6 minutes on the clock, of course, to drivers get to do that. And on the inside line, a good battle in the midfield there. That's Kelly, I think, getting past Costello. So Kelly gets the move on Costello there for 5th position. So good battles in that part of the course. And it looks like we're going to lose out again. Another position lost there for Kelly. So Davidson, Costello and Abrahart all managed to get through on that particular occasion. Now, I'm not sure what's happened to Swire. Swire appears to have dropped back. So I didn't see anything happen to Swire, but Swire has now fallen off the pace and has recovered to run in 10th position. So there might have been a bit of a spin for George Swire, but as a result of that, he is still going and now just finds himself a little further back behind Jack Holmes. So battling for 5th position. And this is the battle for the lead. Bacon, Hodges, Welsh and Millward. There's a battle going on behind them as well between Davidson, Costello, Abrahart and Kelly. And they're all very close together. The top 3 trying to break a little bit from Millward. Millward just trying to stay in the hunt at the moment. Nice and easy as we build up through the course of the race. It's the finals that are going to be the major battles out on the circuit, but these heats are obviously going to dictate the starting positions for the final, so the drivers obviously need to make sure they're going about it the right way. Round the outside, that's going to be brave if Hodges can finish that move off on Bacon. As they come through up to the spoon curve, is there going to be an opportunity here for Hodges to get through past Bacon? A little bit of a gap back to the drivers further back, and we can see that there's still some interesting battles, some good tussles going on around the course. Up the climb, through to the compression complex once again. Bacon, Hodges, Welsh, Millward. Then we've got Davidson in front of Costello, Abrahart and Kelly. So Abrahart and Kelly having a good little duel there for 7th position, just in behind Rossi Costello. So still Costello doing a good job. Alfie Davidson has been able to get into the lead of the novice category, running 5th overall. Fastest lap of the race, though, comes in from Luke Millward. So he's clearly serious about trying to make that move to get up past the 3 drivers in front of him. Slightly differing racing lines from the drivers as well here at this level. They're all starting to learn what's going to be the good part of the battle and what's going to be the overtaking move they can go for. On the inside, a big dive from the inside line there. Abrahart squeezes through on Rossi Costello. That was a lovely overtake from Max Abrahart. Really got that one working beautifully. So no major issues or catastrophes there as Abrahart manages to get the overtaking move he was after. And they duel away for position. So there is the 80. Harvey Bacon still leading from Nathan Hodges. And then it is Liam Welsh and Luke Millward. They come off the final turn. And across the line once again. Fastest lap of the race so far from Harvey Bacon, but almost matched to the 100th by Nathaniel Hodges. And then we've got Liam Welsh and Luke Millward. Millward getting close and going for his move on the inside to try and get into 3rd position. It's 2x2 hurrah up at the top of the hill on the spoon curve. As again, Bacon has to defend, as does Liam Welsh. Liam Welsh has got to try and keep Millward at bay as they drop down the hill and through the hairpin bend. Was that the move? Was that the overtaking move on the inside from Millward to get through on Welsh? I don't think he quite managed to finish it off, but still, Hodges is all over the tail of Harvey Bacon. They drop down through the Devil's Elbow, through the left, dropping down the gradient again through the right. That is a big drop, and you feel that in these karts. They come through the final turn once again, and Bacon still leading out in position. That's Millward getting past Welsh. So Millward through into 3rd position. He made the move in the final bend there. So Luke Millward up into 3rd place now in front of Liam Welsh. It's not done yet for the number 88 by a long stretch, but he's going to have to work hard to get back past Millward. They might try and work together now to try and catch up to Bacon and Hodges. But certainly Harvey Bacon with his work cut out for him. Nathaniel Hodges all over the back bumper as they drop down through the double apex left-hander, climbing up the hill once again through to the compression complex. Oh, big twitch from Millward. Back end sliding out from underneath him, manages to get it crossed up. And now they are going to challenge as they drop down through the sweepers. Bit of a look there from Welsh to try and get through a Devil's Elbow. That's brave. He doesn't manage to get the move finished up. So Hodges all over the back of Bacon as they go into the next lap. 8 laps completed. Now he's going to get a good run. This is the moment from Hodges. Side by side, up the way to the top of the hill. And that's a lovely overtake from Nathaniel Hodges. But it's not done yet because Bacon is tucking in behind him, trying to go for the switcheroo out of spoon curve. But Nathaniel Hodges takes the lead away from Harvey Bacon at exactly the right moment. There's 1 minute to go. So he's definitely going to work hard here. Back up the compression complex again. And it's Bacon from Hodges, Millward and Welsh. Or at least it was Bacon leading, but now Nathaniel Hodges has got through. Obviously they don't change at the split times sectors. They only change at the line. So Hodges still out in front of Bacon. A great race battle between these two, and we have got 52 seconds remaining. So I would say obviously with it being time plus an additional lap, they're going to have 3 laps of the course still to negotiate here. A big challenge coming from Harvey Bacon, trying to line up his move. But the question is he going to read the situation correctly and realize that he's got 3 laps left rather than 2? You don't want to make the move too early. That allows your opponent the chance to give them 1 extra lap to make the move back again. And the time is actually going to tick down to 0, so it is going to be the penultimate lap, in fact. Time ticks down to nothing. So now we are about to go into the final lap of the race. It'll be an 11-lap heat, this one. But Hodges and Bacon doing a fair job around the course. 49 seconds for the lap, roughly, around here. The drivers are setting, so here they come. It is going to be the final lap. Here we go. Hodges has taken the advantage from Harvey Bacon and actually started to pull away. So Bacon may have got the win yesterday, but Hodges is in good form this morning and looks as though he could take the win today. That's going to open things up in terms of the battle for the final later. Bacon had a good run with his teammate Millwood yesterday. They're going to be 2nd and 3rd on this occasion. But Nathaniel Hodges has come through at exactly the right moment to make his play for the final today. A good run from him this morning. Still a little bit of pressure from Liam Welsh. He's not quite letting Luke Millwood run away with 3rd position yet. Still going to be a last-minute opportunity if he keeps it nice and hungry down the Devil's Elbow turn. As he drops it in through the right and up through the left-hander, he might get a run in the final turn. But the drivers are coming through now, and it's going to be a victory for Nathaniel Hodges. He gets the win in front of Harvey Bacon, Luke Millwood and Liam Welsh. Great racing between those drivers. They really gave us good quality out there on the course. So a terrific start to the day for Nathaniel Hodges in the Miami Cadet Heat 2. He deserved that one, worked really hard, timed his moves to perfection, got himself dialed in a good position out there on the course. So that was really nicely handled. Great performance and a great job. 5th place for Alfie Davidson. The leading rookie comes home ahead of Max Abrahart. Good work from Abrahart today in that one. And we seem to have lost Leighton Kelly on the last lap. Not entirely sure what's happened there to Leighton Kelly, but certainly he is now missing from the results. He certainly went into the previous lap in front of Rossi Costello, but Leighton Kelly in the number 26 kart appears to have disappeared somewhere. I wonder if he's had a spin on the final lap of the race as the drivers are coming back into Parc Fermé. So that is job done as far as Nathaniel Hodges is concerned, ahead of Harvey Bacon and Luke Millwood. A very good start to the day. And Nathaniel Hodges actually managed to get the fastest lap of the race in that one as well, 49.191. There will be differences in speed depending on the different classes that are out there on the course, but certainly a very solid start to proceedings for the drivers in this one, and it's been very exciting all the way through the get-go. But Nathaniel Hodges comes through. I guess we lost Leighton Kelly on that last lap of proceedings. So we'll just have to hope that they are that Leighton Kelly is going to be back up into speed again. So we're definitely going to have an interesting battle for all of the competitors. Back to the action here at Glan-Y-Gors Park. You could see yesterday how different things were in terms of conditions. It was cloudy, it was overcast, and very, very tricky and blustery breezy. Now, it's going to be very different as we get ourselves underway. Sam Woolley and Charlie Benson will be on the front row of the 950 Libra Heat. Then Marcel Popocool and Olivia Reynolds. JJ Lowe will be on the 3rd row along with Ella Lucia. On the 4th row of the grid, it'll be Kevin Kilbasa that lines up in 7th place alongside Rhys David Richardson. And in P9, it'll be Jacob Anslow in the number 29 kart. Well, it's a lot sunnier and much more breezy today. You can see that the Dragon is really flapping in the breeze here this morning at the Bambino Kart Club's Glan-Y-Gors Park race battle. So the drivers are already getting themselves queued up into their 2 rows. They're already a fair way around the formation lap. They're just coming into the Devil's Elbow turn now. So this is going to be a fascinating challenge for the drivers as they work their way through. They're going to drop themselves down the field. So let's see how it all comes together. We're going to get them out of the final turn, and we are underway racing, are we? Yes, it looks like we are going racing green straight away. Time ticks down, and we are up to speed. So Sam Woolley out in front, trying to stretch a lead in the 950 Libras as they come through once again up the top of the hill, and a big slide for the lead of the race. That's a big challenge forward. A big tank slapper through the spoon curve, but that is the lead made for Charlie Benson. So Charlie Benson absolutely stabbing on the brakes. The back end comes around, but he manages to fit the car through the gap. But it's not done yet. Sam Woolley is going to get back alongside him, but he loses out on the exit and has to slot into third position behind Marcel Poppercool. So Marcel Poppercool now comes into second, briefly because Sam Woolley gets back on the inside line. So Benson is your leader, Woolley in second, and Marcel Poppercool is in third position. A great opening lap here at GYG. And it's already giving us quite the show as the drivers work their way up through the field. So Olivia Reynolds is now in P4, the 199 machine. And she is obviously having to work incredibly hard to keep low behind her. Olivia Reynolds, pretty spectacular competitor in all forms of racing. She's also a very talented motocross rider. The only 10-year-old girl to have backflipped her bike, I do believe. And there she goes, makes her way through up into fourth position. Great to see some incredible performances from her so far. Fifth place, though, JJ Lowe is giving plenty of pressure. Sixth place in behind that is Ella Lucia, and like Olivia Reynolds, is in the novice category along with Kevin Kilbasa. So out of the final turn, and Benson and Woolley are already starting to drop Marcel Poppercool, the Polish driver, in third position, going full guns blazing. Lowe is going to go wheel to wheel here with Jacob Anslow. Anslow's going to get the run up into fifth position. Jacob Anslow squeezes in the gap and manages to get up into P5. And is already starting to attack Olivia Reynolds in fourth position to try and get through into P4. Down the hill and out through the double left-hander. Great tussle between these two competitors in the early part of things. The early phase definitely going very well from their point of view. Sixth place for Anslow, Lucia, Kilbasa, and then Rhys David Richardson. Very close indeed for these 9 drivers as they drop down through the compression complex and out of Devil's Elbow into the final turn and up towards Club for turn 1 once again. But it's Benson and Woolley. They have started to pull clear. Woolley has definitely gained a little bit of momentum on Charlie Benson now. Poppercool on his own. And then we've got Jacob Anslow really hustling Olivia Reynolds. Again, bit of a battle. Is that Woolley through into the lead? It is. So Sam Woolley has taken the lead away from Charlie Benson. So Charlie Benson now having to try and fight his way back into the lead of the race once again. And Olivia Reynolds is having to go on the defensive tack to keep Jacob Anslow behind her. Then JJ Lowe, Ella Lucia, Kevin Kilbasa, and Rhys David Richardson. So some good battles in this early phase of racing in the 950 Libras. They drop down through the curbs. That was a lot of curb for Olivia Reynolds to carry there. That could just give Jacob Anslow a little bit of a hurry up as they come out of the final turn, and Anslow's going to try and get alongside Reynolds. They bang wheels, and Anslow has to take to the grass. So Olivia Reynolds absolutely adamant, you're not going to make an overtaking move on me, as Ella Lucia manages to dive up the inside of JJ Lowe. And that's going to put Ella Lucia on the Alonso Kart chassis up into 6th position. So a good run from her there. Whoops, goes a little bit wide though, so that's going to be JJ Lowe's opportunity to get back into P6, and JJ takes it. So Ella Lucia now has a little bit of work ahead of her as she is going to try and get back on terms with JJ Lowe once more. 4.5 minutes left in this particular heat. And the 950 Libras definitely giving us plenty of excitement and entertainment so far. The battles and the challenges will continue. And there's definitely going to be a heck of a lot of great action from us as the drivers continue. They are going to be pushing all the way through. But Woolley in front of Benson. And look at the gap that's opened up between Sam Woolley and Charlie Benson now. There is a little bit of daylight between them, which is definitely not going to give Charlie Benson a lot of comfort. But in terms of the racing out there on the course, it definitely makes things a little bit entertaining, with some great races still to come. So now the drivers still working their magic on the far side. And this is going to be quite a tough mission for all of the drivers out there. Look how close now Jacob Anslow has got back on terms with Reynolds. Reynolds squeezing again and onto the grass and spins around. Jacob Anslow, oh, and he gets caught there by Ella Lucia. So they end up tagging. Ella Lucia didn't really have anywhere to go. So Jacob Anslow, unfortunately, the kart spun around. Can Jacob Anslow get going again? Desperately trying to. Manages to do so. What about Ella Lucia? So very unfortunate that the two drivers ended up off the road there. Not entirely sure about Ella Lucia because she's in a dangerous position there on the exit of turn 1 as well. Let's have a look at it again. And you can see that, look, bang wheels once, twice, and then as soon as you get onto the grass, it's very difficult to hold the back end. And poor Ella Lucia, she was already trying to avoid the contact with Jacob Anslow up that point. She'd already spun the kart around trying to get out of it, and unfortunately just ended up on a one-way collision course with his side pod. So a bit of a problem there for the two drivers. And Jacob Anslow is still in 7th place now as a result of his recovery. Ella Lucia, I believe, is going again, although I know that Anslow and Lucia are now a lap down. Well, here is Reynolds trying to shake off JJ Lowe. And I just hope that Ella Lucia is okay, because that was a nasty little bit of contact between the two of them. Not really anything either driver could do, because once Anslow got squeezed onto the grass, it's a little bit cold and damp on the grass, so the water, the moisture will get onto the tyres, and it'll be so easy to swap ends. I'm amazed he didn't do it the first time he got squeezed there, but the second time there was just too much moisture on the tyres. And I note that Ella Lucia's kart is no longer there, but I believe that's because she's retired from the race. I don't think that's because she's managed to get going again. That's unfortunate for Ella Lucia, and hopefully she'll be back ready to go again in Heat 3. So definitely some tough race battles to come over the course of the day. Reynolds and Lowe are definitely giving us good entertainment. Reynolds again just chops across on JJ Lowe. Makes sure that JJ is well aware, I'm going to defend this, and I am going to make sure that you're not going to get the opportunity. So fascinating duels so far, and it just keeps on building into a crescendo at the moment. So some good battles everywhere you look around the course. But Reynolds still trying to hold off JJ Lowe. Lowe's going to get a good run off the turn. Reynolds pulls across the cover. And Lowe is going to try and get alongside and up and over the top of the bumper. And JJ Lowe puts his hand in the air for Olivia Reynolds as if to say, what are you playing at? So JJ Lowe wasn't happy with Olivia Reynolds there at all. But they're going to race hard in the bid to try and hold on to position. Olivia Reynolds felt she didn't have to concede the gap. So JJ Lowe feeling a little bit irate about it, because obviously he's the one that took the brunt of the contact, but the two of them are racing for position. You're not going to ask a racing driver to back down and give the place over. And Olivia Reynolds is definitely going to defend her position. So 2 to go, as through comes Sam Woolley, who has now extended the gap between himself and Charlie Benson to 3.5 seconds. Marcel Popacool still going very well in 3rd position at this moment. So some good battles. In the 950 Libra race yesterday was actually Sam Woolley from Charlie Benson and Marcel Popacool, so it is pretty much exactly as it was yesterday, with again Olivia Reynolds in front of JJ Lowe. So the top 5 are exactly as they were yesterday, with Kilbasa, Richardson, Anslow and Lucia following in pursuit. Although yesterday Jacob Anslow was the one that was out of the race, not Ella Lucia. So they seem to have swapped positions there. And it'll definitely be frustrating for Jacob Anslow after the hard work he did to get up into 5th position. But into the final lap then goes Sam Woolley. Normal service resumed as far as he's concerned. After yesterday when he took the victory, he's quite happy to go and get another one. Some great performances so far. He has no issues from his point of view. So really excited about... now there's a kart that's come to a stop there. That is Rhys David Richardson. So Rhys David Richardson has come to a stop there at the bottom of the hill, trying to get going again by the look of it. And one last bid effort from JJ Lowe to try and get past Olivia Reynolds. He's running out of time to do it. So he really needs to knuckle down and focus on getting that kart ahead of the Argenti machine. But here comes Sam Woolley. A great battle yesterday, another great one today. And Olivia Reynolds has lost the place to JJ Lowe on the last lap. So Woolley has got through to come through to take the victory. Sam Woolley will get the checkered flag. There he goes, Benson in 2nd position in front of Marcel Popacool. But it will be JJ Lowe who comes through into 4th position unless Olivia Reynolds can get through, but she can't. So JJ Lowe will pick up 4th place in front of Olivia Reynolds. And then it will be Kevin Kilbasa in 6th place in front of Jacob Anslow. And unfortunately, 2 retirements then, Rhys David Richardson and Ella Lucia. So the fabulous battle from yesterday continues, and it's the top 3 drivers from yesterday in exactly the same positions as they were exactly the same time yesterday. So a fascinating battle all the way through to the finish, and it's rather a shame that we didn't get Richardson and Lucia to come home in that one. But it's definitely going to be a fascinating one. Well, Live Low wants to know when are Micromax on. They're on a little bit later on in the day, but it is the Junior Rotax Heat 2 that is up next. So Junior Rotax Heat 2 is next up, because Minimax is going to get their own separate race a little bit later on. But Junior Rotax will be out there on the course with the Dragon flying in the breeze here at GYG to give us plenty of excitement and entertainment. Great racing so far here at GYG in the second round of Bambino Kart Club 2022. Let's take a look at the starting grid for the Junior Rotax Heat 2. It's going to be just as competitive as it was yesterday. Aiden Hassan and Leo Purchase will be on the front row of the grid. They have just left the gate now. Ewan Charman will be P3, and then it'll be Jake Howarth who will be 4th position. The third row of the grid will be Aditya Kulkarni and Alex Duncan. They will share the third row of the grid. Then it will be Reza Sirawuthan and Shane Collins, who are together on the 4th row. Zane Stout and Billy Edgecombe. And the man who non-started yesterday, Curtis Harding, hopefully he'll be out today. So the 11 drivers in Junior Rotax having a nice bit of a battle out on the circuit. And you can see Aiden Hassan on the Tony Kart chassis, just bringing himself into position. And all the drivers there just now lining up in formation as they will go across the 2 rows. Yesterday, Aiden Hassan getting the victory. So he'll be wanting to turn that one into another fantastic result. Nigel Charman says good luck to Ewan Charman and the Argenti guys. It's going to be a fascinating battle for them as we continue our great race through the course of the day. So an exceptional battle for the competitors as they come through. So let's see how it all goes out. And they will come through in position. And this is going to be a tough start for Aiden Hassan to try and shake off all of these fantastic battles as they come through down the straight. Oh, it looks like a false start, in fact. Either that or it's the greatest start in history. It's not. It is a false start. So there were slight problems there for Aiden Hassan on the starting grid. Couldn't quite get himself together. So they will go around again. And a fabulous, fabulous battle for all of the competitors still to come in Junior Rotax today. But the second heat, it is a false start. And the drivers will rush through together. So now they are able to form up into their 2 rows once again. The drivers obviously need to make sure they are in a neat position. Aiden Hassan lining up alongside Leo Purchase. So the BKC racing team will obviously get a great charge through from their man, who's going to hopefully challenge for the victory in this one. It's not going to be very easy to tell just who is going to get the benefit of the start, but they're obviously going to have 2 or 3 drivers there fighting their quarter to try and make it happen. So it's going to be a tough start right from the get-go, and there's obviously going to be a lot of opposition and challenge right from the start. So off the final turn, hopefully this time Aiden Hassan is going to be able to get the better start that he wanted as he runs off the final turn. Looks like he's got it much better this time, and now we will go racing. Here we go, that's more like it. Aiden Hassan pulls across, takes the lead. Leo Purchase is still able to run there towards the sharp end, although he has lost a little bit of ground. It's the Argenti pair that have come through. Ewan Charman and Aditya Kulkarni are going to go through. A great battle for Charman, and I think he's taken the lead along with Kulkarni in second. Yes, indeed. So Charman goes into the lead. Hassan goes for the move into second place nice and early, but hasn't been able to maximize it. So Aditya Kulkarni finds himself in second place, but it's Ewan Charman, the Charmander himself, that comes through into the lead of the race on the opening lap. So a great start for the Argenti twins. Their teammates further back are going to be trying to work their way further as well. Alex Duncan obviously going to be making as much progress as he can in the early stages. So Hassan and Purchase now find themselves 3rd and 4th. Up to 5th is Reza Sirawuthan. So Sirawuthan is finding himself to try and get himself up into the top 4 as well, as Hassan swarms for a move on the inside of Adi Kulkarni. Can he get through? Yes, lovely overtake. And that's opened the door. I'm afraid Kulkarni's going to lose a couple more places. Purchase and Sirawuthan both managed to get through. So Sirawuthan is right in behind his teammate Leo Purchase. And Aiden Hassan having squeezed into second place. Aditya Kulkarni might lose another one here to Howarth. So Jake Howarth trying to come through. Hasn't been able to get the overtaking move. They drop down through the compression complex and out through Devil's Elbow onto the final turn once again. And Charman has a decent lead now over Hassan. It's a second and a half already. So Ewan Charman can pretty much chill out at the lead of the race the way things are going. They're going to have to work together to decrease the gap. As up the inside goes Purchase. And Purchase goes into second place there. Manages to take the move on Aiden Hassan with Reza Sirawuthan, who is there in fourth position, still trying to make it work and hoping to gain as many places as possible in the early phase. Hassan trying to go for a long round the outside move there on Leo Purchase. So some good opposition, some good clean tussles at the moment. But still a very good battle in the early stages. Drivers are still working very hard in the early phase just to try and get themselves into a solid position. But it's not very easy to predict how it's all going to play out for the drivers in this very thrilling race. Junior Rotax Heat 2 definitely giving us a lot of entertainment. Hassan's going for another look at Leo Purchase. Trying to go for a late move into Spoon. He's not quite going to get the inside line he wants. So it's definitely pretty tricky out there. And the drivers are definitely going gung-ho and full attack mode. Great to see everybody still putting on a bit of a show in the Junior Rotax first heat of the weekend. Sorry, the first heat of the day, I should say. Because they did have a heat yesterday that was won by Aiden Hassan ahead of Leo Purchase and Ewan Charman. But Charman is now coming straight out of the blocks in the hope that he can get the victory this time. Leo Purchase, second place ahead of Aiden Hassan and Reza Sirawuthan. And Adi Kulkarni finds himself in fifth position now ahead of Jake Howarth and Alex Duncan. Then Shane Collins has dropped back a little bit in eighth place. And then Billy Edgecombe and Zane Stout. Still no massive impact in this one from Curtis Harding. Harding's had a bit of a moment by the look of it and has not come through the last time by. So I wonder if Curtis Harding's had a problem, because Curtis Harding has now come through. So difficulties yesterday, just finding it tricky to get to the pace. So Ewan Charman has pulled nearly 2 seconds now on Purchase and Hassan, with Siwaruthan in fourth position. So the English Open champion, the E-plate denoted on his kart. Reza Siwaruthan is definitely giving himself as much of a chance to climb up the hill and go for glory as possible. Getting himself back up to speed once again as they tighten through the hairpin. Dropping down the hill, hoping that Charman's lead is going to decrease, and it has already. 1.7 is now the gap. So they are starting to chip away at Ewan Charman's advantage. This is very good news from their point of view. They were rather hoping that he wasn't going to be able to run away and hide, and he certainly won't be able to the way things are currently progressing. So Aiden Hassan right there, tucking in for the move, in the hope that there's going to be a lot more of this to come. So the battle's still going strong. And they're obviously going to be working very hard as they continue in their charge. So Charman increases the gap again to 1.8 seconds over Purchase and Hassan. Then Siwaruthan trying to get back on terms with Aiden Hassan. Aiden Hassan still there in third. And then the great battle going on further back as Kulkarni and Duncan are being battled there by Jake Howarth. Was that Howarth in front? Yes, it is. Jake Howarth has managed to get through, and now he's going to make the same move on Adi Kulkarni. Great racing from Jake Howarth. And now there's a gap opened up for Alex Duncan to get through. So Alex Duncan passes his teammate Adi Kulkarni as well. So that is Jake Howarth up into fifth position. Great work from Jake to put him up into fifth place. Kulkarni's got back through in front of Alex Duncan by the look of it, so it wasn't quite the smooth move Alex Duncan was hoping for. Shane Collins isn't far away either in eighth place. And then we've got Edgecombe and Stout. Curtis Harding is still out there, but not quite up to speed with everybody else. So Aiden Hassan still trying to pressure Leo Purchase into the mistake, but he doesn't want to really overtake him yet because they are chipping away now ever so quickly by Ewan Charman in the lead. 1.3 seconds now the gap, so it is coming down. It was up to 2 seconds at one point, but they're just chipping away at it, these three. Purchase, Hassan, Siwaruthan. They just need to keep it going, essentially, as they go up the hill, and the gap is down to 1.1 seconds now, so they are again chipping away just a little bit at a time. Not a massive problem. They just need to keep the focus and keep it all together. Howarth, Kulkarni and Duncan are still having a great squabble as well. Could this be the moment from Hassan as he goes down the hill? Wants to get a little bit closer to Charman before he really goes for the overtaking move. He doesn't want to be in a race for second. He wants to be in a race for the win. But still they battle away. Tough mission for Purchase, Hassan and Siwaruthan, but they are up to it, and they are definitely chipping away a little at Ewan Charman. Running in the toe with pressure behind is definitely helping Leo Purchase get back on terms. As they come through now, the gap is less than a second. And another new fastest lap of the race has come in a couple of laps ago from Leo Purchase, so he's definitely started to chip away at Ewan Charman, who's in the 42.7s. These three behind him are in the 42.5s, so they're gaining 0.2 of a second per lap. That should mean there's an opportunity to go for the win before the end of the heat. They will catch him if they keep doing that per lap. If they keep finding extra 0.2 of a second on him each lap, they should have enough to go for a bit of a decisive maneuver in the final laps. So it is definitely going to be tricky. Adi Kulkarni having got back past now Jake Howarth. So that puts Kulkarni into 5th position behind them. You can make him out. There he is, having just got through in front of Jake Howarth. They are less than 45 seconds to go now. So it is definitely going to be an interesting battle, but the gap is still 0.8 of a second between Charman and Purchase. It almost looks as though Charman is basically just looking after the card a little bit, letting the three drivers behind catch him up, and then he'll go for a fast lap when he needs to at the end. But these three need to catch him out before he uses that strategy. They need to see if they can get one over on him. It's going to be a tough battle throughout, that is for sure. So there's only a handful of seconds on the clock. They will come through and there'll still be another lap to do. So they've got 2 laps to go here. But can Purchase and Hassan, with the assistance of Reza Siwaruthan, manage to close up enough on Ewan Charman to go for the lead? They're going to be in the draft here. That's going to be crucial. So up the hill, they're going to gain time on Charman just by being in the toe. Hassan will not want to go for the overtaking move just yet. He's got to wait for his opportunity. He's got to wait to dial in the move on Purchase. He needs to let his colleague, Leo Purchase, catch him. The time runs down to 0. So there's a lap and a half to go. And Charman surely must sense now that Purchase is going to be right underneath him as the final lap begins. Because he has done a lot of hard work to catch him up now, Leo Purchase. BKC Racing crew, Matty Isaacson and the boys definitely giving Leo Purchase the tools to get the job done here. Last lap, and there's just over a quarter of a second between them. Surely now, this is where Leo Purchase can really go for it. Charman is spending more time looking over his shoulder than he is going in a straight line, and that's going to be an invitation for Leo Purchase. Out of spoon, down the hill. Charman trying to second guess where Leo Purchase is going to put the car. Purchase needs to be unpredictable. Out of the hairpin. Up to the compression complex. Again, Charman looks over his shoulder. You don't want to do that too often. Purchase could catch him out here. Is there going to be an opportunity? Charman doesn't leave a gap enough open to make the move. This is going to need to be a last corner bid from Leo Purchase if he can go for it. He will have a look in the final bend. He gets there, but Hassan gets them both. Oh, Purchase drifts out wide. And Hassan picks up the win by less than 1/10 of a second. Final bend. What a brilliant move. Let's look at it again. You can see that Leo Purchase has lined up Ewan Charman nicely, but watch Aiden Hassan. He just waits for it to happen. He says, right, you two are going to go wide. I'll just line it up nice and tidy. They drift wide. Hassan gets it at the line. Magic. That is Indy 500 style photo finishing at GYG in the Bambino Kart Club. Epic stuff. Aiden Hassan snatches it by 63 thousandths of a second. And he'll be very happy with that one. It's 2 out of 2 from Aiden Hassan. But I don't think he was expecting to win going into the last lap. He was a good half a second back on that one. But how about that? Excellent work from Aiden Hassan. He snatches it at the death. From Leo Purchase and Reza Siwaruthan, Ewan Charman ended up slipping to 4th place in the end. That's frustrating. Jake Howarth in 5th from Aditya Kulkarni, Alex Duncan, Billy Edgecombe, Shane Collins, Zane Stout and Curtis Harding, who is here today and managed to complete the race distance. All 13 laps completed by all 11 drivers. And Aiden Hassan, how about that? And he actually comes and congratulates Leo Purchase and Reza Siwaruthan. And a handshake there with Ewan Charman. Look at that. That's a sportsman's attitude and demeanor there from Aiden Hassan. Comes over and shakes hands with his other competitors. Great stuff. Now we move on. So time for the quietest racers in motorsport. The Mighty Bambinos will come out onto the circuit once again then. Been a fabulous battle so far. The drivers have given us plenty of entertainment in the first couple of weekends. And now we're going to see them again. Ansel in pole position in front of Freddie Baker. Then Albert Bachler and Sidney Nell from Albert Farrow and Max Joy, who will take up their positions on the third row of the grid. Then JJ Williams in front of Arthur Bath. And then Hugo Williams, Hadley Jarvis, and he didn't start yesterday, hopefully he will today, Harley Bradbury Stretton. So the competitors getting themselves ready, and obviously it is a standing start on the grid for the Mighty Bambinos. So the competitors will come through and they will line up into their positions. Ansel in pole position, the number 96 car. So the drivers will now put themselves into their positions to get ready for an exciting tussle around the circuit. Ansel picked up the win in yesterday's heat. So we'll have to see how it all progresses as the drivers continue on their way. And now the final few drivers just getting themselves into their positions. And once we've got them there into position, we will be able to get started with racing once again here at GYG. Great to have your company. So an absolutely fantastic battle for the competitors. The drivers getting themselves into position and they will watch for the lights to go. 5-second board goes up. They watch for the lights. When they go out, we'll be racing and away we go. So a good run from the start then as the drivers knit their way through the first corner. A very tricky situation for them as they make their way through the first couple of corners on the lap. A very sensible start, I have to say, from the drivers. They were very leisurely in their run through, but this is all about dexterity and this is all about calm composure in the Mighty Bambinos. They're obviously regulated in terms of their wattage output, which helps the youngsters who are as young as 4 years old go racing here at GYG. It is in a very controlled environment. They obviously have to do a few test sessions before they're eligible enough for race trim. And there are a few rookies out there, the likes of Farrow, Bath, Williams, Jarvis, Bradbury, Stretton and Williams. So a lot of new faces. But Ansel in front of Baker. Oh, sorry, that's Nell. That's Nell in second place, isn't it? So Sidney Nell has managed to get himself into second position there in front of Freddie Baker. So some good battles already. And Freddie Baker was particularly quick yesterday round the outside of Sidney Nell, trying to get himself up in a second position. Freddie Baker goes for it, and that's a nice... Oh, and he's lost the back end. I thought he had that all tidied up, but it's so easy to do. And Freddie Baker, unfortunately, the back end just tips around there. A very tricky situation. You could just see on the lock stops, the back end of the kart was starting to come around. He had the move almost nailed. So let's have another look at it. As Freddie Baker was just trying to make his bid on the inside line of Sidney Nell. So easy to get that one crossed up. It wasn't easy, but let's have a look. So Nell's already squeezed into the inside apex. So Freddie Baker's got to commit to that inside line. He's just carried a little bit too much speed. And as he turns the wheel, the weight transfer, the back end steps out. A very easy mistake to make, and many of us have done it. So not a big issue for Freddie Baker. He has recovered in fourth place, and he's going to be getting after Farrow, who is now in third position. Albert Farrow doing a good job as he continues to make progress. There is the 33 of Joy, and he's going to lose out there to Bradbury, Stretton and Bachler, I think. So they both managed to get through. So Max Joy still working hard. It's not easy to get these karts up to race speed when you're a 4-year-old, 5-year-old kid. They are still doing very well, considering this is their very first phase of racing at any level. A lot of drivers who are racing for the very first time will be in the Bambino Kart Club. It's a nice, friendly and exciting environment to race, and since the Respect in Racing scheme has come in the last fortnight, it's really good to see that how many people have taken that on board and are really starting to warm to each other around the courses. Now we're going to have an interesting tussle between these two drivers. This is obviously going to be a good battle between Bradbury, Stretton and Bachler. So Bachler, having now managed to get the move, Albert Bachler on Harley Bradbury Stretton. Harley has managed to continue on his way, and he is now in 6th position behind Bachler. So Bachler getting through at the part of the lap. So Ansel is still your race leader from Sidney Nell and Albert Farrow. Then Freddie Baker is in front of Albert Bachler and Harley Bradbury Stretton, although Pharaoh has lost his position now. So Pharaoh has lost out on the last lap to Freddie Baker. That's what I meant when I said it wasn't too big a problem for Freddie Baker, because he's got the raw one-lap pace to charge his way back into the top 3, and he's already gaining quite quickly on Sydney Nell. The gap between them is just over a second, and there's plenty of time to get himself back into position. That's the great thing about these Might E Bambinos. They really do have a lot of opportunity for the drivers to get used to driving. There goes the move from Pharaoh, who manages to lap Arthur Bath. So Arthur Bath is obviously doing his best to move his way further forward. But it takes time. You know, not everything all comes at once. So the overtaking move there for Albert Pharaoh. He is the leading novice in the field. And now this is Freddie Baker making his bid on Sydney Nell. Oh, what a comeback from Freddie Baker. That was beautifully timed. Just saw his opportunity there through the compression complex on the run to Devil's Elbow and said, I can catch him napping here. And he did. Good run from Freddie Baker. That puts him up into second position. A very solid maneuver there from Freddie. And that puts him up into P2 as he tries to make a bit of a comeback now. So Ansel, Baker, Nell, Pharaoh, Buckler and Bradbury Stretton. That's your top 6 at the moment. Then it is Max Joy ahead of Jensen James Williams, Hadley Jarvis, Hugo Williams and Arthur Bath, who is a lap down at the moment, but obviously still very early doors. We've all got to start somewhere. So good work from Albert Pharaoh to be in amongst the established drivers who are not rookies. But how much of an impact can Freddie Baker now make on Ansel? Because he's currently going over a second a lap quicker than the race leader. So Ansel was 8.6 seconds ahead of Freddie Baker the last time around. I'll be very interested to see what the gap is now as Ansel comes across the line. There's Freddie Baker coming through in the final bend. What's the gap now? Because I think it's less than 8.6. It is. It's 7.3. So Freddie Baker is going over a second a lap quicker than the race leader, Ansel. So I think we're going to see Freddie Baker really charge after Ansel in the closing stages of this heat. He's got time, 2.5 minutes, to make up that kind of deficit. There is Sydney Nell doing a very solid job running in third position, but in behind him, Albert Pharaoh is catching him. He's not done yet, and Albert Pharaoh could get a third position here in his first race of the day. That would be a great performance from Albert Pharaoh. Drops out of the spoon curve, down Damon Hill, and up towards this pair of left-handers. Still they continue. And they'll climb up the hill once again. Albert Pharaoh's really starting to threaten Sydney Nell's position. This is going full guns blazing for him. And Albert Pharaoh may just be able to snatch a podium out of this. Still got a long way to go, of course. We've still got 2 minutes on the clock. Just under 2 minutes now, actually. But there is an opportunity here as Sydney Nell drifts out a little wide. He's got to be careful because he's got traffic to deal with. Albert Pharaoh is going to try and make the bid for third place here. So Sydney Nell gets through. Albert Pharaoh doesn't have a lot of experience of lapping back markers. As a novice, he will be one of the drivers they're trying to avoid in the opening race or two of his career, but now he's really starting to get the hang of things. So it's not likely you're going to see Albert Pharaoh lapped too many times in 2022. He's definitely making good work of the racetracks he's visiting. So Baker is now 11.8 in front of... Ansel is 11.8 in front of Baker. Baker must have had an off on that last lap because he's suddenly lost a lot of momentum and a lot of ground. I did think for a moment that Baker was going to be able to catch up to Ansel, but he did a 1:06 on that last lap compared to Ansel on a 1:1.7. So that's opened the gap up just a little bit more to make it even that more extra challenging for Freddie Baker. And with 45 seconds on the clock, it looks like he's going to run out of time to make that little bit of gain up. So the quietest form of racing in the world of karting continues on as there goes Freddie Baker through, and he has gained a little bit of time back. 10.8 seconds is now the gap. He's got to hope really that Ansel has a moment with the back markers, because that's really the only way that Freddie Baker is going to have another opportunity in this heat. But we know that he's definitely got the speed under his right foot to challenge for the final later, so it'll be interesting to see what Freddie Baker can do. Still racing up the hill. This is Albert Bachler, I think, having a go at Albert Pharaoh. So the three of them now in the hunt for third position. Nell, Pharaoh and Bachler. Was that Bachler getting through? I think he might have made the bid there to go for Pharaoh as we watch Sydney Nell up the inside. There goes Pharaoh. And Nell goes onto the grass and spins. So easy once the kart goes wide on the grass there. Very tricky to tell whether there was contact between the two of them. I'm not entirely sure there was. Last lap begins for Ansel. I wonder if we can get a look at it again. But to be honest, I'm not entirely sure there was any contact between the two drivers. I think it was just a decent move from Pharaoh, and Nell just got squeezed. Let's have a look. So up the inside. Yeah, there wasn't contact at all. No contact at all there on the replay. Sydney Nell just allowed there to be enough room on the inside, had to drift wide onto the grass. So an easy mistake to make. But Ansel is coming through to finish the job. Oh, a little bit of a recovery there from Sydney Nell. So Nell has lost a little bit more ground, and that's going to be Bradbury Stretton round the outside to pick up another position, as Ansel will come through for the race victory this time by. So Ansel is going to come through and take the victory in momentous fashion. There is Ansel into the final turn. It's been very quiet for him out front, but that's the way he likes it. A good win for the number 96. So Ansel gets the job done. Second place it is going to be for Freddie Baker, who has made a great recovery after his earlier spin and has managed to come home in second place. So you can't say fairer than that after the job he's done, and he gained a lot of time in the last lap. So expect him to be challenging for the race victory later on in the final. Backler does manage to come through, though, in third position in front of Pharaoh. And then it is Bradbury Stretton who will be the last driver home on the lead lap. Sydney Nell slipping to sixth in the end after the spin. Max Joy in seventh. And then it will be Jensen James Williams in front of Hadley Jarvis, Hugo Williams, and Arthur Bath. There is Harley Bradbury Stretton coming through to take fifth place. Not a bad first race of the day for him. So great battles and great action from the Might E Bambinos. There's more Bambinos on the way from the C50s. More great action to come then, and it's the C50 Bambinos for their second heat of the weekend coming up onto the circuit here at GYG. A great turnaround from one class to the next, no waiting around. Knit two together and get them racing. Pole position for Austin Oman in front of Riley Murrow. Ellis Wildchild is in third, and then it is Harper Das in P4. Ethan McClelland and Charlie Page sharing the third row of the starting grid. Then Rex Pooley is alongside Henry Algar. Amelia DL lines up alongside Bertie Clark, and then Brady Atkin McDonald is alongside Freddie Budd on the sixth row of the starting grid. The last driver is Lewis Hazlitt in number 92. So a very competitive field of racers in the C50 Bambino class after their brilliant race yesterday. It is, of course, Austin Oman that takes up his residence in pole position for this one. So all of the drivers preparing for the action. The Welsh flag blowing in the breeze here at GYG. A wonderful part of the world this, just a few miles away from the luscious Lake Bala, a very popular holiday spot. I have spent many summers on Lake Bala over the last 10 years. It's a wonderful place and a wonderful amount of scenery in the local area, including the vintage railway, which still passes through the countryside. If you want exquisite British summertime, this is the part of the world where you can really find it in the gorgeous county, the gorgeous county of Gwynedd. A lot of amazing things to do. But one of them, of course, being going karting. You can obviously come and have a play here at GYG in the middle of the week as well. They have fantastic rental facilities here. I've had a go on the karts here before. I won't keep rubbing it in the face of Nathan Ty Sr. that I managed to take a B-final victory in a mechanics race off him years ago. He should never have jumped at the start. I was always going to beat him anyway. Yeah, dream on, Sanson. Anyway, the drivers will come to the starting grid for the C50 Bambino Heat 2. And again, they will line up on their positions on the starting grid, because once again, it is a standing start in C50 Bambinos, just as it is for the Might E Bambinos. So the competitors just getting themselves ready in position. They line up in their grid slots. And for Austin Oman, exactly as yesterday, please, is basically the message for him. As long as he can keep it together, then he will be in a strong position throughout. But there is the 38 of Riley Murrow, hoping to jump into the lead of the race. The 5-second board goes up. When the lights go out, they'll be racing. And we're underway in the C50 Bambinos. Good start from Riley Murrow. Up to the first corner. It looks like it is going to be Austin Oman that will lead them as they go through. So no problem as the drivers get themselves up to speed. And they climb up the hill. You can see that there's kind of a slant as they go all along the Dragon Straight and up towards the Spoon Curve. But up they come, and it's already a very exciting tussle in the midfield. A lot of drivers just scrappling away, and there's a bit of a challenge for third position from Harper Das there as Amelia DL gets through in the middle of the gaggle. Very easy to spot her with the bright pink helmet and overalls. The Scottish lady was the leading novice yesterday, so we'll be hoping to do a similar job in this race as well. Good challenge for third position behind Oman and Morrow. It is the 88 that leads it at the moment. That's Ellis Wildchild. So Ellis Wildchild hoping to hang on to that third position spot. And still they continue on their way. So it is going to be an interesting and intriguing one for the drivers as they come through out of the final turn and on the main straight. Then through Club and along the Dragon Straight that goes all the way along the back ribbon of the circuit. But Harper Das is already starting to pressure Ellis in third position. So Ellis Wildchild is really going to have to work hard to hold on to this third position spot. They continue on their way, and Das has got McClelland all over the back of him now. So Harper Das has come through into third position and up to fourth place. That is still Ellis Wildchild, still as they try desperately to hold off the attentions of Ethan McClelland. So McClelland is still in fifth position, now getting closer and closer to the back of Child. So Child, Das and McClelland as they run third, fourth and fifth at the moment. Then it is Charlie Page from Rex Pooley and Bertie Clark. Amelia DL still the leading novice. And then it is Henry Algar ahead of Brady Aiken McDonald, Lewis Hazlitt and Freddie Budd. 6 minutes 20 on the clock. Oman versus Morrow looks pretty much as it was in yesterday's race, but this is where the real battle is. Das versus Child. And Harper Das runs in third place. Ellis Wildchild still doing a great job in fourth position. So what can the 88 do? Absolutely nailed to the bumper of the kart in front of it. As they climb up the gradient, you can see just how much there is the slant and the elevation change of camber as they come up towards the Spoon Curve. Very tricky race corner this, but it is a difficult one for Das to hold on in front of Child. Definitely going to be a good battle between these two throughout. They're looking very smooth at the moment. No major mistakes coming through from any of the drivers in C50 Bambinos. They're really starting to get to it. Here's the opportunity from Child to come back at Das in the hope that he's going to be able to make the overtaking move bid. Not so easy to predict. So a very exciting run from them all as they continue on their way through. Great to have your messages of support coming through. Mama Nell is proud of Sydney Nell after his good fight back and recovery in the previous race. He's still finished in the top 6, so he's got plenty to be happy about there. Another race to come up for him later in the day, of course, as well. Das and Child having a great duel for third position. Child is just trying desperately to make his bid to get through on Harper Das. Still, they tussle away for position. They climb up the hill once again. So Das and Child still squabbling over that third position run. Not done yet. McClelland falling into the clutches of the absolutely rapid Amelia DL. In fact, DL's up to fifth. DL has come through to fifth position. What a great run from the Scot. So Amelia DL is flying through this field, and she has now got into fifth position. There's a talent for the future. Amelia DL, there she is. Fifth position now behind these two dueling for third place. Das and Child. If anything happens between those two, then Amelia DL is going to be the one to pick up the pieces. She's done a fantastic job in this race. Fifth position there ahead of McClelland. Then Clark, Pooley, Algar, Page, McDonald, Hazlitt and Budd. They're all still going. No major problems, so everybody being very disciplined and very controlled out there. Good to see maturity from all 13 karts. So good battles from all of the drivers in there. Good to see that there's fun on the stream as well. Peter has just wrote in to write, I want McDonald to win because I hate Burger King. Bless you. You obviously woke up on the right side of bed this morning. Have some Weetabix, mate. It might just perk you up a bit. So there is Amelia DL, just starting to stretch away from Ethan McClelland a little bit now, because McClelland has now fallen into the clutches a little bit of Bertie Clark. So Das and Child battling still for third position. This is actually really smooth from Ellis Child, just trying to keep it in position in P4 around the back of Harper Das. Trying to get the move, but that's absolutely perfect positioning from Harper Das, just keeping the kart in the middle of the road where it's needed, and then present on the apex so that Child has to go the long way round. But they keep battling for position, then Child is clearly going to get frustrated. And it won't be too long before the 88 makes its bid on Harper Das. Out through the final turn and up the straight again. Continuing their battle up the climb. Oman and Morrow still absolutely together, 0.4 of a second between them. They're not going to start their race battle until the bitter end of the race. They're just going to try and continue to stretch away from the two guys behind. But Das and Child are now 5 seconds back to the 1,000th of a second. That's rare that you see it just that neatly on the timing screen. So Peter wants to know, what age are the drivers? Well, in Bambinos, they start from the age of 4 at this level. And then they will go all the way up to the age of 7, I believe, and then they can move up to the cadets. But what a fantastic squabble from these kids who are still in school, still learning their times tables, and they are racing wheel to wheel. Absolutely phenomenal. Side by side, Das and Child. Child is going to get a good switch move here on the inside of Harper Das. Is he? No. Das manages to park the kart in the middle of the apex to thwart the attack from Child. So Oman, Morrow, Das, Child, DL and McClelland. Still they battle away. What a fantastic duel this is so far, as Oman runs 0.6 of a second ahead of Riley Morrow. But Austin Oman and Riley Morrow are just getting started as Harper Das continues in front of Ellis Child. And then in 5th place, the young Scottish lady Amelia DL is hunting them down, trying to go for the move herself. So Oman and Morrow, here comes the chance from Child. Gets up alongside Das. But again, Harper Das just places the kart exactly where it's necessary to be. No major problems at the moment, just keeping it nice and tidy. Doesn't have to worry too much at the moment. It's definitely looking to be a pretty straightforward battle between these two, but Child is still swarming all over the back of Harper Das in the hope that he can get by out of the final turn into the next lap. And they are going to run out of time very soon. We're into the final 35 seconds of this race battle. Up the hill once again, along the Dragon Straight. They'll come up towards Spoon Corner. And still, Oman and Morrow are absolutely neck and neck. There's nothing to choose between them. Das and Wildchild even closer together. So Ellis Wildchild is trying to get the move here on Harper Das. But Harper Das still holds on to 3rd position. Back with the leaders briefly. That's Oman and Morrow. There they are. Still trying to fight away for position. Morrow's going to get the first real bid on the inside and will take the lead. Well timed from Riley Morrow, because this is the final lap but one. So the penultimate lap is when Riley Morrow makes his bid on Austin Oman. That was good foresight from Riley Morrow. But Austin Oman isn't done yet. He wants to get back into the lead here. Final turn, and they've got 1 lap to negotiate, I do believe. Yes, last lap begins. So Riley Morrow versus Austin Oman, but Riley Morrow couldn't have timed this any better. He's got through into the lead on the penultimate lap and unsettled Austin Oman. So now it's all up to the number 7. But there they go, side by side. And Riley Morrow is going to lose out to Austin Oman if he's not careful. Riley Morrow protects the inside line still. Austin Oman is determined, absolutely resolute. Side by side, down the hill. Now Austin Oman's going to try and put the bid on the inside. They tangle! And Riley Morrow slides sideways. Dear, oh dear. It was just a little ambitious for Austin Oman. So close between the two of them. But they're both going for the racing gap. They're both going for the win. So I have a feeling there might be a little bit of an investigation into that one post-race. Austin Oman, for the moment, will come through to take the victory. He will not have wanted to barge another driver out of the way. That was completely unintentional. Austin Oman comes through for the win, but I don't know whether it's going to stand. Riley Morrow will come through for 2nd for the moment. Child has got Das on the final lap. Great work from Ellis Wildchild. Das in 4th, and Amelia DL, what a drive from her in 5th. Now let's have a look at it. Morrow defends, Austin Oman cuts back, and look, Morrow's already gone enough through the corner for me that essentially the gap was already decreasing. Just a racing incident between the two, nothing malicious. Yes, there was contact. Yes, it was quite clear that they came together, but they're two young racing drivers battling for the victory. Neither's going to give best. So on that occasion, Austin Oman just a little eager down the hill, and Riley Morrow was the one that came off worse. But that will be, I'm sure, looked into. the right decisions will be taken, and that will be corrected, whichever position needs to go back to who later. But it was just hard racing between the two. It happens. It is motorsport. It's not meant to be contact, but two drivers are ambitious. They will have a look at it. So the C50 Bambinos are done for the moment. Time to go on to the big boys of the sport, the Tillotson T4 series. So this is the Arrive and Drive racing series, which is taking the world by storm in various different territories. First time I came across this championship was in the Netherlands 2 years ago, and it is a fabulous product. And obviously the drivers can come with the car fresh out of the box and go racing on an even playing field. Jensen O'Neill going, and George Townsend will be on the front row of the grid for this one. Amelie Ackerts and Ty Cuthbert will be on the second row of the grid, all the juniors together. And then Owen Spears and John Nuttall, they will be together on the third row, the two leading seniors in the category. Row 4 will be Alistair Tinker and Richard Kinlock. Then Lawrence Newman will be alongside Dan Harris. Stu Stretton, the master photographer, will line up alongside Dan Blackledge on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 is going to be Scott Ralph and Josh East. And then it's Malk West who will be there in row 8. So east and west on the back of the grid, no north and south to make all 4 points of the compass, but it is going to be a fantastic battle. So Pitter writing in, luckily the Formula 1 is racing in a couple of hours, because if not, that race would have stolen all the viewers. Very good point, actually. Yeah, very exciting stuff, and great to see that the Formula 1 drivers of tomorrow are out there on the circuit here at GYG. If you want proof that you can go from this very circuit to the world of Formula 1, I can give it to you. 10 years ago, I was down in the paddock at this very racetrack interviewing a young 14-year-old by the name of George Russell. He seemed to do quite well for himself. So through come the Tillotson T4s. This is all about good banter. You've got the 4 juniors up front, and then the seniors are behind them. So they get to share the racetrack with each other, although they are separated in various parts of the course. So now we get to go racing in Tillotson T4 style. The grid is growing all the time. More and more drivers signing up. Ready, and let's race! First corner, good start from George Townsend, holding on to try and get alongside Jensen O'Neill going, but it does look like O'Neill going managed to get through. Here we go. The seniors battle away, and it looks like from around the outside, actually, Owen Spears has been able to make the battle to go through. Meanwhile, at the top of the hill, that's Jensen O'Neill going, hanging on to the lead for the moment. There's a great incentive for competitors to go racing in Tillotson T4 in 2022. They have an esports series, which is also being broadcast by Alpha Live. And if you win the esports competition, you get a chance to race in the Tillotson T4 World Cup in White River Park in Ireland, which is a fabulous event. It ran for the first time last year at White River Park and was a fabulous motor racing event. And it's a great way for new drivers to get into the sport. So a fascinating battle then for the competitors. Jensen O'Neill going out in front. George Townsend, Amelie Ackerts and Ty Cuthbert. That's the top 4 at the moment. But Owen Spears has taken the lead in the senior category. Then Nuttall, Tinker, Harris, Kinlock, West, Newman, Blackledge, Stretton and East. And then it is Scott Ralph at the back of the grid for the moment. Malk West obviously trying to charge his way back through. So here's George Townsend. Just getting underneath Jensen O'Neill going, hoping that he can continue to make his bid through. My goodness, it's weird to see Jensen O'Neill going in a junior, battling away at the front end of a field. I can remember when I was kicking a football round with him in the paddocks of Great British Motorsport as a youngster, and now he has grown into a fantastic young racer. Great to see him doing such a fair job out there in the Tillotson T4s. And we caught up with Jamie Going, the team principal at Jam Sport Racing in the cars, a little earlier, and he said this is pretty much ideal, the Tillotson T4s, because it's a very similar ethos to what we run in the world of car racing with the Fiestas and the junior saloons that they've done in the past and the Ginettas that they're looking to go into as well. So it makes a lot of sense for a one-make karting series where there's no teams. And that's one of the most appealing factors of Tillotson T4 at this level. So Jensen O'Neill going and George Townsend. Amelie Ackerts in third and Ty Cuthbert in 4th position. Then Owen Spears leading the seniors. Nuttall, Tinker, Harris and Kinlock ahead of Malk West. And it is great to see these karts out. This is actually the first time I've commentated on a Tillotson T4 race for 2 years, and that was at Marienburg in Belgium during the I am in Netherlands season opener just before COVID-19 hit. Literally, I came home from that Tillotson T4 race, and 2 days later, we went into lockdown. So that's how close my affiliation with Tillotson T4 is. Great to see. Phil O'Neill is cheering on Jensen O'Neill going, who is still leading the race here. Having a good battle out front. It's still very close between the top 4 drivers in the junior category. We're watching the senior battle at the moment. Spears, Nuttall and Tinker. They have stretched out a little bit from Harrison Kinlock. There is the battle further back. Ty Cuthbert, the young superstar, trying to make his way past Amelie Ackitts. And great to see this Tillotson T4 Series grid obviously attracting the attention of Ty Cuthbert. Wants to race on an even playing field with some great racers and is already learning on the job in a fabulous category of racing. So Jensen O'Neill going out in front of George Townsend, Amelie Ackitts and Ty Cuthbert. Up the hill. Along Dragon Straight they have come, and now up towards Spoon Corner. Ty Cuthbert just waiting for his moment, biding his time. Not going to get the move on Amelie Ackitts just yet. What was really nice, actually, when I went into the Tillotson T4 awning yesterday, was these guys are rivals out on the track, but they're just bantering when they come back into the awning. They are genuinely good mates. They're all there for the same reason. There's no team politics. There's no snitching. There's no major rivalries creeping up. It's just good racing, and that's what it's supposed to be at this level. It really is good to see. So Stu Stretton there, battling away in the 99 machine, trying to keep in front of Josh East at the moment. Oh my goodness, is there going to be an interesting drive on the motorway services on the way home between these two if one beats the other. That'll be fascinating. Oh, we've had a spin. Now, who is that that's gone around? I think that's Harris who's dropped back. So that is the 54 of Dan Harris, just losing the kart out of Devil's Elbow. Very easy to do up that top of the hill. Spears, Nuttall and Tinker have pulled well clear now of Malk West, who has managed to climb all the way up to 4th in the senior category. So great to see that Jensen O'Neill going, having a great run in front of George Townsend, and then it is Amelie Ackitts in front of Ty Cuthbert. There is Stu Stretton. Usually we see him on track, but at that point he's always got a camera in his hand and a strap around his neck. He's definitely not usually the one who's sat behind the wheel, but Tillotson T4 gives him a chance to stop taking amazing pictures for a day and to go out racing, and good for him. So still in the senior category, it is Spears and Nuttall, Tinker and West, then Kinlock, Newman, Stretton, East, Blackledge, Ralph and Harris after Harris's earlier spin, but Dan Harris able to recover that pretty quickly. Still a quarter of a second between Jensen O'Neill going and George Townsend. But they're obviously going to tick the time down to the last couple of minutes of the race before they actually battle away for position. But this is where Josh East is now going to battle away with Stu Stretton. Out along the hairpin. Are we going to see that good battle continue to develop as they come up the hill? Here they are. So Stretton and East, here we go. This is the rivalry we've been waiting to see. Oh no, that's Stretton getting past Newman. I do apologise. Sorry, Josh, you haven't quite caught up with this battle yet. I'd like to see it just once over the course of the day, to see Stretton versus East battle for the pride and the honour of the photographers around the motorsport world. Who's the fastest photographer in racing? Well, at the moment, it's Stretton, goodness me. I tell you what, that was close between Blackledge and Ralph. They rubbed wheels big time there, as Josh East has now fallen into the clutches of Harris. I wonder if he's had an incident somewhere, as he seems to have dropped back a little bit. Now back to the front with the juniors. This is Jensen O'Neill going, still hanging on from George Townsend. They've pulled out 2.5 seconds over Ackitts and Cuthbert. So they're going to battle for 3rd position. See, this is what you want. You want a great race battle. No matter where you look in the field, whether it's at the front or it's in the midfield, you've always got somebody to race against. And Ty Cuthbert really starting to hunt down Amelie Ackitts at the right moment now. Is this going to be the move for the lead? Well, George Townsend certainly thinking about it on Jensen O'Neill going. Hasn't quite managed to make the move stick, but he's definitely had to think about it there, hasn't he? And still they come through. Now on the inside, was there a bit of a gap opening for Townsend? Goodness me. Very close. Tough racing still going on between these two as we come into the closing stages now of the race as well. When they come through, it's actually going to be close as to whether we're going to get 2 laps to go or 3 laps to go. They came across the line at 47 seconds. Their laps are 47.8. So they may well cross the line here with another lap in hand. And obviously they can't slow up any in the lead. Jensen O'Neill going can't cruise to make sure there's only 2 laps rather than 3. Because if he does, that could be exactly what George Townsend needs to take the lead away. So they've got to be really on the ragged edge here for the entirety of the time. So still, Townsend hunting down O'Neill going. Jensen O'Neill going is not giving him anything at all. He's not even conceding a whiff of a gap. And there are Ackett and Cuthbert likewise as they duel over 3rd and 4th. So we come out of the final turn and I think we're just going to get the last lap. Yes, indeed we do. So they just ran out of time there, the battle between the two, meaning they're slightly off the pace compared to usual. Amelie Ackett in 3rd, just hanging on from Ty Cuthbert. Townsend really needs to make a commitment here to go for the move. Jensen O'Neill going out in front of George Townsend, and then Amelie Ackett and Ty Cuthbert having a great squabble over 3rd. This is going to go down to the wire by the look of it. As again, George Townsend just hunting for that elusive win, just trying to find the gap. In the hope that there is going to be one opening up. Ty Cuthbert just hunting down Amelie Ackett. Still chances to make progress forward. But it looks to me as though it's going to be stalemate in the junior category at the very least. Jensen O'Neill going will come through and take the checkered flag in front of George Townsend. Victory for O'Neill going. Townsend in 2nd place. And then in 3rd, it is Ackett just in front of Ty Cuthbert. And then in the senior category, Owen Spears hangs on for the win. Good job there in front of John Nuttall and Alistair Tinker. Malk West, a good drive from him to come through in 4th ahead of Richard Kinlock. And then it should be Stu Stretton, if he's been able to keep the kart in front of Newman. Although I know that Lawrence Newman was pushing him all the way. That looks like Stu Stretton to me. He hangs on in front of Newman, but only just. Then Scott Ralph ahead of Dan Blackledge. Dan Harris will come through next. And I'm afraid, on this occasion, Josh East may have pushed a little bit too far over the edge of his limits. He comes through, but he is down at the back. Oh well, there's always another race. So the Tillotson T4s wrap up in style. A great performance from them, great entertainment, and there is more to come from them later in the day. Next up, you've been very patient, it's Minimax time. Now, of course, the reason the graphic there said it's the Mini/Junior Max Heat is that on several occasions in the past, they've actually combined the Mini and Junior Max Heat together. On this occasion, there are enough in each category for their own grids. Josh Graham and Finn Leslie on the front row of the Minimax grid. Then Noah Wolf in 3rd alongside Thomas Min Spearing. Row 3 of the grid sees Will Murphy alongside Harrison Whittaker. Row 4, it is Alex Zingarevich, who lines up alongside Adas Majauskis, and then Gabriel Cullen and Matas Mizanskis rounds out the top 10. Max Haller is alongside Oscar Carpmail on row 6 of the grid. Row 7 behind them is going to see Joe Murphy alongside Joshua Jarvis. Then Daniel Hartley is beside Ollie Poole on row 8. Row 9 will see Thomas Clark go alongside Emily Cooper, and then it is Christian Campbell-Duff alongside Ethan Bath that will go on the 10th row. So some good battles so far from the competitors and some good competition out there on the course here at GYG. Just trying to get the kart's tyre temperatures and brakes up. You've only got one rolling lap to do that in the Bambino Kart Club because they don't go round twice, they only go round once. So it's definitely going to be very interesting to see how the drivers get themselves warmed up. Well done to the Orange Army, by the way. Fantastic to see them here once again, and once more they have been the real heroes of the hour. We can't go racing at all without the Orange Army, so a massive thank you to them. Without them, we are absolutely nothing at all. So the drivers come out of the final turn, and we are in race trim. Good start around the outside from Thomas Min Spearing, but Finn Leslie has got an even better start, and so he launches up to the first corner. Finn Leslie times it right, and he leads the field as they go through. It looks like Noah Wolf is already starting to get himself up to the inside line to make a place or two. So some good battles here. And already some good dices for position, but Noah Wolf is in a 2nd place. Good jostling between the Argenti boys as they run in position right up at the fast end of the grid. But out in front, it is Finn Leslie from Noah Wolf, who has made a spectacular start and has got himself up into 2nd place. No major shocks there. Noah Wolf has had victory written all over him this year. He's definitely putting on an excellent display here at GYG once again. Come off the turn. And a bit of a run wide. That's Noah Wolf in the lead. He gets through past Finn Leslie on the final bend. So Noah Wolf leads after one lap here at Minimax. My goodness, Noah Wolf really has to put on a bit of a show for the cameras. Yesterday he kept it nice and simple, got himself into a decent position and brought it home. But now, 5th to 1st in one lap. Does he think he's Ayrton Senna or what? Noah Wolf out in front of Finn Leslie, and then it is Will Murphy and Josh Graham. Harrison Whitcomb runs in P5, and then it is Thomas Min-Spearing on the inside. There goes Min-Spearing. So Thomas Min-Spearing now gets past Whitcomb. That is for P5. Zingarevich, Cullen, Majauskas and Mazanskas are not far away. Then Karp, Mail and Horler, Murphy and Jarvis, Poole, Cooper, Hartley, Barth, Campbell Duff and Clark. So still the drivers edge their way around the course. Some tough battles. A big dive on the inside. Is that going to be a move for 3rd? Oh, to get into 2nd. Murphy had a go at Leslie, but hasn't been able to get through. And now Leslie trying to get back on terms with Noah Wolf. So Finn Leslie still holding on to this position for the moment. Will Murphy, 3rd position. Just hustling in behind to see if there's an opportunity to get into P2. So Wolf, Leslie, Murphy, Graham, Spearing and Whitcomb. That's your top 6 at the moment. Still very even between them all. Still very hard to predict who's going to get the best of it as they come through off the final corner. And then powering out of the straight once more. Wolf, Leslie and Murphy. The top 3 all very close together. There's a little bit of a gap back now to Josh Graham. But you do get the sense that Will Murphy doesn't want to wait around too long to get the move as Finn Leslie gets the lead on Noah Wolf instead. So Finn Leslie back into the lead on Noah Wolf. Wolf is going to retaliate straight away. So Wolf wants to be the man to command the troops. He's out in the lead here. Finn Leslie 2nd. Leslie goes for it again. And Wolf does not give him anything. That's unsettled Leslie. Murphy through in a 2nd. Noah Wolf, an absolute brick wall to anyone who comes near him at the moment. That was bravery from Noah Wolf. That really needed a little bit of elbows out. And now Will Murphy's going to try and charge after him. I wonder if we can see that again, actually, from Noah Wolf, because that was a brave bit of defence in a very vulnerable part of the circuit. He could have gone off the road there very easily, but he just knew exactly where to place the car. That wasn't going to give him too many headaches. So still, the driver's in a long, long line, continuing to battle away. But Wolf, Murphy, Leslie, Graham, Min-Spearing and Whitcomb. Great battles all the way through as we come up to midday here at GYG. And some fantastic battles still to come through off the final turn and along the home straight. Wolf, Murphy, Leslie, Graham, Min-Spearing and Whitcomb. Then Zingarevich and Cullen from Majauskas and Mazanskas. And this is where Noah Wolf is actually starting to get defensive out in front. He really is holding them up. He's backing Murphy into Leslie, Graham into Min-Spearing. Now, the reason he'll be doing this is because he essentially wants Leslie to make the move on Murphy to get into 2nd. And as he does that, if he makes the overtaking move, then that's when Wolf can start to go away from the field and start to open up a gap. That's when he really hits the hammer and starts to charge away. But you have to back your opponent into the overtaking move to make it actually happen. But Murphy is wise to that. He's not going to fall into the clutches of Leslie if he doesn't have to. 3.5 minutes to go. So still, there's going to be a lot of pressure on them as they go through the course on this one. Tough racing all the way through. Wolf is still in your lead. Murphy 2nd. Leslie is 3rd. Then Josh Graham, Thomas Min-Spearing and Harrison Whitcomb. As the drivers just try and edge an overtaking move. Not easy to predict who's going to go for which move when. Is Murphy going to go for the lead before Leslie can go for Murphy, or will Josh Graham make his bid to get into 3rd place past Leslie before any of them can even blink? And get the move even slightly wrong, pull the carts slightly wide, then there are going to be other drivers that benefit from your slight eagerness to get through. So Wolf, Murphy, Leslie, Graham, Min-Spearing, Whitcomb. Up the hill, and Wolf is having to pull across to cover Will Murphy. Will Murphy still working incredibly hard to get into the lead of this race. Leslie, Graham, Min-Spearing and Whitcomb, the Argenti teammates there, 4th, 5th and 6th. And Murphy, of course, is in 2nd place as well. 7th is Alex Zingarevich, by the way. So Alex Zingarevich is trying to catch up to them. This is the thing. Will Murphy could make the overtaking move here on Noah Wolf very easily, and I think he knows that. but he's got to time it right. You don't want to go too early because essentially you want to be the guy in second place with a few seconds left on the clock. Oh, big mistake from Murphy. Runs wide. Leslie's through. Graham's through. Mint Spearing's through. Oh, that is heartache for Will Murphy. He just lost it in the final bend. The back end stepped out. And that is very unfortunate. Now, I don't even really know exactly what happened there. It looked to me as though he just carried a little bit too much speed into the final turn. I'd love to have another look at it, because you don't see a mistake like that too often. Let's see. Oh, it looks as though he may have just kissed the curb on the inside of the trajectory there. May have just kissed the curb on the apex, and that's enough to unsettle the kart a couple of inches. Drifts you wide. And so now it's Finn Leslie that picks up the attack to go after Noah Wolf. But Wolf is not getting away, that's for sure. So Noah Wolf is definitely going to have to work hard at this to keep Leslie and Graham behind him. They go up the hill. 4th, 5th, 6th. Mint Spearing, Whitcomb, Murphy. And now side by side for the lead. Wolf is on the grass. And he's going to try and hold both of them off. But it's not going to work. And into the lead goes Josh Graham. Josh Graham makes it work. My goodness, great wheel-to-wheel drama between them. That's definitely one to have another look at, because there was all sorts of things going on in that one moment as Murphy has ended up falling off the back of it and Noah Wolf has been given a warning. He's dropped back to 5th position. So it looked to me as though the move was on for Finn Leslie, and then it just, I think it was desperation from Wolf to try and keep the field back off him. Let's have a look. So Leslie's made the move there on Wolf. It's a little bit cheeky, but then Wolf has gone on the grass to try and get him back again, and it backfired. Graham got through, and so did both of the Argenti boys. And I think there's been a bit of a shuffle as well between Whitcomb and Min Spearing, because Whitcomb has come through into 3rd. Wolf has got back past Min Spearing then to get into 4th position. And Will Murphy down in 6th place. He must be absolutely kicking himself, Will Murphy. That little mistake in the final bend, and all of a sudden he now finds himself in 6th. He could well have been leading this race. So Finn Leslie now trying to get back on terms with Josh Graham, but Graham is in the perfect position going into the last lap of the race. 0.3 of a second to make up, but you can do that just on the Dragon Straight, as Finn Leslie demonstrates. So where is he going to make this move on Josh Graham? Josh Graham is your race leader down the hill. But can Finn Leslie make a move on him? Josh Graham puts the kart in the middle of the road. Nowhere for Finn Leslie to go. Can't go left, can't go right. This is all about defensive tactics now for Josh Graham. Finn Leslie, Robbins racing with a little bit of a love tap on the back bumper. Hoping that he can dive through in the final turn. Noah Wolf trying to get in there alongside Harrison Whitcomb. Whitcomb's defending valiantly. Josh Graham's going to have the win. Leslie's going to have 2nd. Out of the final turn. 3rd is going to go the way of Mint Spearing. Wolf and Whitcomb drift wide out of the final turn side by side. And Mint Spearing picks up 3rd. Wow, that got very interesting in the final turn. We had exactly the same problem that gave Aidan Hassan the earlier win in Genie Rotax. Let's watch again. Wolf has gone for the move on Whitcomb. They drift out wide, and Mint Spearing is just going to beat him across the line. Whitcomb on the grass. He can't quite keep Will Murphy behind. And a great battle to the line as well between the Argenti teammates there, I notice as well. Because we had 2 teammates coming across the line absolutely together. That was Gabe Cullen and Adas Majauskas, finishing up in the top 10 behind 7th placed Alex Zingarevich and Gabe Cullen. Max Horler was 10th. Matas Mizanskis in 11th from Oscar Cartmail and Josh Jarvis, Joe Murphy, Dan Hartley, Emily Cooper, Ollie Poole, then Christian Campbell-Duff, Thomas Clark, and Ethan Barth. So fascinating racing, thrilling right down to the last. Josh Graham picking up the victory. Honda Cadet Heat 2 is on track next. Standing start procedure once again in Honda Cadet. Here is the grid. Ewan House in pole position from Bella Fairclough. Then Jacob Backler will be in 3rd place alongside Thomas Butcher. On row 3, it'll be Josh Cormack, who goes alongside Hayden Gray. Row 4 is Archie Rutter. He is beside Alice Fairclough on the grid. And then Ronnie Legg will be in P9 alongside Leo Livings. Kian Sullivan is on row 6 along with Joe Neal. And And then on his own at the back, it should be, hopefully, Jensen Hookie in the number 33. So the drivers getting themselves ready for more action and banter. It is, of course, standing start, as I mentioned. So the drivers will come through, and then they will put themselves into their positions on the starting grid, and then they will charge for turn 1. Not a lot of room to play with here at GYG into that first corner. But the Dragon is keeping an eye on everything as it blows across the circuit. And they will head on to the Dragon straight out of club corner, and that is when the race really gets underway. Some great battles so far here at GYG. The drivers are now onto the starting grid, as you can see. The mechanics leave their drivers out on the grid. Dan Ashton will make sure that they're all correct. And then they get to go racing to the first corner as usual. Bambino Kart Club's Honda Cadet Heat 2 will get underway here at GYG in the second weekend of the 2022 campaign. So it's definitely going to be an interesting battle straight out of the blocks. We'll see how it all charges forward with the drivers in position. Wait for it, and we will go racing any moment now. We do! Good start out of the blocks, and Bella Fairclough actually got a slightly better launch initially than Ewan House, but House had the inside line. So House is able to get into turn 1 through club, and as they go up Dragon straight, Bella Fairclough is already hustling Ewan House to try and get the overtaking move she wants to move up into the lead of the race. So 8 minutes plus the additional lap for the heat, as we have come to expect. And then, of course, it'll be the Miami Bambino second heat after this one. But a great duel already starting off as Ewan House protects his advantage over Bella Fairclough just by holding the inside line. And Fairclough is going to lose out to second place here. Bit of a challenge in the middle of the field, but I have a feeling that might have been Jacob Bachler, I think, getting through. We'll double check as they come through in position, but it was certainly a very intriguing start to the race battle for the drivers out front. Ewan House has been able just about to hang on to the lead of this race, but it is Bella Fairclough in second. I was wrong. Jacob Bachler did not quite manage to get the overtaking move done. Is there in third place? Whoa, that was a bit of a challenge as Gray ended up being squeezed onto the grass a little bit there by Bachler. And now the drivers are trying to find their kart into the smallest gap possible on the run up to Spoon Curve. So Gray has to tuck back behind Butcher as a result of all of the shuffling of the deck. So there is House and Fairclough running in first and second as they continue on their way. This is turning into a bit of a scrap. You've got Butcher, Gray, Cormac, Fairclough and Legg. Legg is a little way off the back bumper of the kart in fourth place, but give it a couple of corners and that might not be the case anymore. So House and Fairclough are now already starting to pull out a little bit of a gap over the third place driver, Jacob Bachler. So Bachler running in third position. Hayden Gray up to fourth place now, having got past Thomas Butcher, and then it is Josh Cormac ahead of Alice Fairclough. Jensen Hookie has charged his way forward. He's now in 8th position, and then it is Ronnie Legg from Archie Rutter, Cian Sullivan, Joe Neal and Leo Livings. So some good battles. Interesting challenges from the drivers as they go through on the far side of the course again. And still the drivers work their magic on the far side as they scroll up the hill. And down they will drop again through the compression complex. But House and Fairclough are already starting to pull a bit of a gap on everybody else at this early phase of proceedings. So a very tough race battle in the offing. And still the drivers will give us plenty of excitement and drama as the race day continues. So we're going to see some fabulous battles and badinage between them as they continue to make the progress. But they will come through. And of course after this one will be the Miami Bambino Heat 2, and then we will have our pause for proceedings. But how about this for the battle? Now that Fairclough has been joined by Jacob Bachler, we could be in for a real rip-roar of a race battle here between the three drivers up front. So far, Ewan House just hanging on from Fairclough and Bachler. Gray's done a good job to maintain fourth position despite the pressures from Butcher and Cormac. But Bella Fairclough really wants to get into the lead of this race. Just going to hustle Ewan House all the way round, the way things currently stand. So some fascinating battles from the drivers as they continue on their way through. House and Fairclough. Fairclough has actually set the fastest lap of the race that time around in the bid to work with Ewan House to stretch away from the rest of the field. They just want to pull out a bit of a gap at the moment. But Bachler, Gray, Butcher, Alice Fairclough, then Cormac, Hookie, Legg, Rutter, Sullivan, Neil, and Leo Livings. It's going to be side by side. This is going to be Bella Fairclough going for the lead. I thought she had an opportunity there. She certainly did. She wasn't quite in a position to take it from Ewan House. But Ewan House runs neatly in position. Bella Fairclough having a really tough battle, and on the inside, there she goes. Bella Fairclough takes the lead then from Ewan House on the exit of the compression complex. Fantastic run from Bella Fairclough. Excellent decisive manoeuvring, and now Jacob Backler is going to want to try and repeat the move on Ewan House on this next lap as they go up the Dragon Straight. Now, if Backler can get through to second place, then he'll be the first one on the scene when they finally catch up to Bella Fairclough, who has not only made the move, but has actually managed to get a few tenths clear. But these two, House and Backler, are now working together to catch back to Fairclough. And by the time they get up the hill, there is nothing in the gap once again. So on the next lap, the two of them may end up surging past Fairclough just in the pure slipstream. That's how tricky it is on the Dragon Straight. The wind is high here, but it carries a lot of speed. So you're able to get into the toe of the drivers in front, and you can really make a massive amount of time just hunting down the driver in front in the slipstream. It counts for a lot around this place, especially with the prevailing winds. Oh, bit of a mistake. Or is there a problem? Is there a problem then for the man in second, Ewan House, dropping, plummeting down to 7th place. I didn't quite see what happened there for Ewan House, but that has given Bella Fairclough a free ticket to the top of the race rankings there, because that's opened the gap. Backler and Butcher are now going to have to work very hard to catch up. But certainly Ewan House in dire straits there. Didn't see what happened exactly to Ewan House. Whoop, bit of a wobble there from Butcher, as Gray gets back on terms and is going to go side by side with Fairclough, who then drops back into 5th position. But what a recovery drive this is from Alice Fairclough. She's making great progress as she climbs up to 5th position. But certainly a really fascinating battle from the drivers as they continue to charge forward. But, well, fascinating stuff. Fairclough, Backler, and then Butcher from Gray, Alice Fairclough, and Josh Cormack is there in 6th position for the moment. It's Ewan House that's now dropped down into 9th position. What on earth's happened to Ewan House? He had the speed at the start, but not a lot has happened since then for him. In fact, if anything, he's gone backwards. Now the move for second. That's Butcher and Gray. Along with Alice Fairclough, they all managed to get through on the inside of Jacob Backler. So Jacob Backler is down to 5th position. Up to 2nd comes Butcher. Up to 3rd comes Gray. Up to 4th comes Alice Fairclough. And they're all chasing down Bella Fairclough up in front. So through they come up the top of the hill, tightening out through the compression complex, and then they will drop down through the right, through the left, up to Devil's Elbow. Be an interesting one as they continue to duel for position. Fairclough thought she might have had a little bit of work to do there to defend from Backler, but Fairclough able to shut the door enough that Backler had to get out of the throttle. Cormack, meanwhile, slips to 8th place behind Jensen Hookey and Ronnie Legg. That's a retirement. That's Ewan House. Ewan House's car has come to a stop on the exit of turn 1. So clearly mechanical problems there for Ewan House. That was what caused his retirement. As on the inside, that's a great run from Jensen Hookey up on the inside. It's now really opened up in terms of the gaggle of battle, and that is the number 1 of Gray into 2nd position. So Gray is in 2nd. In 3rd is Alice Fairclough. The Faircloughs could end up 1 and 2 here. But Jensen Hookey, what a drive from him from the back of the grid, has come up to 4th place. Excellent work from the green machine. And in 5th place, that looks to me like Butcher has recovered, having lost 3 places at the top of the hill on that last lap. This is going to be the penultimate lap as Bella Fairclough runs in 1st, then Gray, then Alice Fairclough, who gets the fastest lap of the race. What if the Faircloughs could end up 1st and 2nd in this one? That would set up an amazing battle for the final later. So Alice Fairclough doing her best to keep Jensen Hookey back, but Hookey's got a good run on the inside line, and Hookey is into 3rd. And Fairclough's got to try and defend over the grass. She loses a couple of places instead there to Legg and Butcher. So Ronnie Legg's going well. That was looking so strong for Alice Fairclough at one point. Just a mistake at the top of the hill, just ended up on the grass trying to defend a position, and unfortunately that didn't work out. Now Jensen Hookey going wheel to wheel with Legg and Butcher. So Jensen Hookey trying to keep a couple of drivers at bay. Gray has been given license to run in 2nd place without issue. As we go into the final lap, and it's going to be Bella Fairclough from Hayden Gray, but who's going to be 3rd? Can Jensen Hookey hold on? He's got Legg, Butcher, Backler, Fairclough, and Cormack right in behind him. So it looks pretty neat and tidy for Fairclough and Gray, but for everyone behind, this is going to be an absolute dogfight. 6 drivers squabbling away for the position. Hookie's got Ronnie Legg to his rear side. Now Ronnie Legg is going to change to the inside quarter, going for the podium. Can't quite get close enough. That might have been enough for Jensen Hookie to hold on to it. But there's good battles further back. Some great racecraft, and still drivers trying to find a move or two here or there if they can find it. But out in front, it is going to be Bella Fairclough. She will take the victory. She richly deserves it. Hard work in this one. And as they come through, the checkered flag goes to Bella Fairclough. Great result. Great win. Second for Hayden Gray. Third for Jensen Hookie. Then Ronnie Legg, Jacob Backler, and Alice Fairclough in the top 6. Then it is Thomas Butcher from Josh Cormack, Archie Rutter, Joe Neal, and Kian Sullivan, with Leo Livings, who'll be down at the back, and Ewan House, very sadly, who will be out of the race. Well, drama again here at GYG. A very tough battle with the Honda Cadet Heat 2. But Bella Fairclough comes through for a very deserving victory, and that is definitely exactly what they wanted to see. Miami Bambino will be up next out on the course, and it will be just another fantastic battle. So it'll be the final heat of this rotation. It's definitely going to be an interesting one as the drivers get themselves up to speed and ready for more excitement out there on the course. Here we go then, and it'll be a great battle. That's the grid that we had previously from Honda Cadet, so we will get that one adjusted, ready for the Miami Bambino heat to come out onto the circuit. So we'll see how the drivers come through. There we go. Grayson Wortley and Ronnie Carter on the front row of the starting grid. Charlie Clough and Aaron Southwood Jr. The third row, we'll see Josh Cook alongside the young Mexican Mateo Garcia Patino. Then Fraser Anderson alongside Gigi Meberkashvili, Logan Jones and Logan Rolfe in the top 10. Oscar Kenny is on row 6 alongside William Crombie. Row 7 of the grid sees Harry Williams alongside Arthur Farrow. And then Harris Barber will go beside Daniel Ferguson. Ollie Little will be beside young Victor Popagol. And then the final row of the grid is going to be James Roots and Max Michalski, just in front of Dian Singh Pahal. So there is a rather frustrated Ewan House walking away, having had mechanical problems in the previous race. That's really unfortunate for Ewan House. Doesn't look like he did anything wrong there at all out on the course, just an unfortunate end to his race. So he will come back to his original position. Well, of course, we still have the third heat to come here on Sunday, and then the finals later on. Should be a fascinating squabble for all the competitors. The lunch break will, of course, come after the third heat of rotation. So there's still going to be a little bit more racing to come here today. Running a little bit behind schedule, but not massively. So it'll only be a 15-minute difference in the, well, it's a bit more than 15 minutes. I would say it's actually about closer to 20 minutes in terms of the original schedule. And that will have added a couple more minutes onto it, I think. So the drivers will come through and put themselves into position on the starting grid for Miami Bambino Heat 2 of the weekend. The first heat, as we mentioned, was won by Grayson Wortley yesterday. He goes into pole position for this one. So he's definitely going to have an interesting challenge on his hands as the racers will get themselves onto the starting grid. You can see that the mechanics are there, ready for their drivers for the rolling start, for the standing start, sorry. So they will bring their karts into position to do that. A fascinating challenge and a great battle is due to come in this one, as the competitors are having a very solid race battle thus far. So some good squabbles and some good battles still to come here at GYG, but it is the first race of the day and the second of the weekend for the Miami Bambinos. Heat 2 of their weekend. Grayson Wortley got the job done yesterday. I'll be very interested to see who manages to get the job done this time, because obviously we are in for some really interesting squabbles between the competitors in this one. And we'll have to see just how well the competitors will go from the get-go. The drivers are lining up neatly into position. So the great battle going on there as they continue to battle away. Stu Stretton is trying to rag me. He asked me, did I call him the fastest photographer in racing or the fattest? We'll talk about it in the bar later. I'm sure that there's going to be a difference of opinion there. I think I know what I said. It's a shame that S and T are close to each other in the alphabet, isn't it? Oh, yes, I'll have to go back and figure out what I said earlier. Right, here we go then. The drivers have been given the command to start their engines. They will now be given the command to have the 5-second board go up. And then obviously when the lights go out, we will go racing. Ready for the Miami Bambinos for the second time this weekend. Drivers will be in position. 5-second board goes up, and now we're racing up to the first corner. And it's going to be a tight one. It's 4 wide nearly at turn 1. And the pole sitter, Grayson Wortley, is crowded out at turn 1. Out in front, that is the fast-starting Charlie Clough, I believe, who has come through to the lead in front of Ronnie Carter. So an excellent start, and we had, well, I've never seen 4 wide into turn 1 at GYG before. I never thought I'd ever see it. But in Miami Bambino, that is exactly what I saw. Oh, there was a bit of a spin in the middle of the pack there. I think Dan Ferguson just got slightly sideways and then just got a bit of a nudge from the driver behind. But I don't see anybody stopping out on the course. It just got a little bit hectic. But everybody seems to have got through without major drama. So through the drivers continue here in Miami Bambino. And the race battles will still be very closely joined as the drivers work their way through on the opening tour. So round they come again, and it is Clough out in the lead. What a great start. Carter in second, then Southwood Jr., Cook and Mebagashvili. So Mebagashvili is doing a great job off the start in 5th position in front of Grayson Wortley. Then it is Garcia Patino. So Matteo Garcia Patino running in a good 7th position at the moment in front of Fraser Anderson. Then it is Oscar Kenny and Arthur Farrow running in the top 10. So some good battles all the way through this field at the moment. But Charlie Clough is out in front of Ronnie Carter, and they are leading. What a great start for those two. Now, Southwood Jr. just getting himself lined up and nice and neat there in 3rd position. That is Grayson Wortley trying to go the long way round Gigi Mebagashvili. So the young Georgian driver running in 5th position as part of the British Karting Stars team. So Clough and Carter, then Southwood Jr., Cook, Wortley and Mebagashvili in front of Garcia Patino, Anderson, Kenny and Farrow. Then it is Pahal who has worked his way to 11th position. Diane Singh Pahal has come through to 11th. What an amazing start there from the 23. So Singh Pahal really starting to charge further forward. Clough and Carter, then Southwood Jr., Cook, Wortley, Mebagashvili, Garcia Patino, Anderson, Kenny, Farrow and Singh Pahal, with Jones, Williams, Crombie, Ferguson and James Roots. And then we have Harris Barber in front of Logan Rolfe, Ollie Little and Victor Popakul. Looks as though Max Michalski has had a bit of an issue on the 2nd lap, has not come through. So Max Michalski might be out of the race on this one, not entirely sure, but certainly we haven't seen Max Michalski come through the last time by. And now we continue on. Excuse me, Clough and Carter still going a good guns blazing. Ah, there is Pachalski. So these two are going to go round the outside of Pachalski to make the overtake, which they do. The blue flag is out, so obviously Pachalski knows that he needs to get out of the way. But what a battle this is turning into between Clough and Carter. I don't think either of them would have expected to be battling for the win in this one after the results yesterday, but good to see Clough and Carter really going for it. Southwood Jr. having a good run in 3rd position, shaking off the attentions of Cook and Wortley. And then it is the young Georgian, Gigi Mebagashvili, who runs neatly in 6th position. That's Wortley in 4th now. Wortley has come through into 4th place. That's the move he's made there on Josh Cook. So Josh Cook, unfortunately, losing ground. But Wortley is just picking them off one by one, and now he's going to go after Southwood Jr. So Grayson Wortley looking for his opportunity to continue on up the hill. And what can Grayson Wortley do as he goes left side? Thinks about going right side. He's going to have to really time this well. Here goes Grayson Wortley on the inside for 3rd position. Is that going to be the move? It is. Nice overtake. So So Grayson Wortley comes up into position. And a very solid and smooth run it has been so far. So that's Grayson Wortley into third position. Great battles so far. Good energy. And very good pace as the drivers continue on their way. So a fascinating battle from the competitors. 4 minutes just under to go. Clough, Carter, Wortley, Southwood Jr., Cook and Mebagashvili. So the battles continue all the way through in this Miami Bambino second heat. Fastest lap of the race now from Ronnie Carter. They have pulled well clear, but Wortley is going to lose ground up the Stragon Straight. Southwood Jr. is going to go with Cook, and they're all going to storm by. Grayson Wortley is going to drop to 6th position there behind Mebagashvili. And now Gigi Mebagashvili is going to try and get through on Josh Cook, but Southwood Jr. gets back into 3rd position. Really good battles from all of the competitors thus far. So a really exciting tussle and some great battles out there on the racetrack. Still some good duels. And we will continue to see what they're going to make of things here. Clough, Carter, Wortley. No longer in 3rd position because Wortley is now back at the end of the queue again. Having to deal with Gigi Mebagashvili. But Clough and Carter, 1 and 2 at the moment. Teammates. And obviously stretching out well ahead of the rest of the field. So Southwood Jr. just runs in 3rd position, nice and neat at the moment, 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Still a fair way left of this race. But now it's going to be about who we can really hold the position. Here comes the move from Cook, not close enough. As Grayson Wortley is not quite able to get the move on Gigi Mebagashvili, as they still duel away for position as well. But the hunt is still going to be on for the drivers in the lower positions as well. It's not just about the guys up front. And up into 7th position is Dayan Singh Pahal. So Dayan Singh Pahal definitely working beautifully at the moment. There is the young Mexican. That is Mateo Garcia Patino in front of Arthur Farrow. Sorry, and then we've got Fraser Anderson up next. And then it is Harry Williams in front of William Crombie. And the new novice in the field, James Roots, who is doing a fair job actually. James Roots is there just on the outskirts of the top 10. Still plenty of chances to make his way up there. Ferguson and Rolfe. And then Kenny, Barber, Popical, Little, Jones. And then it is Michalski as the leaders come through. And they have just put a lap on Logan Jones. Logan Jones doing the right thing, not causing them any issues at all. Just gets smartly out of the way and lets them run their race. So Clough and Carter, still not much to choose between them. But Charlie Clough and Ronnie Carter still having a terrific tussle in Miami Bambino in the second heat. Still a long way to go. Just over a minute. That's going to give them 2 laps at the end of this one. Because obviously the pace of these Miami Bambinos is less than that of their bigger counterparts. So definitely going to be interesting to see what these 2 drivers are going to do out on the track. Cook, by the way, has got past Southwood Jr., just as Wortley has got past Mebagashvili. So now the race leaders are going to come up towards us. There they are on the run up the hill of the Spoon Curve. They've got some back markers in front of them. That's Barber, Popical and Ollie Little. So they will continue on their way through. Oh, that is actually Michalski. So Michalski gets out of the way once again. This is the difficulty with this category. You've got to learn on the job. But now we've got Victor Popical and Ollie Little, and they are having a race battle for position. The blue flags are out. So Clough gets through, Carter gets through, and that's actually separated them. Look at that. So going into the last lap, Charlie Clough is going to have a bit of a lead now over Ronnie Carter. They were together. Now there's 0.8 of a second between them. That's what the traffic can do. You've got to be so careful in Miami Bambino because you can lose a lot of ground very quickly. And I'm afraid that is exactly what's happened. Now Victor Popical and Ollie Little are actually being hunted down by Logan Jones. And round the outside, you've got Josh Cook trying to unsettle himself from Aaron Southwood Jr. He wants to detach away from him and then start to close up on the leaders if he can. So there is Josh Cook. Aaron Southwood Jr. is only a couple of kart lengths further back. And up the inside, that's a nice overtaking move made there by Logan Jones. Very opportunistic. But it is going to be a fabulous end to the race for Charlie Clough. He's timed it to perfection, exactly what he needed to do. And it's a great run from Charlie Clough. He made a good opportunity at the start. He didn't get panicked. He didn't get flustered. Out of the final turn, Charlie Clough will take it. Great victory for Charlie. Second place for, oh, there's been an incident on the final lap. There's been an incident on the final lap. I didn't see who it was. It's Ronnie Carter. Ronnie Carter appears to have tripped over a back marker. Oh, devastating for Ronnie Carter. What a flawless race it was until they caught the traffic. Well, it's a tough skill for a young driver to lap back markers, and it looks to me as though Ronnie Carter may have just tripped over a back marker in the closing stages there. That is so unfortunate. Well, you can't really blame him for that. It's so hard to get your way through. And I think it might have been Logan Jones, who has now come into the pits, I notice. So that is so unfortunate. I'm not entirely sure we've actually got the replay of that. That's the problem, because it kind of happened off the far side. So a very, very unfortunate end to the race there for Ronnie Carter. He really worked so hard in that one. Looked like he was going to have a really strong battle throughout, and looked like a second place was absolutely a dead cert. So very unfortunate there that the race all came apart at the end for Ronnie Carter. He didn't deserve that at all. So Charlie Clough takes the win then from Aaron Southwood Jr. and Josh Cook. Grayson Wortley in fourth from Gigi Mibagashvili. Dian Singh Pahal, sixth position from the back of the grid. That's amazing. Matteo Garcia Patino in front of Arthur Farrow, Fraser Anderson, and in the top 10, Harry Williams. Then it is James Roots, who nearly got the top 10 then. Dan Ferguson, William Crombie, and Logan Rolfe. Oscar Kenny and Harris Barber. Ronnie Carter drops to 17th as a result of all of that. Then Ollie Little, Victor Bobicul, Logan Jones, and Max Michalski. Very unfortunate indeed. And it looks as though, obviously, with nobody out there in the pits, we're going to have a bit of a pause in proceedings now. What a tough battle and what a tough break there for Ronnie Carter. But the day will continue in the Bambino Kart Club here at GYG. There is more racing still to come. Welcome back to the Bambino Kart Club Round 2 2022 here at GYG. Croeso-y-Gwmni. We are enjoying the Welsh countryside. Yesterday, when we did the footage for this, it was obviously a little bit more overcast. Fortunately for today, the sun has come out. Time to get racing once again as the battles continue, and we're going straight in, right at the top of the bill, with Miami Cadet once more. So I do believe that we are under starters' orders for this race. The drivers are already charging their way forward. Yes, they've taken us completely by surprise. So we are under starters' orders, and the racing is already well and truly joined. And the racers are continuing on in this first race of the day, first race of the second rotation of the day, I should say. But with this being Miami Cadet, it's obviously going to be just as exciting and intense as it usually is up on the top of the bill. Looks like a fairly clean start for everybody as well, which is good to see because everybody's obviously had a little bit of a breather to get themselves ready for the next part of the bill. And as they come through onto the main straight once again, our race leader is Harvey Bacon, just as it was earlier on in the race earlier. So Nathan Hodges finds himself in second place from Liam Walsh and Max Abrahart. Not entirely sure what happened to Luke Millwood at the start, but he has dropped back into sixth position. So obviously a little bit of work needing to do here from the Cato Motorsport youngster as side by side further back. That is Swire and Costello. Whoa, two karts on the grass. That's Holmes and Kelly. So Leighton Kelly having a little bit of banter and badinage there with his colleague. That didn't exactly go according to plan. So that's obviously made things a little bit interesting. But Bacon now in first position from Hodges. And then Welsh, Abrahart, Davidson and Millwood. At least that's what it was on the end of the opening lap. But we're back up to racing conditions now at this phase of the race. And still the battles going through. Davidson, fourth position. Abrahart and Millwood. Then Kelly, Swire and Holmes. And then it is Costello who runs in 10th position. So Bacon, a quarter of a second in front of Hodges. And then a second clear of Liam Welsh in the early phase. Davidson, a great start for him now that he's up in fourth position. And there's a move on the inside line. That is Costello making his move on Holmes. So those two continue to battle away for position. It's not quite done and dusted between those two yet. But they are having a great little furore around the circuit. As again, Holmes is trying to take back the position from Rossi Costello. But the two drivers are still having a terrific bit of banter as they go through in this early phase of the racing. Some good starts for them as they continue to battle on through. And a fascinating duel for position as the competitors continue to charge their way on. Bacon, Hodges, Welsh, Davidson, Abrahart and Millwood. Kelly is there in 7th place. Good to see Leighton Kelly getting back into a competitive position after a little bit of a hiccup in the earlier heat. And then Swire in 8th place, Costello in 9th, and Holmes is there in 10th position. So good starts all the way through the field in this one. It's obviously been very competitive right from the get-go. Welsh finds himself in 3rd position trying to shake off Davidson. And then Max Abrahart and Luke Millwood still dueling away for 5th position. Obviously a very solid and good start. Bacon and Hodges. Harvey Bacon running a very solid race to get the ball rolling. Nathan Hodges in 2nd position, and then Welsh, Davidson, Millwood running in P5, and then Abrahart is there in 6th position in front of Leighton Kelly and George Swire. So they start their way up the rampage, up the climb, on towards Spoon Curve. Always a very exciting battle between the competitors there as Bacon runs in front of Hodges and Welsh. Davidson, P4. Millwood and Abrahart still continuing their little duel for 5th position. You can see them there as they battle for position. That is Welsh just trying to shake off the very intense pressure from Davidson. Davidson's all over the back, trying to get his way through. Still looking for those overtakes. What happened between the two of them? They went off. Oh dear, the two karts together, Welsh and Davidson. So they've come off the road together. They're right in front of our camera crew. Goodness me, that could have been a nasty moment for the cameras, because they wasn't that far away from actually getting tucked out there. Goodness me, that could have been rather nasty. But I'm afraid both drivers off the road, so Davidson and Welsh, they were dueling for 3rd position. And at that exact moment, Luke Millwood was able to get his run on Max Abrahart. So that puts Millwood up into 3rd place. So that was a great reaction from Luke Millwood to get himself up into third. You can see the bit of a twitch that he has there. As, oh, whoops, off on the grass. That is Max Aberhart just getting a little bit loose. And he ran off the grass there on the way back up the climb to the hill through the compression complex. So he got very close to the edge of the limit there, Max Aberhart. But there is your second place driver, Nathan Hodges. Slowly trying to get back on terms with Harvey Bacon. Now, we did see over the course of the race that yesterday was a little bit dark and overcast. It looks like there are now a few clouds trying to creep over the circuit. We were predicted no rain for today, so I'm kind of hoping that that stays the case, as that really wouldn't be what the drivers or the teams need to cope with out there. And certainly things are looking a little bit more random in terms of the weather conditions that are being presented within our first race of the second rotation. And then, of course, the third rotation today is the final, and that is going to come after another pause. So Bacon, Hodges, Millwood, Aberhart, Kelly and Swire, and then Costello and Holmes. Davidson and Welsh have got going again. I should make that clear. So they have both managed to return to the circuit, and they are now 9th and 10th. But unfortunately, their battle very much coming to an end after that little bit of pushing and shoving. I don't know who did what to who, and we didn't really see it particularly clearly, unfortunately. So we'll have to see if that's that might be something to have a look at later if we can look at the footage, but I don't think we have a replay of it, sadly. So Bacon, Hodges, Millwood and Aberhart. Kelly is in 5th place. Then it is the leading rookie, which of course after the Davidson spin is now George Swire. There is Rossi Costello trying to hunt him down to go after 6th position. So Swire and Costello having a nice little duel, the two drivers together. Costello is the one that's really starting to make a real impression as the drivers drop down through the compression complex again into Devil's Elbow. And then out to the final turn once again. It's a big change of right, left, right, left, right to finish off the lap. And there is the battling pair of drivers up front. We saw Harvey Bacon going through the shot, the race leader, and then Nathan Hodges with the 38 of Luke Millwood, not that far behind actually. Now there is Alfie Davidson. He has recovered, having had his little moment earlier on, and he's in 9th position. So running in front of Liam Welsh, who is almost a lap down based on where he rejoined the circuit. He didn't quite lose a lap, but he certainly wasn't massively far away from that. So fabulous battles so far. Bacon, Hodges, Millwood and Aberhart. Leighton Kelly has managed to recover himself in a good position in P5. And then it is the two Ricky challengers, Swire and Costello, Holmes, Davidson and Welsh. The latter two obviously battling with each other for 3rd position earlier on. And unfortunately, both drivers just not quite managing to complete the lap on which the two of them ended up going off the road. So still a good battle further back. This is Swire and Costello still having their duel for 6th position. But there is your race leader for the Cato Motorsport team, Harvey Bacon. Is now going to come around the final turn, and he will begin the final lap. So it's been a very solid day of the races for him. Here they come. And there is the leader getting the command. Last lap begins. Harvey Bacon, who's only a few seconds behind Welsh on the road. But how about this for a 2nd place battle? This is Millwood all over the back of Nathan Hodges. And Millwood did come home 2nd in yesterday's opening heat, so he has the potential to do this on Nathan Hodges without any issue at all. And there's a battle for 4th, Aberhart and Kelly. So 2 battles on the last lap. Oh, good reaction from Millwood. He's going to get alongside Hodges down the straight, up into the hairpin. Nice overtaking move there from Millwood. That puts him in a 2nd on the final tour here at the Miami Cadet 3rd heat. So that is well timed from Luke Millwood. That puts him into 2nd place. And so Harvey Bacon and Luke Millwood will make it a Cato Motorsport 1-2, as Bacon is going to get the job done in victorious fashion. There he goes. Victory for Bacon, 2nd for Millwood, 3rd for Hodges. And then in 4th position, I think that might have been Leighton Kelly, not quite managing to get the run on Aberhart in the end. And then it will just be George Swire from Rossi Costello, with Holmes in front of Davidson and Welsh. So an absolutely sensational battle, a real sizzler in the first of the Miami Cadet heats. They will continue to challenge for supremacy over the course of the day. Their final is coming up later this afternoon, but we rumble on here at GYG. So Junior Rotax will come out onto the circuit once again, having had a fabulous battle earlier on. Oh, sorry, no, it should be the 950 Libras that are out on circuit next up. So the 950 Libras should be out on circuit for Heat 3 for this one. It'll be the Junior Rotax after this rotation. So the competitors will make their way to the starting grid for the 950 Libras. Here they are. It'll be Charlie Benson and Marcel Popocool on the front row of the grid. Olivia Reynolds in third, and Kevin Kilbasa in fourth position. Then it'll be JJ Lowe and Jacob Anslow on the third row of the starting grid. And then further back, it'll be Rhys David Richardson and Ella Lucia after Sam Woolley was disqualified from the earlier heat. I'm guessing that will be for a technical infringement. And here we go. We are straight into the action as it's going to be a false start. Thank goodness for that. So it was a false start. The drivers will go around again. So just as well, really, that was a false start, because the drivers were going round on a very quick formation lap anyway, so that does make a lot of sense as to why we had the initial false start. So I was going to make the point about Sam Woolley, that essentially I'm assuming he was disqualified for a technical infringement, because in terms of his driving on circuit, he was pretty flawless out there in the second heat. So a very difficult start to the race battle for him. But there's still more to do and more to talk about as the drivers are getting themselves into position. They will come through on the far side of the course, and then they will drop through the Devil's Elbow section out of the compression complex, and then they will come onto the main straight once again, and we will go racing here at GYG. Ready, and we are under starters orders. So we go racing. Good start for the front. Oh, it's another false start. It is another false start. That is the second in a row for the 950 Libras, so that is very unusual indeed. And I have to say, that just shows you how tense it is for the drivers out there. Just trying to get the start of the race underway is proving to be a bit of an interesting one at the moment. So it'll be an interesting one off the start as they continue to battle away for position. But with Charlie Benson in pole position from Marcel Popocool, the Polish driver has a real chance to break through and do something special here. So we'll have to see what the opportunity is going to be for him as he makes good progress. And the drivers are now coming through into position. So Benson, Popocool, and then we'll have Anslow and Kilbasa as they come through across the line, and now we are racing. This time we get it right. And as they come off the final lap, final turn onto the main straight, they then got very close together. Now they're side by side down the Dragon Straight. Marcel Popocool is trying to go the long way round on Charlie Benson, and it looks as though we've got Olivia Reynolds in third position. She's held onto her position. Already there's going to be pressure from the drivers further back. How has Sam Woolley gone? He's up to fifth already. In behind Jacob Anslow as Marcel Popocool goes for the lead of the race and has managed to take it. Oh, and a spin from Reynolds. Reynolds spins. Oh, what a shame from Olivia Reynolds on the opening lap. We didn't really get to see what happened to her, I'm afraid. because we were focusing on Marcel Popical going for the lead. So we didn't really get to see what happened to Olivia Reynolds. I'm guessing just too many karts into too small a space. So Jacob Anslow's now third. Woolley is now fourth. So he's done most of the hard work already. And Marcel Popical nearly had Charlie Benson running alongside him. Had to try and squeeze him to the grass to get him back off the throttle. Anslow's going to get through. As a result of that, Benson's going to get through. And as a result, Sam Woolley is able to get the opportunity to get back on terms with Anslow and Lowe. So Anslow gets into fourth place. JJ Lowe is there in fifth position. And JJ Lowe having a look on the inside of Jacob Anslow, but hasn't been able to make the move work. So the top six, the top five drivers, I should say, all running together en masse. Kilbasa in sixth, Richardson in seventh, Reynolds in eighth. So Olivia Reynolds trying to make her way back up onto the leading pack. She only lost about 6 seconds, impressively enough. And if these guys continue to battle for position, then it won't actually be too much longer until the 950 Libras race battle is still an open opportunity for Olivia Reynolds. She's gaining back some of the time lost as Popical tries to keep Benson and Woolley at bay. Anslow and Lowe are not far behind. A second between them all as Popical once again tries to back Benson into Woolley. Woolley trying to make the move to get into second position as they drop down through the compression complex. Right, left, right into Devil's Elbow. And they chop out through the drop and then into the final corner, Paddock Bend. So through they come again. And Sam Woolley right in behind Charlie Benson, starting to look for an opportunistic overtaking move. Bangs his steering wheel, bangs his helmet, the side of his helmet in frustration. Think, man, think, we need to go for it. So obviously a gesture to his camarade are out there on the circuit. It's like, we need to think smart about this. Marcel Popical is actually defending, and we've still got 5.5 minutes left to go. So you definitely get the sense that Marcel Popical is not particularly confident in being able to pull away from these guys. So instead, the tactics are to just try and back Benson into Woolley and Anslow, and as they scrap for position, he can build up a bit of a gap and start to drive away, but it's easier said than done. Especially if Benson and Woolley are going to be wise to that tactic. They'll want to work together now as they come off the first corner. And they'll both go up the Dragon straight in unison. Popical is well aware of the fact that Benson and Woolley are there. They'll both want to sweep past in unison, but Popical is driving a beautiful race at the moment. Lap 5. And again, look, he just holds the kart in the middle of the road. No chance for them to get through. Then he pulls the kart across in enough time to get through the left-hand hairpin without too much concession given. So still some good battles out there on the course. Popical, Benson, Woolley, Anslow, Lowe, and then 6 seconds back you've got Kilbasa, Richardson and Reynolds, who I think may have had another issue out there on the course because she's now dropped 11 seconds back from the race lead. So there might be more problems developing for Olivia Reynolds as a result of that spin on the opening lap. We're not entirely sure. So the competitors still battle away out on circuit. And still, Benson is trying to get one over on Popical. Not particularly easy to see how it's all going to play out. But we should get a really exciting challenge for the drivers as they continue on their way. Not much to choose between them all. But they're definitely going to give us some good battles out there. So let's see how the competitors continue all the way through this very tight race battle. 5 drivers, all with a chance of winning this heat. They're all going to give it full guns blazing. They all know what's going to happen if one of them drops the ball. Out through the first corner, Jacob Anslow gets a personal best lap in. Fastest lap of the race has still come from the race leader, Popical. Now Benson's going to get alongside, but the gap is going to open up for somebody. Amazingly, Popical is able to hold on to the lead. Oh, up and over the top. Woolley goes over the top of Benson's kart, and somehow they avoid big damage and big contact. So Woolley just drops back behind Charlie Benson, and in all of that, Lowe was able to get the run on Anslow to get into 4th position. So it remains as it was to a certain extent, but my goodness, Sam Woolley and Charlie Benson coming so close to a big incident there. They just about get away with it. And now Olivia Reynolds has managed to get into 7th position, because I think we've had a retirement from Rhys David Richardson, as Anslow gets back on the inside of JJ Lowe. That's for 4th position. So Anslow makes the work there on JJ Lowe. So Jacob Anslow now P4. Still trying to keep close to these three. Look how close Poppicle was. He was actually skimming the grass on the way through, and that's unsettled the kart. Benson's going to try and squeeze him at the apex to get through into the lead. No chance. Marcel Poppicle really on the limit here. But that has put Benson and Woolley right behind him, as if that little incident between them had never even happened. So it's just going to be a whisker over 2 minutes to go as they come through. Still very hard to predict who's going to win this one. Again, Benson taps his helmet to say to Woolley, just work with me. Let's go the wrong way round. They are going to go the long way. Poppicle will still hold his position and the advantage. Sam Woolley is close. Benson gets a little bit sideways. And Poppicle is still defending the position. Woolley raises his arm in frustration. This is hopeless as far as he's concerned. He wants to try and get back on terms to the lead of the race. Marcel Poppicle with the warning. Here comes Benson on the inside, and he's through. Charlie Benson takes the lead. Lovely move out of the compression complex. And so now he is in front. Charlie Benson going full guns blazing and having a great run of it. But Sam Woolley is now on a charge of his own as he goes up the hill. There could be a little bit of space to play with, but Woolley and Poppicle are both trying to drive right around the outside of Charlie Benson. Can Poppicle stick the kart in? Holds on in front of Woolley. Benson is defending. Poppicle's got a faster run off the turn. And Woolley's having to cover Jacob Anslow. Oh, this is still very close. It's going to go right the way down to the line, I think. Still a very tough race battle, as Reynolds has now got past Kevin Kilbasa. That's for P6. That will salvage something ready for the final. But I tell you what, this is not done yet. There are going to be 2 laps to go as they come through this time. It's make or break, and Poppicle and Woolley are going to want to work together to get back on terms with Charlie Benson. They've got a bit of a gap to make up. But they will be there on the slipstream as they come up to Spoon Curve. Poppicle right round the outside of Benson, but the door is wide open for Woolley. Woolley's going to try and hold his kart alongside, and he's through. Sam Woolley back in a 2nd position. Marcel Poppicle will now have to defend from Anslow and Lowe. So now this is between Charlie Benson and Sam Woolley. Marcel Poppicle can still snatch the win from them, especially if things get a little bit too close. But now Sam Woolley is going to be hunting Charlie Benson through every single apex, through the right, the left, the right, the left, the right. And now they go into the final lap. And Sam Woolley sets the fastest lap of 47.157. Here we go. Last lap. And Sam Woolley's going to need to do something pretty spectacular here, because Charlie Benson is going to make that kart incredibly wide. Throughout the entirety of this lap, he's made the same wide line out of the Spoon Curve to drop down the hill again. Sam Woolley hasn't given up on this. He could really do with a win if he can get one, especially after his disqualification from the previous heat. So Sam Woolley is throwing everything he can at it. Can he get through? Just a couple of corners to go. He makes his bid on Charlie Benson. Benson comes back on the switch. Woolley's going to get alongside him. Has he got a run in the final turn? A run wide for Benson, but he holds on. Charlie Benson gets it from Sam Woolley. Marcel Poppicle, Jacob Anslow, and JJ Lowe, with Olivia Reynolds in P6 in front of Kevin Kilbasa, and Rhys David Richardson will take the DNF. Great racing on the last lap. Charlie Benson hanging on from Sam Woolley by a whisker. Really nicely handled. Kept the kart nice and present, and should be able to seal that with no issues at all. Junior Rotax is next. Into the battle once again we go. Junior Rotax, we'll see Aidan Hassan and Leo Purchase on the front row of the grid. From Reza Siwaruthan and Ewan Charman. Then Jake Howarth in 5th position. And Itia Kulkarni in P6. Then Alex Duncan and Billy Edgecombe. Shane Collins, Zane Stout. And at the back of the grid, it's the 32 of Curtis Harding. So the drivers are out there on the circuit. Once again, they've been sent out. And you can see that there's still some clouds around the circuit, but it is on the whole blue, gustery and blustery. So we're definitely going to see some good battles once again in Junior Max. We had a sensational battle that went right to the final turn in the previous race. Aidan Hassan managing to steal the victory at the death last time out. And that makes it 2 wins out of 2 for Aidan Hassan so far. Can he get the 3rd? Because this morning's heat, well, it almost didn't look like it was going to be him at all until the final turn. So Hassan will know just how much pressure there is going to be as the competitors are going to come through. So the field comes through in position once again. But Charlie Benson and Sam Woolley have just cleared the dust from the circuit after their terrific battle in the final bends. So let's see what the Junior Rotax boys can give us. Here we go. Great start from Aidan Hassan. No problems at all there. And it's Reza Siwaruthan that has managed to get through into 2nd place in front of his teammate Leo Purchase. So they skate up the hill. Whoa! Did Aidan Hassan lose it? So nearly did. The back end comes around. He manages to keep it in the straight and narrow. He had one wheel on the grass there, and that was enough to drop him to 4th position. So Reza Siwaruthan is now the race leader, and Siwaruthan is going to try and get well clear of his teammate. Leo Purchase in 2nd position. I noticed that Leo Purchase didn't actually come up on the transponder, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there, but hopefully it's just a temporary glitch. 3rd position, though, Ewan Charman is right there in the hunt as they continue to squabble away. Yes, it looks like there's an issue for Leo Purchase's transponder because he's not running through in 2nd position on the timing screen, but he certainly should be. So Charman is in 3rd. Howarth is now 4th. Aidan Hassan, after putting a wheel on the grass at the top of the hill, is now in 5th position. That's how close that was to a big spin for Aidan Hassan. He somehow managed to get the kart still travelling in the right direction out of the top of the hill. So good control from Aidan Hassan. His race is still very much alive and kicking as a result of that. But Reza Siwaruthan is your race leader. 2nd place was Leo Purchase, but now he's under big pressure from Charman and Howarth. Purchase just about managing to hang in the positions there as they continue. But it's really not easy to judge how it's going to play out as they continue their duel. Leo Purchase now finds himself down behind Charman, Howarth and Hassan. So it's easy to lose the ground like that, and that's exactly what's happened to Leo Purchase, I'm afraid. So Leo Purchase really struggling in the opening phase of the race, but this is great news for Reza Siwaruthan, who now finds himself in the lead of the race with 0.6 of a second, roughly, on Ewan Charman, although having got that move done, that gap's going to have opened up, and it has, 0.8 of a second. So again, not entirely sure why Leo Purchase isn't showing up on the transponders. He is in 5th place now in front of Adi Kulkarni. And now Hassan, a very late move on the inside of Howarth. He gets the run, and also a late run from Kulkarni to make the overtaking move on Purchase. So a great duel, and Aidan Hassan puts a wheel on the grass, trying to keep it in alongside Jake Howarth. He goes on the grass now. Oh, wow, it's really starting to turn up the dial in Junior Rotax now. Heat 3 is really starting to get fever pitch. There's not a lot of racetrack to play with here at GYG, and these guys are really finding the limits. So Hassan into 3rd, but that is going to drop him back a little bit from Siwaruthan and Charman. So Siwaruthan has a little bit of a gap now over Ewan Charman. Charman in 2nd place from Aidan Hassan, as Leo Purchase is going to struggle to keep Alex Duncan behind him. They drop down the hill again. And Alex Duncan, who is carrying the same racing number as George Russell, his fellow Mercedes counterpart, of course, the Argenti Motorsport team. It's no secret that they have an affiliation to the Mercedes-AMG Petronas F1 team, who are out in Imola this weekend. But Reza Siwaruthan out in front of Ewan Charman, Hassan, Howarth, Kulkarni, Purchase, and then Duncan. Although for some reason, Leo Purchase is not coming up on the transponder. Not entirely sure why, but for some reason his name isn't there. And it looked like side by side between Edgecombe and Stout further back. Those two looked like they were having a nice little duel on the run to Spoon. And then Collins, followed by Curtis Harding, who's having a really tricky time of it this weekend. Didn't get a race start in yesterday, but here today, just trying to get back to the pace. So Reza Siwaruthan, and then Ewan Charman with Aiden Hassan closing him down. 4 minutes to go, still very much an open race. If Hassan could fight his way back to the lead for a third time in this race, then that really does show you how determined and how talented and skilled Aiden Hassan, the young man from Milton Keynes, really is. 3.5 minutes on the clock. And so Charman in front of Hassan, but for how much longer as Purchase gets back through on Adi Kulkarni. So Aditya Kulkarni now falls his way down into 6th position behind Leo Purchase, who manages to get himself back into P5. His teammate for the BKC Racing team, Reza Siwaruthan, is your race leader, but Charman and Hassan really are eating up the gap that's been built. So it does look as though by the time they get to Spoon Curve on the next lap, they're going to be right underneath the BKC car. Siwaruthan, Charman, Hassan, Howarth, Purchase, Duncan and Kulkarni. And then Edgecombe is going to be in 7th position. So a fascinating battle. Edgecombe and Collins battling away for positions. Stout and Harding are continuing on. 11 cars in the race, not 10, because obviously Leo Purchase for some reason is not on the transponders, which means he's not showing up on the timing screens either. Not entirely sure where that would have come from, as Hassan just gets a little bit closer to Ewan Charman, waiting for his moment, dropping down through Devil's Elbow again, and into the final turn. 2 minutes 30 on the clock. Still all to play for. So Reza Siwaruthan from Ewan Charman and Aiden Hassan. Is there going to be a move from Charman on the race leader first? But Aiden Hassan's definitely looking like he's hungry for the move, and he gets it a second. Lovely bid from Aiden Hassan. So Hassan into P2. Lipped up that move on the inside of Ewan Charman. Found a space. Had good acceleration off the turn. All fine and dandy. And Aiden Hassan really now knocking on the door of some big maneuvers in this one. Reza Siwaruthan is still your race leader. So can Reza Siwaruthan hold on to the lead of this one, the BKC Racing driver? I think a very simple battleground to play with out there. He's got 3 very determined race drivers on his tail, Hassan, Charman and Jake Howarth. Leo Purchase in P5, they've dropped the rest. Hassan wrestles his way on the inside line. And Reza Siwaruthan is now really struggling to hold on to 2nd place. A tough one, but Hassan gets through and takes the lead. So even after dropping as far down as P6 on the opening lap, it's been fairly spectacular for Aiden Hassan to fight his way back into position. A great run from Aiden Hassan as they go through Devil's Elbow and out to the final corner once again. Absolutely extraordinary. And now the battle continues on as Jake Howarth slams the door shut for Ewan Charman. And Leo Purchase has got onto the back of them again. Now the move comes from Charman. He dives through on the inside, and there goes Leo Purchase as well. Jake Howarth has to settle for P5 for the moment as they come down the hill once again. So it's very close indeed as the competitors continue to charge forward. But there's no telling who's going to have the upper hand. Hassan, Siwaruthan, Howarth, Charman and Purchase, although Purchase has now come through, as has the 3rd place man, Ewan Charman, leaving Jake Howarth down in 5th position. So just a handful of seconds left on the clock. The time ticks down to 0 now. So this is the penultimate lap. And for Aiden Hassan, he can't believe his luck. He really has been able to get himself back into a strong, contentious position. Reza Siwaruthan is in 2nd and holding on. Looks as though the battle between Charman, Purchase and Howarth could only be for 3rd place. I'm not sure they're quite going to be close enough to challenge for the win. They might go for 2nd place. So it's still very tricky as the competitors continue on their run forward. But Hassan is in front of Reza Siwaroothan. Can Siwaroothan get one final charge to try and take on Aiden Hassan? We will find out as we go into the last lap. And still Leo Purchase putting pressure on Ewan Charman, with Jake Howarth in fifth, ahead of Kulkarni, Duncan, Collins, Edgecombe, Stout and Harding. As they continue, this is an opportunity for Leo Purchase on the inside on the last lap. He gets his move on Ewan Charman. So Purchase into fourth position behind his teammate. Oh, sorry, no, that's up to third position behind his teammate, Reza Siwaroothan. But Aiden Hassan is going to be in fine style, and how about that? He won yesterday. He was almost gift-wrapped the victory in race 2, but this time he's had to fight for it. Aiden Hassan takes the checkered flag and gets the win. Siwaroothan, Charman, Howarth and Kulkarni in the top 5, in the top 6, sorry, along with Leo Purchase, who comes through in third, ahead of Charman, Howarth and Kulkarni. Then Duncan, Collins, Edgecombe, Stout, and it'll be Curtis Harding that comes through at the tail of the field. 3 out of 3 for Aiden Hassan. Phenomenal stuff. The mighty Bambinos will be on track next up. So the starting grid, Ansel Murray and Freddie Baker on the front row of the grid. Albert Backler and Albert Farrow on the second row. Harley Bradbury Stretton and Sydney Nell, who will go off P6 on the starting grid. Then Max Joy and Jensen James Williams, Hadley Jarvis and Hugo Williams, with Arthur Bath in the number 24 taking up the last position on the grid as we get ourselves ready for the mighty Bambinos. Silent but rapid around the GYG circuit. Always very exciting. Oh, we've had a spin on the rolling lap. Actually had a spin on the rolling lap. One of the drivers going up the hill was had a spin on the rolling lap. Now, who was that? I wonder if that was Sydney Nell. As he comes towards our position at the top of the hill. I didn't quite make out who it was, but I think it might have been Sydney Nell. Just warming up his tyres. Very easy to lose the back end of these karts because they've got so much torque. Obviously being electric machines, but that won't cost him any. He has managed to get going again, and he will bring the kart obviously to the start-finish straight once again. Let's not forget that these are Bambinos, so the drivers are as young as 4 out there on the starting grid. I certainly wasn't racing karts at this level aged 4. Certainly would have liked to have been. Quite glad nowadays that I'm a parent and my 3 kids don't want to. That's just my own personal preference, because that would have been a very expensive bank balance. But fabulous to see that all of the competitors in the mighty Bambinos are all fairly evenly matched. Great performances from them so far. And we're definitely going to see some great battles from them as things continue to progress. But the mighty Bambinos are now lining up on the starting grid again. And this will be the charge forward. So the last few competitors just getting themselves into position. It's definitely been a very exciting battles for the contenders, as we are now getting ourselves ready to line up on the starting grid. It looks like it is definitely going to be tough from the start, but we are ready to see the mighty Bambinos go for the green light. Here we go. And Ansel Murray versus Freddie Baker to the first corner. A good start from Murray and a good start as well from Freddie Baker. No major problems there for the mighty Bambinos. They've definitely given us a good pressure cooker to build up to the first tight hairpin. Good start there from Sydney Nell. He seems to have made up a couple of places early doors and is up into third position. So a good run from Sydney Nell thus far, as the field makes its way through the top of the hill. Always a tricky part of the race, this, as everyone just tries to get themselves into a good rhythm. But Ansel Murray ahead of Freddie Baker and Sydney Nell. That's your top 3 for the moment. Oh, a bit of a wobble there for Freddie Baker. Very easy to lose the back end of the car. We've had a spin in the middle of the hairpin there. I can't quite make out who that is, but we've certainly got a kart off in the hairpin. I the bottom of the hill, so can't quite tell you who that is, unfortunately. We'll try and pick that up at the end of the lap. But hopefully all of the drivers have managed to keep going. Freddie Baker basically going with Ansel Murray now, and they have dropped the rest of the field. Freddie Baker's actually got a run out of turn one. They're going to go side by side, Ansel Murray and Freddie Baker. Baker with a good chance here, and he's going to get the draft, and he is in the lead. Freddie Baker takes the lead on the second lap. So a very good start. I could tell you that the driver in trouble was Max Joy. Oh, back to the lead comes Ansel Murray. So just as he's lost the lead, he gets it straight back again through Spooten Corner. And these two have already pulled 3 seconds clear of Sidney Nell and Albert Farrow. So amazing as now Ansel Murray runs a little wide. Freddie Baker's going to come at him. And what a fantastic duel between these two young lads. Ansel Murray and Freddie Baker. Good dueling between the two. And Sidney Nell, third position from Albert Farrow and Albert Backler. Then Harley Bradbury Stretton, Jensen James Williams from Arthur Bath, Hadley Jarvis, Hugo Williams and Max Joy, who had his moment on the first lap. But fortunately, he has still got a little way to make up, and he's got time to do it too. So Ansel Murray and Freddie Baker up the hill. Backler and Nell, as Albert Backler has now managed to catch and pass Sidney Nell for that third position on the podium. Freddie Baker going for his run on the inside of Ansel Murray, and he takes the lead. Can he hold it on the exit? Because Ansel Murray is trying to come straight back at Freddie Baker. Yes, he secures the lead this time. So Freddie Baker learned very quickly there, well, I can make my move on the way up to Spoon Curve, but if he gets me back again, then it doesn't matter because I'm going to lose the lead out again anyway. This time, he's the one making the overtaking move on Ansel Murray into the hairpin. So a great display and a good job so far from Freddie Baker, who leads the race over Ansel Murray. Then it is Albert Backler. Sidney Nell, still there or thereabouts in fourth position. The leading novice driver is Albert Farrow, in front of Harley Bradbury Stretton and Jensen James Williams. Max Joy has already charged his way up into eighth position, sorry. So a good recovery drive. And then it is Arthur Bath, Hadley Jarvis and Hugo Williams that charge in behind them. Freddie Baker still going strong as he runs in the lead of the race ahead of Ansel Murray. Backler and Nell, third and fourth position. Dropping back a little way now, 8.5 seconds back to Backler. 12.5 seconds back to Sidney Nell, who is now under pressure from Albert Farrow. But these two, Freddie Baker versus Ansel Murray, arguably the two fastest drivers from the class this weekend. And they've definitely given us plenty of entertainment and excitement out on the track. So Backler, third place, Nell in fourth, who has now fallen about 4 seconds away from the back bumper of Backler's kart. So Albert Backler, obviously nowhere near as under massive pressure from Sidney Nell as we saw earlier in the race. As Ansel Murray gets the fastest lap of the race. The 96 machine trying to draw level and get alongside Freddie Baker. They're going to go up to traffic as well. That's going to be an interesting dynamic. So here's the move from Ansel Murray. Can he get through into the lead of the race? Yes, he does. So Ansel Murray takes back the lead with 3.5 on the clock. You've got to be so careful with these back markers as well. You don't want to get tripped up. Driver's going through. Ansel Murray tips his way through. So does Freddie Baker. No change between the two of them. Apart from maybe Freddie Baker is just the tiniest bit closer to the back of Ansel Murray than he was before. And the drivers just having to weave their way through the traffic. Ansel Murray and Freddie Baker making light work of the drivers up at the front end, just to choose their moments carefully. And Ansel Murray, very wise positioning for him there, because he was trying to basically outsmart Freddie Baker to keep himself in a strong position out there. And he managed to get himself through the traffic just a little fraction better than Freddie Baker. That gives him a little bit more breathing space. Less than 2 minutes 40 on the clock. Still Ansel Murray defends. Freddie Baker's got another crack at it. He decides not to go for it on that particular occasion. That's definitely a last lap bid though. So he will obviously be thinking there might just be a chance to work his way forward. But Ansel is ahead of Freddie, and these two drivers having a great little tussle. Further back, meanwhile, we've got good battles in the middle of the field. This is the challenge between Arthur Bath, who gets out of the way And some of the other drivers up at the sharp end who are having a bit of a spicy run of it. That is the 54 of Backler that runs in 3rd position. Where are the leaders? Here they are. And it's Ansel Murray and Freddie Baker, still very close together with 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Freddie Baker's got a chance here up the inside. He thinks better of it. Ansel Murray will have been a little bit hesitant there. That might come back to bite him as they come up the top of the gradient, because he might get a run on young Ansel Murray. Here they go again. Where's Freddie Baker going to pitch the kart? He has a look, he has a go. Inside line, inside line. Will that do for Freddie Baker to take the lead? No, it will not, because Ansel Murray will hold on round the outside, drifts out wide on the exit. Freddie Baker may get another opportunity. But Ansel Murray showing incredible confidence behind the wheel to thwart all attacks that come his way from Freddie Baker. This is going to be a really interesting and intriguing end to the race battle for these two boys. Ansel Murray and Freddie Baker is very close to each other indeed as they come off the turn. Now this is those two drivers just stretching out in front. A minute to go. So obviously there's going to be one lap and then the lap after this one. We are on the penultimate lap. So now Freddie Baker's got to run. This is when he's going to go for it. He has said I had to wait till, they all say in racing at this level, they're going to wait until the penultimate lap to make the move. And Freddie Baker has gone through past the straight. But was that tactical from Ansel Murray? Is he just going to get him straight back again on the inside? No, he's not, because Freddie Baker holds him at the line. And still, Freddie Baker leads, but Ansel Murray very consistent behind him. The roles are now reversed. So can Freddie Baker hold on to this win in front of Ansel Murray? Because this is a very tough cookie. Both drivers are going to work incredibly hard to get themselves ready for the final later on, but this is certainly obviously the precursor to that. So Baker versus Murray, still going strong at the sharp end of the field. But now we are going to see what the battle is going to produce as we go into the last lap. Baker and Ansel. So Baker and Murray very close together. Can Ansel Murray get himself back into the lead of the race? They've got traffic to deal with up the road. That's going to give them a really good shot at it. But it's not guaranteed. They've got to be so careful as they tiptoe their way through the traffic. And is that the move from Ansel Murray? He has got back ahead of Freddie Baker. So Ansel Murray is now in front of Freddie Baker. A bit of hesitation from Freddie Baker as they were going through the traffic. Ansel Murray almost had a problem of his own there, tripping over a back marker. And now Ansel Murray has been able to time his move to perfection on the last lap to get the lead at exactly the right moment when it counts. You only need to lead one lap of the race, and you only need to lead out of the final turn to make it work. But great response times there from Ansel Murray. Freddie Baker gave it everything. But just to the end there, it was always going to be tricky to keep a fired up and motivated Ansel Murray at bay. Into the final corner, and Ansel Murray will take the win in front of Freddie Baker. Bath and Williams come through to finish up. It is Jensen, James Williams and Max Joy that crossed the line in unison nearly, with Hadley Jarvis dropping further back through the field. Look how big the gap was, back to 3rd position, as Albert Backler is going to come through for 3rd in front of Albert Farrow and Sidney Nell in the top 5. There they come. A good result from Albert Backler. You're going to need to wait another few seconds until Farrow and Nell get back into the shot. And then the only other driver in the mix with them is, of course, Harley Bradbury Stretton. So through they come, and an absolutely delighted Albert Farrow. He's jubilant to come through in 4th place. And then the last driver home is going to be Hadley Jarvis. The C50 Bambinos will follow. Some more great racing to follow from the C50 Bambinos. They will obviously go from the start line as well in a rolling start procedure. Austin Oman and Riley Morrow on the front row of the grid. Ellis Child and Harper Das on the 2nd. Emilia DL going well in 5th position alongside Ethan McLennan on the 3rd row. Row 4 will see Bertie Clark and Henry Algar. Then Charlie Page and Rex Pooley will round out the top 10 in front of Lewis Hazlitt and Freddie Budd. And then at the back of the grid, it is Brady Aitken-McDonald that will come through from 13th position. So once again, the drivers are giving themselves up for another great run. The C50 Bambinos will be the third heat for them. And after some great battles in the third rotation, we're going to see another absolute stormer. The drivers now heading out onto the circuit. But after what we witnessed earlier on between Austin Oman and Riley Morrow, they're going to be giving us just as much excitement and drama. You can see that the clouds actually started to pull across the circuit a little bit more now, so the temperatures of the track will cool just a little bit. That could mean that drivers will be willing to push the boat a little bit further forward. So it could be a very entertaining challenge for the drivers as they continue to make waves out on the course. But the mechanics have come to the starting grid, as of course, as always in the Bambino categories, it is a standing start rather than a rolling start. You've got to remember that this is very similar to their first footsteps in the world of arrive and drive rental karting. When they first have a play at their local indoor track, they then come out and figure out, well, Bambinos are for me. I'm good enough to do that. I'm fit enough to do that. So they come out onto the grid in the Bambino categories and they do standing starts, very similar to the way they would in indoor arrive and drive karting if they were to do races. So here they come. And the competitors will obviously line up in their positions in a good, solid formation. And then they will go to battle once again. Fascinating to see the duels that we had in the earlier race between Austin Oman and Riley Morrow. There are two very motivated drivers there. But Ellis Child and Harper Das gave us plenty of good squabbles out on the circuit earlier as well. So there is yet again an air of uncertainty coming into this one as to who is going to have the better run in the third heat. So the 5-second board will go up and then the lights will go out, and when they do, we'll go racing here at GYG. Oh, a bit of a jump start, unfortunately, for the number 3 kart. Oh dear. Well, that's not gone well at all. So now that the jump start has been made, he's kind of set off on his own. And now the rest of the field will go with him. That's Ethan McClelland. Well, the rest of the field continues on, so I'm afraid Ethan McClelland is going to pick up a penalty there. The rest of the field will follow in close formation behind. There you go. The rest of the field have obviously taken their start. It's unfortunate for Ethan McClelland. Oh, and a spin in the middle of the field. 2 karts going together there. So a bit of a wild moment. A big mistake, unfortunately, for Ethan McClelland. There's no two ways about the fact that he's jumped the start. Unfortunately, what most drivers do in that situation, they put the foot on the brake. But bless him, Ethan McClelland, he was not quite sure what he had to do in that situation, so he just decided to continue motoring on. So yeah, there's the confirmation. A penalty will definitely come Ethan McClelland's way. What a shame. So Riley Morrow and Austin Oman are going to continue battling away at the front end of the rest of the field, although Ethan McClelland will eventually fall into line with the rest of the field. Well, a couple of people there at the side of the road going, well, how is he allowed to get away with that? Well, he's not allowed to get away with that because he's been given a penalty. So I don't think they need to panic. They need to be in front of a timing screen because that would have come up on their timing screen. But yes, Ethan McClelland, rather sadly out in front, has been given a penalty for that jump start. Now, the rest of the field are catching him. Oman and Child are going to come through. Oh, they're going to take the lead from Ethan McClelland even now. Goodness me, that did not take long at all. So through goes Oman. And through goes Child. And it looks as though Riley Morrow is going to be the next one in the line, along with Clark and Das. So they're definitely making good progress. Good charge forward from Freddie Budd so far as well. He's actually now in front of Amelia DL. So Oman and Child having a great battle for the victory as Ethan McClelland now drops into 6th position, which is about where he would have been anyway, I think, had the start been reasonably clean. So now Austin Oman, he's going to continue to hold his position in front of Ellis Wild Child. So let's see if Child can make a good run here on Oman. You can be close to the driver in front, but you can't really make contact because that's obviously going to impede your progress. We've got Das, Clark and Morrow all together in 3rd, 4th and 5th, and then you've got Ethan McClelland who will be sweating a little bit after his earlier transgression. That's never an issue you can really come back from easily. So Das, Clark and Morrow have all tightened up behind Oman and Child, so it looks like it could be a five-way squabble again. And if Amelia DL keeps going the way she is, she could get past Ethan McClelland herself and then start to make a little bit more progress. But a squabble at the top of the hill as Oman obviously feels very intimidated by Child, Das, Clark and Morrow. They're all going to try and make their own headway to come through and make an overtaking move. The Scottish driver, Amelia DL, finds herself tucked up behind Ethan McClelland. So as the race continues on, could there be a run from Child? He definitely has to think about it on Oman. So a very interesting squabble between the drivers as they continue to make good challenges out on the course. But the battles are going to be very, very tight all the way through this race. You've got 5 very motivated race drivers as they battle away for position. So the battles continue as the racing goes. I very nearly fell off my commentary position there, goodness me. This is how tight and technical it's getting out there on the course. So Oman, Child, Das, Clark and Morrow, they're all battling away and squabbling. Das getting on the inside for 3rd position as he tucks away there with Clark and Morrow. How's that all worked out at the end of the little gaggle of corners there? Well, Clark is still there in 4th position, enjoying his challenge from Das and Morrow. McClelland appears to have lost out, I think, to Amelia DL, so DL's got through into P6. So that puts her up another position. Morrow is now ahead of Clark. And now he's going to try and go right round the outside of Harper Das. They're going to go 3 wide down the Dragon Straight. That was uncomfortable for Das, and still trying to put himself in there. Clark is not happy about getting squeezed by Harper Das. But it's not exactly as if there was anywhere for them to go. A very tricky situation for them. But Harper Das is then squeezed and drops back to 5th position as a result of all of that. So Riley Morrow is up into 3rd, Clark is 4th and Das in 5th. But Child is still all over the back of Austin Oman. DL finds herself in 6th position, so there's a lot still to play for in this race. In fact, Amelia DL is actually catching Harper Das. So the driver on the move at the moment is actually the Scottish lady, Amelia DL. Great work from her. She is putting on an excellent show, and it's defensive tactics for Austin Oman. Perfectly entitled to do that. Holds his line. He can decide where the racing line is. As long as he doesn't weave and weave in all the positions under the sun, then he is legal. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's not doing anything untoward at all there, Austin Oman. Just holding his position. Child is going to have to do the hard work here. Around the outside. No challenge for position there. Trying to get back on the switchback. Is there going to be enough of an opportunity down the inside? Well, I think Child saw that the gap was open, but didn't want to take too big a risk too early on. You can't win the race with 2 minutes to go, but you can definitely lose it. So Child is working hard in behind Austin Oman. Still trying to get the number 7 driver to make a bit of a mistake. It isn't coming, though. Austin Oman looking very tidy. So Amelia DL has caught right up to the back of the top 5 and is trying to carve her way through driver by driver. So Austin Oman in front of Child, then in 3rd place that is Morrow, and Amelia DL has got through past Harper Das and he's trying to make the bid on the inside there. What a move through turn 1 past Bertie Clark. Amelia DL is having a terrific race. Once again, the Scottish lady having a terrific run. She's the leading novice and is now right up there in the top 5 and on merit as well. Excellent work. Harper Das now trying to get through on Bertie Clark. So Bertie Clark is keeping 5th position, quite stable at the moment, needing to get back into a fluid rhythm. Having lost ground to a rival, they then need to do what is necessary to get back up to speed again. But we're running out of time for Das, and there is Clark, still holding on from Harper Das. Das really wanting to get this overtaking move sorted. But it's not easy. Every which way he goes to try and make the bid on the inside of Bertie Clark, he slams the door shut in the face again. 1 minute to go. Oh, apparently it's 40 seconds to go. I do apologise. Slight timing glitch there. So Oman and Child, penultimate lap. Murrow, DL, Clark and Das still battling over 5th. Looks like those two could well be squabbling to the death. And it's side by side. That's the battle for the lead up front. Child again trying to get through on Austin Oman. But this is really the lap when they should start battling. So Ellis Child doing everything possible to get into the lead. Austin Oman still just holding on. As the drivers tighten their way up the hill once again. They'll go down the compression complex. And is Austin Oman going to be able to hang on in front of Ellis Child here? The Wild Child in 2nd position. Ellis Wild Child doing a great job at the moment. Dropping down through to Devil's Elbow and out to the final turn. There might just be one final chance going into the last lap. Here is the last lap board. So it's now or never for Ellis Child to get into the lead of the race. Austin Oman in 1st, Murrow in 3rd, and then it's DL. They almost rub wheels as they go up to the spoon curve down the Dragon Straight. But Amelia DL now in 4th position could actually get a podium if she keeps hungry behind Riley Murrow on the last lap, and she is going after Riley Murrow. Austin Oman still holding the kart. Oh, Child is getting out wide. Oman tries to shut the door in the braking zones and getting back out of the turns on the corner as well. But they're going to run side by side. Child is not quite going to draw level with Oman. But Austin Oman still trying to hold the line. Ellis Wild Child is working incredibly hard. Down the drop they go again, trying to tighten in side by side. Can Oman hold on from Ellis Wild Child here? They drop out of Devil's Elbow and up towards the final turn. There's going to be one last chance. Can the move come from Child out of the final turn? Not quite. Victory for Austin Oman. Ellis Wild Child a brilliant 2nd place. Murrow just hangs on in front of Amelia DL. Great work from her today in the 3rd heat. Excellent drive. 4th position for her. Then Bertie Clark, who does hang on in front of Harper Daz. Good work from Bertie Clark in that one. Ethan McClelland, rather sadly, will take a penalty post-race for jumping the start. Henry Algar, and then the 99 of Charlie Page, Lewis Hazlitt and Freddie Budd, and then we'll have Brady Aitken McDonald and Rex Pooley. A great finish then to C50 Bambinos, and it will be the Tillotson T4s that come out on track once again. Fun and games on track here in GYG. Fun and games in my commentary box. I almost tore it to pieces. I do apologise, folks. Jensen O'Neill going and George Townsend on the front row of the grid. Emily Hackett and Ty Cuthbert on the 2nd row. And then we come to the seniors in Tillotson T4. Owen Spears ahead of John Nuttall. Those two will be together on the front row of their grid. Alistair Tinker and Malk West from Richard Kinlock and Stu Stretton, who is not actually going to be taking the start of this one, I believe. Lawrence Newman and Scott Ralph. And then we will have the drivers behind them, Dan Blackledge, Dan Harris, and Josh East, who is bidding to become the fastest photographer in this race. By virtue of the fact he'll be the only one, I'm sure he'll manage it. I'm reliably informed that Stu Stretton isn't going to be on the starting grid for this particular one. I think he's due to be back out for the final again. So the Tillotson T4 racers once again warming up tyres and brakes to get them to the ultimate temperature. 4 drivers together in the junior race and the rest of them in the senior category. Sharing the same racetrack, but there is obviously distance between the 2 groups of karts. And it does make for a very busy racetrack, which is great. And it's good to see that this Tillotson T4 series really is growing in the UK, as it is in many territories around the world. Tillotson T4 all across Europe and into North and South America as well. Great to see these karts putting on such a great show, and having an esports equivalent of them is going to help them in terms of their growth as well. Out of the final turn, and we're racing. No problems at all for the juniors. The seniors will actually be a little bit quicker off the start than they were last time. Racing again? Yes, we are. So no problems at all for the seniors on this occasion. As they come towards us, hopefully Owen Spears is going to be able to keep a relatively decent start. So the drivers charge forward up the hill, tiptoeing their way through Spoon Corner without too many issues. Everybody's still running very close together. And speaking of close together, the top four absolutely nose to tail as they were. O'Neill going, Townsend, Achatz and Cuthbert. This is exactly as the race ran earlier on, of course, for those four. But they were very close and very, very solid throughout. So the race battle will continue. 7 minutes on the clock here at GYG. As the first lap is completed, and Owen Spears once again has a decent amount of gap over the rest of the drivers in terms of 1 lap pace, already quicker than John Nuttall. Oh, and a big battle for the lead. That's Townsend battling it out with Jensen O'Neill going. And Townsend is ahead still of Jensen O'Neill going in that one. So Townsend, the race leader after a phenomenal start. Jensen O'Neill going, having to run in second position for the time being. Bit of homework to do for the number 67, George Townsend. Because obviously there's going to be Jensen O'Neill going, and then Amelie Achatz and Ty Cuthbert to deal with as they come through. So into the next lap. And still no major issues for Townsend in the lead of the race. Able to hold a decent position over Jensen O'Neill going. There wasn't much to choose between them in the previous heat they ran together. So I would suspect that they're definitely still going to have a few wild races out there on the course, because there's definitely going to be some close proximity to deal with out there on the racetrack. So they come through on the far side. Townsend still ahead of Jensen O'Neill going, Amelie Achatz and Ty Cuthbert. And then Owen Spears is your leader in the Tillotson T4 senior category, out in front of John Nuttall and Malk West, who's having a great comeback. So Malk West really starting to make some good impacts here around the course. Good to see, putting in such a great performance thus far. So there's definitely going to be a few more great opportunities for drivers as they continue to put on a bit of a display here. We'll see some more excellent performances from the drivers as they make good battles. And Townsend and O'Neill going, still dueling away for that lead. Looked like they got close to going wheel to wheel on that occasion. Didn't quite manage to make it happen on that particular occasion. But certainly some good duels and some good battles as they continue on their charge forward. But we are going to continue seeing some more excellent displays out on the course. Amelie Achatz just dropping Ty Cuthbert a little bit for the moment. There's still some battles to come. Still some great races on the horizon for these guys as they continue to put on a good show. Up on the far side of the course again. And still some great runs as they continue to charge forward. So it'll be a really interesting challenge from the competitors as they give us more banter and badinage. Ty Cuthbert just trying to stay with them at the moment. Owen Spears and Malk West having broken away now from Nuttall and Tinker. Kinloch is still close there. And there's an absolute squabble going on further back as you've got Harris, Newman, Ralph, East and Blackledge, the final 5 runners, all still putting on a good display out there and still putting on a good show. So there are still some good duels out there for the competitors as they run in position. And we will have some really good duels out there on the course as the race challenge continues in the Tillotson T4. You do get the sense that a lot of the drivers in this one are just choosing to wait a little moment for their charge to get back on the battle again. And a lot of them will be saving their best for the finals, don't forget. Because the final is when they can really pull out the big guns. Just getting a decent position for the heat is just an interesting part of the battle. But there is a lot more to come for the people that will race in the Tillotson T4. So a really interesting challenge for the drivers as they continue. 3 minutes to go in this one, and it's still Townsend, Jensen O'Neill going and Amelie Achatz battling away. Jensen O'Neill going's actually fallen away from Townsend a little bit. Amelie Achatz almost had the chance to get past Jensen O'Neill going at one stage. Still has a little bit of a chance to run for second place. Ty Cuthbert in 4th, Newman and Harris having a good duel further down in the field as well. Newman getting past Dan Harris, and Josh East, rather sadly, has let Blackledge go. But Townsend has pulled just over a second now on Jensen O'Neill going, so it's up to Amelie Ackitts to try and break the deadlock and get herself into second place. So George Townsend in front of Jensen O'Neill going, and Amelie Ackitts. These two still battling over second place, but a little bit of a gap has opened up now between George Townsend and Jensen O'Neill going. A new personal best lap from Amelie Ackitts, but a new fastest lap of the race comes from Jensen O'Neill going. He does a 47.6 to get that gap from 1.1 seconds back down to 0.8 of a second again, in the hope that he's going to have a much better challenge to work forward. Still, there is a good battle going on further back. This is a good duel between the two racers in the Tillotson T4 Seniors, Blackledge versus East, right at the tail end of the field. That just shows you, doesn't matter if you're racing at the front or the back, you can still have some great races wheel to wheel. So George Townsend running a solid race here with Jensen O'Neill going. But Amelie Ackitts is slowly starting now to fall back into the clutches of Ty Cuthbert, who's just done his personal best lap of the race thus far. Owen Spears still running fairly smoothly in 5th position, ahead of Malk West and John Nuttall. Great to see so many new faces either getting back into a competitive kart again or just moving up the ladder a little bit more. And here comes a good chance for East as he takes on Blackledge. Goes from the right to the left, trying to keep Blackledge guessing. Having a great duel out there, great to see, but he can't quite drive the kart round the outside of Blackledge on this occasion. Tries to get his way round the top of Spoon Curve and then drop down Damon Hill in the hope he can make his progress forward. 40 seconds to go, so as they come through the end of this lap, there's going to be 3 laps to go. Let's not forget that we've got the 2 leaders up front, having already got through quite some time ago. So Townsend is 0.7 of a second now ahead of Jensen O'Neill going. Try as she might, Amelie Ackitts just can't quite stick with Jensen O'Neill going, and so is slowly falling back into the clutches. This is West, Nuttall and Tinker. So these 3 drivers are about a 1.5 seconds back from the race leader, Owen Spears. But they are dueling over second place in the senior class of the Tillotson T4 series. So still some good battles for these 3 drivers, and they're giving us plenty of excitement out there on the course. Last lap begins. Jensen O'Neill going has just set the fastest lap to get the gap down to 0.5 seconds. So Jensen O'Neill going is throwing everything he can at the race leader, George Townsend. There they are. Then Amelie Ackitts and Ty Cuthbert in behind. Owen Spears sets the fastest lap set by a driver in the Tillotson T4 in this class for a while. The fastest lap in the actual class, though, comes from Alistair Tinker, a 48.0 for him. But as Jensen O'Neill going got an opportunity here, he's running out of corners on this last lap. He's done everything he can to close in on George Townsend, but I don't think he's going to run out of time. It'll be a solid, smooth race for George Townsend, who this time will take the victory. Checkered flag comes out in front of Jensen O'Neill going. Then Amelie Ackitts ahead of Ty Cuthbert once again. But in the senior race, Owen Spears holds on for a euphoric victory, absolutely dominant. Malk West ahead of John Nuttall, and then it is Alistair Tinker from Richard Kinlock, and then it'll be Lawrence Newman ahead of Scott Ralph. Dan Blackledge and Josh East, that fabulous new photographer, Josh East will come through in 13th position ahead of Dan Harris. Those 2 racing to the line by the look of it. Oh, Josh East managed to get past Blackledge at the end there. So a fabulous final moment there for Josh East as he places 12th position ahead of Blackledge. So fabulous. And then Dan Harris comes through for the final position. Minimax Heat 3 will be the next race on track. Minimax starting grid, it's going to be another interesting battle. Joshua Graham and Thomas Min-Spearing will be on the front row of the starting grid. Noah Wolf in third and William Murphy in P4. Then it will be Finn Leslie and Harrison Whittingham that are next up. Alex Zingarevich will be alongside Adas Majauskis. Rounding out the top 10, it'll be Max Horler and Matas Mizanskis. Oscar Cartmail will be on the 6th row alongside Joshua Jarvis in the 22 machine. Then on the 7th row, Joe Murphy will be beside Gabriel Cullen. Dan Hartley will be on the 8th row with Emily Cooper. Ollie Poole will be on the 9th row of the grid alongside Christian Campbell-Duff. And then at the back of the grid, it'll be Thomas Clark and Ethan Bath that will fill up row 10. The competitors in the Minimax category getting ready to head out onto the circuit. The Argenti Motorsport colours resplendent in the starting grid for Minimax Heat 3. And Thomas Min-Spearing will be there from the front row of the starting grid. Excellent performance from him and the opponents as the Minimax karts will head out onto the circuit. The one of the strongest grids this weekend. And obviously we will get to see some great performances from them in this race and then the final that will come after this in the afternoon session. Good to see some tough battles that will walk our way. So we'll see some truly spectacular battles from the drivers as they continue on. And we'll have some really strong opportunities to see what these guys can do. So the competitors continuing to run forward. And obviously we'll now get to see what the Minimax battle is going to produce this time. It's already given us plenty of drama and action building up to this one. But now we'll get to see how tough it is going to be in this next race. You've got Min-Spearing and Min-Spearing and Murphy right up at the sharp end of the field this time. Let's see how it all gets underway as we go racing. So Min-Spearing and Graham off the line, nice and tidy. And it looked to me as though Thomas Min-Spearing is actually going to hold a decent run up the hill here. Continues on his way forward as the drivers battle away up the top of Spoon Curve. Can everybody get through without too much drama? Well, certainly looks pretty good for Thomas Min-Spearing and Joshua Graham. Will Murphy is in the mix there with Noah Wolf in 4th. And Finn Leslie, I think, managed to get through into 5th position. So already a good start. Harrison Whittingham falling into the clutches of his teammates, Adas Majauskis and Alex Zingarevich. Matas Mizanskis is... Oh, problems there. Problems in the middle of the compression complex. We've just had one kart spat out of the queue. And that one could well be worth another look, actually. I think that might have been Oscar Cartmail. No, it's Josh Jarvis. Josh Jarvis got exit stage left. I think it was Cartmail that he ended up tangling with. Noah Wolf has been given a warning. What's happened to Noah Wolf? Where's he gone? He's not there anymore. Oh, there he is in 4th place, but he's got quite a queue of drivers building up behind him as Min-Spearing, Murphy and Graham are having a duel. Now let's see what happened. Oh, now that's a weird one. That's a very weird one. It looked to me as though Josh Jarvis essentially lost the back of the kart altogether and speared into the side of Oscar Cartmail and a spear to the back of the field. Now that's unfortunate, but that is Murphy, I think, going around. So that is Joseph Murphy just losing the back end of his chassis. And that pitches him into a spin, I believe. Either that or that was Ethan Bath. It might have been Bath, actually. Yes, it was. The 24 of Ethan Bath just spinning off the far side of the course. But a very strange one. I would actually, if there's an opportunity, have a look at that incident on the first lap again, because Josh Jarvis, it looked to me as though he actually lost it on his own, but I couldn't quite tell if he had help from someone. So we'll try and maybe we could pick that up at the end of the race again and have another look at it, because that's a very bizarre first lap incident. So Graham, Min-Spearing and Will Murphy continuing their drive forward. Wolf in 4th place, Leslie in 5th position, Whittingham is now in P6, then it's Majauskis and Zingarevich, Horler, Cullen, Mizanskis, Murphy, Cooper, Cartmail, Hartley, Poole, Clark, Jarvis and Campbell-Duff. The two drivers that ran off on the first lap, Ethan Bath and Joshua Jarvis. Oh, Jarvis has carried on, I do apologise. So Jarvis has got going again, but Campbell-Duff and Ethan Bath have both struggled to complete the 3rd lap. Jarvis and Campbell Duff are now battling with each other, but Ethan Barth, I think, has actually spun the kart into retirement. So a very strange start to proceedings there, but out in front, Josh Graham just keeping it nice and tidy with two teammates and Noah Wolf in pursuit. So Graham, Spearing, Murphy and Noah Wolf. The three Argentis are trying to get well clear of Noah Wolf. They know how big a threat he's going to be. But Noah Wolf is close enough to be in the slipstream, so unless they can shake him off somehow, it's definitely going to be a tough race for the Argenti crew up against Noah Wolf. Up the top of the crest, and Graham, Spearing and Murphy just running in formation. 1, 2, 3 for the Argenti team in the hope that they can try and stretch out a bit of a gap over Noah Wolf and Finn Leslie. Not that they are making it any easier for them to do so. Very tricky stuff so far. But this is a really tall order now to keep these drivers at bay. As Noah Wolf has another go at it. Murphy tries to get up the inside of Spearing. Spearing tries to have a go on the inside of Graham. Little bit of banter between the teammates. They've got to be very careful, because you can't afford to lose too much ground. But you've got to be so careful and so focused as the drivers come through. It was never going to be easy as the drivers tried to settle themselves into a decent battle. But obviously the races are going to be very tight and very close-knit as the drivers come through. So still, the battles are very tight together. Up the hill once again, Noah Wolf, having got through into third position, is now going to try to hold on to it. And there's an opportunity knocking as Min Spearing, that is, having got down the order. And they're both going to try and get through the 24 kart, which is a lap down. That's Ethan Barth. So Ethan Barth getting out of the way and being lapped. Looks like there was a marshal trying to get to the scene of a kart that has come off the road somewhere, maybe. I can't quite tell where that is, but certainly it looks as though everybody is still circulating, so I wasn't entirely sure what's happened there. Maybe a photographer just trying to get to a different vantage point. Graham is your leader. Wolf is now second as a result of that little shuffle of the deck. Murphy and Spearing are still there, third and fourth. Wolf up the inside of Graham. Noah Wolf takes the lead. Brilliant run up the hill. And so Noah Wolf is now going to be the leader of this pack. So Noah Wolf doing a fantastic job in the lead of the race on the Synergy chassis, with a trio of Argentis and Finn Leslie coming along for the battle. But Noah Wolf is at the head of the pack. There's a pun in there somewhere. Dropping down through the end of the lap and onto the home straight once again. Into club corner. And Noah Wolf still having a very solid run ahead of Josh Graham, Will Murphy, Thomas Min Spearing and Finn Leslie. And here comes the move from Leslie. He's going to get into fourth place. Dives through. Takes the initiative. Good work from Finn Leslie. That now puts him into fourth position. So there's a lot of work to do still. But now he's going about it exactly the right method. And still, they challenge for position. Still the banter grows. Finn Leslie now P4. He can go for a move now on the inside. He has gone for a move. One of the Argentis going out very wide there. I think that's Will Murphy. It's almost, again, as if he made just a mistake in the middle of the corner. I didn't see any contact. Well, let's have another look at it if we can, because that was a very, it's a very obscure moment there to try and see what actually happened in the middle of that corner. We might not be able to on that particular occasion. So Noah Wolf, still your race leader from Graham, Leslie, Murphy and Spearing. So Will Murphy's still there or thereabouts in the top 5. But it'll be interesting to see what happens as a result of these guys tightening up. We're in the last minute of clocked time, and there's a white flag out on the course. Now, that will be for a slow-moving kart, I do believe. So the drivers come through the leading 5, continuing to battle away. Ah, that'll be right. That'll be why we had the white flag out. That is the 24 of Ethan Barth pulling off. Now, this is the replay of what happened earlier on. Yeah, a big mistake there from Murphy. It was as if Murphy just missed his braking point altogether. There was no contact to help him out there. No contact whatsoever. But that was enough for the third place man, Finn Leslie to get a little bit of a moment. Now, Josh Graham has been given a warning. Now, he's got through to the lead of the race ahead of Leslie and Wolf. So again, how did that one occur? Because that one is an interesting one, and Graham has been given a warning for doing so. So he's got through to the lead with a cheeky manoeuvre by the look of it on Noah Wolf. Last lap, and there's a warning flag going out at the same time. So there's a bit of a mystery now. How did Josh Graham get into the lead? We'll have to go back potentially and have a look at the cameras on the penultimate lap to see if any of them picked it up. But certainly Josh Graham is now your leader. Leslie trying to defend and move to cover from Noah Wolf. Leslie swarming around, but I think Josh Graham's going to have this. But he's got a warning flag for it. So already the battles are very well joined here as they drop down the hill. And Josh Graham's going to have the opportunity here to run away and hide. But I'll be interested to figure out how he got the lead on the last lap but one. Checkered flag is out, along with the warning flag for Josh Graham. And whoops, a couple of drivers just getting on the grass as they come through. Leslie second, Wolf third, Spearing fourth, Murphy fifth, then Whitacombe, Majauskis and Zingarevich, Gabe Cullen and Matas Minzaunskis. Max Haller is 11th ahead of Oscar Cartmail, Joe Murphy, Dan Hartley, Emily Cooper and Thomas Clark. Then Ollie Poole and Josh Jarvis from Christian Campbell Duff. Now we've got a replay. Now this is what happened on the first lap. A real twitch there from Josh Jarvis. And I don't think he had any help getting there. I think he just ended up catching the curb on the inside of that right-hander, or the left-hander, sorry. We're going to go back and have another look because that's one of the most bizarre incidents I've ever seen. Yeah, look, he's come out of the toe of the kart in front. He hasn't even hit the curb. He's just suddenly lost it in the middle of the course there. It's a very strange incident. I wonder if something went wrong with the kart to create that incident for Josh Jarvis, or did he just not quite hit the brakes at the right time? A very weird one, and certainly one not with a lot of interesting explanations. The other one that I want to see if we've got an opportunity to have a look at is how Graham got the lead, but I'm not sure we've got it. So certainly he got a warning flag for doing so. So an interesting situation. I think we are going to go and have a look at it to see if something has happened on the top of the hill maybe. The Honda Cadets are coming out onto the circuit, so I'll have to have a look at it later. So a very tricky junior Rotax race, but now we go into the Honda Cadets. Their third heat of the weekend. There are only 2 races to go before the finals. The Honda Cadet and the Miami Bambino. Bella Fairclough and Hayden Gray on the front row of the grid for this one after her win earlier on. Jensen Hookie, what a recovery. Third position alongside Ronnie Legg. Jacob Bachler and Alice Fairclough to round out the top 6. Then it is Thomas Butcher and Josh Cormack, Archie Rutter and Joe Neal, Kian Sullivan and Leo Livings. And then at the back of the grid, it is Ewan House after his mechanical problems in the earlier heat. So the drivers will make their way back into position once again. And it looks to me as though Josh Graham got the move done up at the top at Spoon Curve and pretty much instantly got a warning flag for it. So it must have been a pretty decisive move. Unfortunately, we were looking at the wrong thing at the wrong time, so we'll have to come back to that one another time. So now we're going to see the competitors battling away once again. For Bella Fairclough, she has a chance to make it a second win of the day in the Honda Cadet in pole position. Alice Fairclough is not far away in 6th position either, but Hayden Gray and Jensen Hookie are going to want to have a little bit of a scalpel of their own in this one. The 5-second board, the lights are on, they go out. Solid start from Bella Fairclough, no problems there. Gray through in a 2nd position. A couple of very solid starts through the first couple of corners here at GYG. And the drivers are already setting off into the distance to try and make headway. So some good battles out on the course already. Still they battle on. Little good mix in the middle there with Archie Rutter and Joe Neal. Now what's Ewan House up to? He's already made up a few places. So Ewan House has got his way up 3 positions there, I think, to move his way up into 10th position. So Ewan House is on a bit of an upward climb, of course, having had mechanical problems while battling for the win in the earlier heat. Diving up the inside there, that looked to me like Thomas Butcher was trying to get an overtaking move done there in the middle of the pack. But the top three have already broken clear. That's Fairclough, Gray and Hookie. Then Buckler, Legg, Butcher, Alice Fairclough, Josh Cormack and Archie Rutter. Then Neil, House, Livings and Cian Sullivan. So some good battles right from the outset. Alice Fairclough gets a nose cone in the air there as she tries to get the move on the inside of the 12 of Jacob Backler. So very easy for those two karts to get connected there, and just a little bit of air time. Not that you want the flying wheelie in karting, it cannot be particularly pleasant for you. So Bella Fairclough, Hayden Gray and Jensen Hookie. That's your top three from Backler, Legg, Butcher, the other Fairclough, and then Cormack, Rutter and Neil. That's your top 10. Ewan House in 11th, trying to work his way back through. I think he's already picked off the 72 of Joe Neal, so that would put Ewan House into 10th position. So a good challenge so far. But Fairclough is your leader. Gray, Hookie, Backler, Legg and Butcher. And then Alice Fairclough in front of Josh Cormack and Archie Rutter. Joe Neal and Thomas Butcher trying to make the bid on the inside of Jacob Backler. And now they have had a little bit of a badinage as they come through up on the far side. So some great dueling and a great tussle for position as they continue to make their progress through. So now the drivers continue on their way. Good battles throughout. Fairclough just hanging on a little bit in front of Hayden Gray. No rush. You've still got a final to come later, don't forget. So for Bella Fairclough, she just needs to take it one corner at a time, one lap at a time. And so far, so good. She is having a great weekend here at GYG. Third position looks like it might tighten up. Butcher's having a look at the man up front, Jensen Hookie. And a great squabble in the middle of the field. That's Ronnie Legg trying not to let Alice Fairclough through, but Fairclough does get through. And a little bit of a wobble there from Backler. So Jacob Backler is struggling to hang on to 5th position. So Alice Fairclough is already up to 6th. Could well be a move up to 5th position before long. Well, looks like Ronnie Legg has managed to get back through on Alice Fairclough after all of that. So I wonder if Fairclough just had to hesitate on the exit of the Spoon corner for Backler, and just getting off the throttle, that little blip was enough to give a little bit of a momentum run to Ronnie Legg to get back into position once more. Top 4 though, Bella Fairclough, Hayden Gray, Jensen Hookie and Thomas Butcher. The 4 drivers coming towards us. Flat out through the turn, and here comes the move from Hookie on the inside of Gray. On the grass, nearly went for Fairclough just by virtue of being there, and Gray has gone down to 4th. Because not only has Hookie gone through, but Butcher has as well. So Hookie and Butcher both getting into 2nd and 3rd positions there at the expense of Hayden Gray, who is down in 4th position now. So Fairclough, Hookie, Butcher and Hayden Gray. That's your top 4. 5th place is Jacob Backler in front of Legg and Alice Fairclough. Then Cormack, House, Rutter, Livings, Neal and Sullivan. So Ewan House has climbed his way up into 9th position. He hasn't exactly charged his way through the field, but then he's had a very difficult previous race. And these karts are not easy to charge through the pack in once the field starts spreading out. You've got to get perfect lap times and just try and nod them on the head, one on the other, one after the other. So Fairclough, Hookie, Butcher, Gray. And now that's a change for lead, because that's Bella Fairclough down in 3rd position. So Hookie and Butcher have both managed to get past Bella Fairclough on the lap. And Fairclough falling into the clutches now of Hayden Gray. So Fairclough, Hookie, Butcher, Gray. No longer the top 4, because Fairclough has dropped to 3rd behind Hookie and Butcher. And Fairclough back at a 2nd. So she does get the move back on Thomas Butcher at least. But a very tricky race battle. Back up the climb once again. And Jensen Hookie under pressure from Bella Fairclough. 3rd for Butcher, 4th for Hayden Gray. A big squabble between Backler, Legg and Fairclough. Ronnie Legg very nearly ended up running on the grass on the kink out of the Dragon Straight. So that could have been very messy. He just about manages to keep it on the road. But now Bella Fairclough has an opportunity here on Jensen Hookey. And Jensen Hookey is going to be tough to overtake, but there goes Bella Fairclough on the inside. Gets the move. Hookey now has to try and hold back Butcher, and that's enough momentum lost for Butcher for Gray to get into third position himself. So some great battles, but Bella Fairclough not only has the lead, but also has 0.4 of a second, crucially, with 2 minutes to go in front of Hookey and Gray. So Gray attacking once again on Jensen Hookey. They've already caught up to Bella Fairclough, and Gray gets in a second. Nice momentum there. So Gray decides to just hustle in behind the back bumper of Bella Fairclough, and that's enough for Hayden Gray to get into second position. Great squabbles in Honda Cadet. They always give great drama. But Bella Fairclough is definitely getting the job done as she runs in front of Jensen Hookey, who is in third place now behind Hayden Gray. And then, of course, Thomas Butcher is the other member of the quartet. So Bella Fairclough with 1:10 on the clock. Gray, Hookey and Butcher. Then Backler, Fairclough, Legg, House, Cormac, Rutter, Neal, Livings and Sullivan. Now I just need to figure out if Bella Fairclough is going to be able to hang on to this. On the grass, Jensen Hookey fights his way to get through on the inside of Hayden Gray. Thomas Butcher almost thought he had a gap there to get into third position as well, but he has to hang back slightly just to get the opportunity. Knocking there. Very tall order. So Fairclough has managed to pull out about half a second on Hookey and Gray. So they remain in second and third place, Jensen Hookey and Hayden Gray. Fourth for Thomas Butcher as well. And then you've got the likes of Backler and Alice Fairclough still dueling away over P5. Penultimate lap begins. It's not going to be easy to settle out this one, because you've got Jensen Hookey and Hayden Gray now really starting to work together to close up on Bella Fairclough. And they have already got a fair amount of that gap down on this lap. They're going to have to do that again on the next one. So this will be quite tricky all the way through. Let's see if we're going to have a bit more of an intriguing race battle to finish off with, because you've still got Bella Fairclough a little way ahead of Hookey and Gray, but there's still quite a lot that can happen in the run-up to the final. But the drivers won't want to mess around too silly in the third heat. Yes, they'll want a good result, but a top 5 finish is pretty strong, and you don't want to lose too many points by taking a big gamble. Last lap, and Hookey, Gray and Butcher are still just trying that little bit extra to close up on Bella Fairclough. But Fairclough's pace is really superb here at GYG. She's having a great weekend, holding on in front of her competitors and her combatants. So great stuff for them as they come through. Alice Fairclough looks like she could get into 5th place past Jacob Backler on the last lap as well. She's getting quite hungry, sat behind Jacob Backler. So good performance then from the Faircloughs. But it's Bella out in first position and doing an excellent job ahead of Jensen Hookey and Hayden Gray. They will come through the final few corners. Is there going to be one final sting in the tail? Well, the thing is, they don't want to risk anything before the final. May as well just consolidate the position you've got. Bella Fairclough certainly will. Victory for Bella Fairclough for the second time. Hookey comes home in second, just ahead of Gray and Butcher. And Alice Fairclough snatches 5th place on the last corner from Jacob Backler. Battles all the way to the finish line. Just a little squabble there between Neal, Livings and Sullivan as they came through. But there is just one race to go before we get to the finals later this afternoon, and that is the Miami Bambino Heat 3. So the third and final heat for the Miami Bambinos before we get to the finals this afternoon. Charlie Clough and Grayson Wortley from Aaron Southwood Jr. and Josh Cook Tillotson T4 right up in 5th, having started at the back in the previous race. Matteo Garcia-Patino in 6th position on the grid. Arthur Ferro and Gigi Mebagashvili. Fraser Anderson and Harry Williams to round out the top 10. Then James Roots doing a fair job in 11th, alongside Dan Ferguson on the 6th row. William Crombie and Logan Rolfe, along with Oscar Kenny and Harris Barber. Ronnie Carter, after his disappointment, finishes up in 17th on the grid for this one. Ollie Little is in 18th place. Then we have 19th and 20th on the grid, Victor Popacol and Logan Jones, with Max Michalski in P21. So it's Miami Bambino Heat 3. The drivers will head out onto the circuit. You can see them all lined up there in position. We just had one kart, I think, to recover from the scene of it being parked up. You can see the drivers just getting themselves ready off the start. A little bit of revving up there from the number 18 machine. Green flag flies, and the drivers will now get to head out onto the circuit. And the mechanics will, of course, head out onto the circuit as well, because it is a standing start in the Bambino categories. This will be the third and final one of the Bambino classes. The Moths have got in there by the look of it for that green flag. Oh, they get hungry in Wales, you see. So the competitors getting their way to the start on the grid for the Miami Bambino, I will get there, Heat 3. And of course there'll be a slight pause in proceedings once again, and then we will come to our finals for the second time in 2022 after the season opener at Rowra. And a fabulous battle it's going to be as well. The competitors will definitely give us plenty of excitement as they will come through and onto the start-finish line once again. The drivers will grid up, and then they will go racing. And that is a kart that has stopped out on the circuit. That's not good. Now, who is that has come to a stop? I think it's the 12. So big problems there off the starting line, and very unfortunate that is too. So that, I'm afraid to say, is Harris Barber having problems off the grid. But the kart has started, so I think they've got time to wait for Harris Barber to come back into his position. He's obviously got to negotiate the vast body of the circuit, but the mechanics are there and they have been instructed to wait. So the good news is that I think Harris Barber, who is obviously very young still, will be given his chance to get back onto the starting grid. It's not quite as strict, the regulations, as it would be in some of the higher karting categories, but Harris Barber has obviously come here to race. He wants to race, and if he's got a functioning kart that can do so, it's only right that he is given the chance to get to the starting grid, especially for the sake of only about 40 seconds, then why not? The mechanics get out of the way, and the Miami Bambinos, for the third time this weekend, will have a battle in the heats, and then we will have the finals. So let's see how the drivers cope with the start. And we're under starters' orders. And a very tough start from the middle of the pack, a slow start from Grayson Wortley as he goes right to the inside line to try and stop as many drivers as possible coming through. I don't think he was the only one either. A very strange start. I'd quite like to see that one again in a minute once the first lap positions have all settled out. But Grayson Wortley clearly deciding he was never going to get a good start that he wanted. So having to chop right across. We'll look back on that in a couple of minutes, I think. So great start, and out in front, that is Charlie Clough picking up where he left off in the previous heat. So definitely good news for Charlie Clough. Just keeping himself nice and stable as the battle continues further up. There is Southwood Jr. trying to get himself into second position, having lost out initially to Dayan Singh Patel. Dayan Singh Patel is in second position. Started dead last in the race this morning, and now Dayan Singh Patel is up in second position. This is a great recovery. So Dayan Singh Patel in second place ahead of Southwood Jr. Then Cook, Ferro, Mebagashvili, Wortley, Garcia-Patino, Ferguson and Carter as they battle for second place. That's going to be Southwood Jr. on the inside line of Singh Patel. And not going to be the only one, but Singh Patel is not going to be intimidated. He's going to have to lose ground as they come off the turn. Whoops. Well, that got very close indeed. They just about get away with that one. Now, let's have a look at that starting manoeuvre again from Grayson Wortley, because I tell you what, that was close. Watches, realizes he's getting a slow start, as is Josh Cook, but Cook still forces the issue to get through, and that's how Dayan Singh Pahal, was able to go right round the outside of them and pick up that initial charge for third position. But Singh Pahal now finds himself down in 5th place. A warning flag has gone out, though, for Singh Pahal. Not entirely sure what the issue was. I think it was obviously when they ran off on the grass. They must have felt that Dayan Singh Pahal just had a little bit too much to do with that particular incident. So with 6 minutes to go in this race battle, it is obviously going to be the Miami Bambinos who will give us plenty of charge forward as they run through in position, still giving us plenty of great battles out on the circuit. So through they continue. Clough, Southwood Jr., Cook, Wortley and Singh Pahal, the top 5. Then Mebagashvili, GYG Mebagashvili in 6th position, the young man from Georgia. And then it is Ronnie Carter ahead of the Mexican youngster, Mateo Garcia Patino. So still they battle. There's Josh Cook trying to get his move on the inside of Southwood Jr. Now, obviously Charlie Clough has got a big advantage up front. So what do you do in this situation? Do you get into 2nd place and hope you've got the pace to run with Charlie Clough by the end of the race? Or do you work with the driver in 2nd place, sit behind him and go through the draft and through the toe a little bit more efficiently, the pair of you in unison, in the hope that by the end of the rotation, you'll be right in behind Charlie Clough. So fascinating stuff so far from the Miami Bambinos. There's a lot of battles still to come in their final later, but there's quite a few drivers that are stepping up to the plate in the 3rd heat. Clough, Southwood Jr., Cook, Wortley and Singh Pahal. And then it is GYG Mebagashvili, the young Georgian. Ronnie Carter, by the way, has charged his way back, and he is currently in 7th position. What a comeback from Ronnie Carter, who started way back in 17th on the grid, if you remember. Now he's up 10 places to P7. So Ronnie Carter clearly trying to make amends for what happened at the end of race 2. So still the drivers battle away for position. There is Southwood Jr. trying to be very defensive indeed ahead of Josh Cook. Then Wortley, Singh Pahal and Mebagashvili. But Ronnie Carter is next up the road in 7th place. We'll look back and we should see him coming into shot. There he is. So Ronnie Carter still working very hard here. Garcia Patino, the Mexican, is currently the leader of the novices in Miami Bambino. Right behind him, though, is young James Roots, who is making some really good impressions. I haven't seen James for a long time, to be fair, ahead of this weekend. And James was a little bit of a pipsqueak the last time I saw him, and now he is out there racing in fine style, very much following in the Roots family tradition. So through they continue, battling away, and this is going to be a tricky one to hold on to for Southwood Jr. because he's got Cook, Wortley, Singh Pahal and Mebagashvili all lining up to try and take him on, whilst at the same time he's trying to get that gap down to the race leader Charlie Clough. But I should point out, as tough as it is, he is managing to do that. So he is definitely getting the gap down. He's obviously got to work very hard to try and battle away for position. That is Wortley trying to work his way back into 3rd position. So Grayson Wortley trying to get into the top 3, but it's not easy round here. Josh Cook is the man who holds that 3rd place. But look how quickly Southwood Jr. has made his bid for Charlie Clough. Now he's going to try and get out of the slipstream. Up the Dragon Straight. And climbing up the crest. It's a very big incline here. Is Southwood Jr. going to get a run into the hairpin? He has to think about it, but no. It's not quite close enough. However, a mistake on the exit from Charlie Clough. That could put Southwood Jr., Cook and Wortley all over him, and it does. Meanwhile, further back, you've got a great battle going on between Singh Pahal and Mebagashvili. So those two really are having a good squab for 5th position, and I think that might be Mebagashvili getting through. There is a back marker just getting out of the way. Mebagashvili is really kind of hoping he can get past pretty sharpish, because you've got Singh Pahal running in 6th position right behind him. But Grayson Wortley has been able to break through into 3rd position. So Clough, Southwood Jr., Wortley and Josh Cook Then Mebagashvili and Singh Pahal from Ronnie Carter and Garcia Patino, Roots and Williams in the top 10. So still the battle side by side. Southwood Jr. looking for the opportunities. They're going to take it into the lead. Aaron Southwood Jr. takes on the lead. Excellent stuff from them so far. My goodness, that was an intense battle. Great work, and now there's more to come because Clough has got back through on the inside. Cook has got through. Wortley's got through around the outside. They're going to bang wheels, and so Josh Cook is the one that takes the lead at this stage. But Clough and Wortley are lining up another opposition. So they drop down the hill once again. And so they are having an absolutely sensational scrap as they continue forward. So Cook, Clough, Wortley and Southwood Jr. They are charging up the hill. Clough is going to hold this again. Good exit out of turn 1. And Clough will get the lead round the outside. But Wortley and Southwood Jr. are going to try and battle in position as well. A big slide out from Wortley, but there's enough grip to get the kart turned in. And we are on the penultimate lap. So things are going to get very interesting from here on out. Are we going to see a little bit more from this battle as it develops? So we will see an absolutely fantastic battle, diving their way through. Cook, Clough, Wortley and Southwood Jr. from Mebagashvili and Singh Pahal. But there is going to be one final charge forward. Are we going to get... No, we did not. We get the last lap board out. I thought we were going to get one more lap of it. But we do get the last lap board out onto the circuit. And Cook is going to go wheel to wheel with Clough as they go up the hill. Wortley in third. Fourth place, Southwood Jr. All four of them could take a hand to the victory in this one. Up through Spoon. And Cook is still tight in behind Charlie Clough. Grayson Wortley trying to work his way forward. What about Josh Cook? Good positioning from Charlie Clough to keep Cook at bay. He's got to be so careful. Up the top of the compression complex. What is Wortley going to do? Cook might get the dive on the inside here. Brilliant! Josh Cook is through on the last lap. What a timely maneuver. Grayson Wortley and Charlie Clough are race winners this weekend. And now Josh Cook is going to be 2. Final turn, checkered flag, boom! Josh Cook, brilliant race win. Clough, Wortley and Southwood Jr. from Singh Pahal and Mebagashvili. Ah, that was awesome. A great run from Ronnie Carter to get back to 7th place. Garcia Patino in 8th position. So good work there from Mateo Garcia Patino. And then James Roots, what a great drive from him in 9th place, ahead of Harry Williams. Logan Rolfe and Logan Jones from Will Crombie and Fraser Anderson, Oscar Kenny. And then it will be Dan Ferguson who comes through in 16th, ahead of Arthur Fayero and Harris Barber. And then it will be Ollie Little from Victor Popakul. The only driver being lapped on that occasion was Max Michalski. Terrific racing and an exceptional battle all the way through. The drivers finish off in terrific style here in the Miami Bambino Heat 3. And that's it from the heats. It is going to be the finals next up. So it is finals time here at the Bambino Kart Club's second round of the 2022 Championship at GYG in Wales. And we are going to get the drivers out onto the circuit very shortly indeed. Before we do that and before we go through the starting grid, we're a very tight community here in the world of motorsport at this level. We have great heroes, we have great personalities that we love and that we cherish. And just recently, one of our dearly beloved friends, Ashley Todd, sadly left us. And it has been a very big hole that has been left in the world of British karting. We miss him very dearly. He was a friend to many of us, an enemy to no one, and a wonderful, wonderful member of our karting community. We are very sad that he has left us, and we know that he will be watching with a very heavenly grin as his great charge, the Argenti Motorsport team, are out there in the various classes. So it is with a heavy heart that we would like to dedicate a minute's silence and reflection to our dear friend and our departed colleague, Ashley Todd. A massive thank you to everyone around the circuit for observing that with us. A wonderful member of our community, taken far too soon. And we really hope that the friends and family and all the members of the Argenti Motorsport team will race on with pride and honour for just how much good quality of life Ashley Todd was able to give us while he was in our community. And we wish all of the friends and family all the best at a very difficult time. Well, the racing world continues here at the Bambino Kart Club in what has been a very emotional time, but also a very exciting one. This form of racing, we all love it very dearly, and we love to see these new stars creeping their way into the public consciousness. There are some fantastic youngsters who will come out onto the circuit now for the final here at GYG in each of our categories. We will start, of course, with Miami Cadet. And what a battle it's going to be. The aggregate from the 3 heats will, of course, set the grid for the final, and it's Harvey Bacon on 74 points. He gets pole from Luke Millward. His teammate Nathaniel Hodges and Alfie Davidson will be together on the 2nd row of the grid. Then Liam Welsh and Rossi Costello will be in row 3. Row 4 of the grid will see Max Abrahart alongside Leighton Kelly, and then George Swire will be on the 5th row alongside young Jack Holmes. So the drivers will get their way around the course on this one. And it is a fabulous end to proceedings that we will take our way through. What a sensational challenge it is going to be for the competitors here. We will hopefully see a terrific final here in Miami Cadet as the drivers will battle coming out of the final turn. This is a very fast start, but if it's a green flag, we are going to go racing. No, it is a false start. They go around again. I did think that was a particularly rapid speed from the drivers that they came through. And a couple of drivers, not at all surprisingly on this occasion, out of position there. So we're obviously going to see them move a little bit further forward on this one. But a fantastic battle still to come from the competitors in this field. And I'm sure we're going to get to see some truly spectacular racecraft from the drivers in this particular gaggle. The drivers obviously wanting to get out of the blocks and finish off in style. The trophy presentations will, of course, come after each of the finals. So that will be when we get their moment of glory. They will collect their trophies and head for home. But we get to be entertained with a spectacular bit of race battles out there on the course as they come through, and we are ready to go racing. Are we under green flag conditions this time? Yes, we are. 10 minutes, and the Miami Cadet final is underway. So a good start as the drivers head up the hill. And Harvey Bacon is trying to hold the lead, but his teammate Luke Millward is still there or thereabouts as they come up to the hairpin. Everybody trying to get on with their nice battle. Oh, and a spin in the middle of the gaggle. That's Liam Welsh. So Liam Welsh has unfortunately had a bit of a moment there. So he will have to now try and recover from 10th position. He's already had his problems this weekend, but I'm afraid that is just adding one more issue to his weekend's battles. But how about that for a start? Alfie Davidson has managed to get up into 3rd position. A truly terrific charge forward then from Alfie Davidson, who has got himself now into P3. And he's going to have a bit of a challenge now from Nathaniel Hodges. So Hodges in 4th position will have the novice plate, Alfie Davidson, in front of him. But the two Kato Motorsport teammates are 1st and 2nd. Harvey Bacon and Luke Millward. Then Alfie Davidson and Nathaniel Hodges, Max Aberhart, Jack Holmes, Rossi Costello, George Swire, Leighton Kelly, and then it is P10 for Liam Welsh. He's got a little bit of time to make up. So Luke Millward still running very solidly and consistently. Oh, that was a nice move in the middle of the pack there. That was the 82 of George Swire making the overtaking move there, and now creeping up behind Rossi Costello. So some great racing in the middle of the pack there. But I think both Costello and Swire have managed to get overtaking moves there on Jack Holmes. So Costello and Swire managing to work their way forward. Jack Holmes is down to 8th position as a result of that little manoeuvre in the middle of the lap. But still, Bacon and Millward, 1st and 2nd, 3rd place Davidson. What a great drive this is from Alfie Davidson. As on the inside, trying to have a go, Aberhart. Almost thought he had the line there on Nathaniel Hodges. So still they duel away for position. But the Miami Cadet final. The final's 2 minutes longer than the heats, just to give them a little bit more track time in the toughest race of the weekend. But it was always going to be a very tricky battle out there on the course. So the drivers continuing on their way. This is Aberhart being caught now by Hodges. Oh, a little bit of a battle between Costello and Swire further back. So the race battles continue. It's getting a little darker out on the circuit, I notice. So I do wonder if there's going to be a slight sprinkling of rain. Certainly on the far side of the course you wouldn't think so, because it's bright sunshine up at the top of the hill. But it's quite cold and dark at the pavilion. I did tell you that this place was a bit like Spa-Francorchamps without the waffles. It has its own little microclimate here. And one side of the circuit can be bone dry and hot. The other side of the circuit can be dark, cool and foreboding. So is there going to be another strong opposition here from Swire to close up on Rossi Costello? Still going to be very close indeed between these two as they continue to charge us forward. A really good run as the competitors continue in position. So I think we may have some footage from the original start worth having a look at again. We might be able to see how Liam Welsh ended up facing the wrong way at the start of the race. So now that the battles have settled in a little bit, might be worth having a look and seeing what happened to Liam Welsh on the original start. But Bacon and Millward are certainly 1 and 2. Rossi Costello has been given a warning. Maybe that's for his battle with George Swire. Not entirely sure what it is he's done. But it would be interesting to have a look at that start incident again with Liam Welsh. So let's see how it was that Liam Welsh ended up trying to fight his way back. He's almost caught Leighton Kelly as it happens. So he is back in 10th position, obviously trying to make up for lost time. So this is Hodges versus Aberhart. 4th and 5th position, these two. Aberhart goes the long way round, faster trajectory, and he's going to pull past Nathan Hodges on the run up the hill, but Hodges will have the inside line. So it's stalemate between the two, and Hodges does hang on in front of Aberhart. So fascinating. Now, let's see if we can have a look at what happened at the start. Here we go. So it's very slow motion. You've got just two karts in together there. Now, that looked to me like the 88 of Liam Welsh just had a little bit of a nudge from the driver that was behind, tipped Welsh into the spin, and there wasn't really a lot that Liam Welsh could do about it. So it seemed like he got a massive bump in the back bumper, and that was enough really to pitch the kart around. He didn't really have anything he could do after that point. So still these two, Hodges versus Abrahart, battling away for 4th position. Now Welsh has got up to 9th place, past Jack Holmes. Leighton Kelly, by the way, has managed to get past Rossi Costello as well. So they're dueling away for position. Luke Millward has just set the fastest lap of the race. And then you have Alfie Davidson still hanging with them in 3rd position, but it's a lonely 3rd place at the moment. He's 2 seconds off the lead. He's 4 seconds ahead of Hodges and Abrahart. So it looks like Alfie Davidson will not only get the leading novice accolade, but could just end up with 3rd overall, just as a result of being in the right place at the right time. Oh, a big battle between these two. That is Leighton Kelly and George Swire, and they almost made contact there. I'm not entirely sure if they actually managed to come together, but they certainly got close. They managed to avoid anything nasty there. And now this time Abrahart's going to go for the inside of Hodges, sweeps by without having to even worry about the apex of the next turn. So Abrahart got a much stronger run through turn 1 that time, but here comes Hodges back for more. So Nathaniel Hodges comes back in, and now we've got Rossi Costello dueling away with the 3 karts in behind him. Now there's Swire, Kelly and Welsh, and then you've got Jack Holmes a little way behind them. So these 5 karts, 6th down to 10th, all having a terrific squabble as Liam Welsh is trying to get his way through. Now Max Abrahart has been given a warning. Not entirely sure what that was for, but certainly Abrahart needing a bit of a call up there in the warning flag. Oh, he's been given a penalty. So Max Abrahart has been given a penalty. That might come back to what happened at the start, in fact, with Liam Welsh. They've obviously done an investigation into it, so I'm afraid it has been adjudged that Max Abrahart was the party that involved Liam Welsh in his spin at the start, so he has been given the penalty. So Harvey Bacon, Luke Millward and Alfie Davidson. Oh, 3 wide! Oh, goodness me! Now, that was about as close as you can get to a big accident here at GYG without actually having one. That was close, and that's definitely worth a second look. So Costello gets a little nerf from Swire. That unsettles him, and then they rub wheels. Oh, and round the outside of both of them, that was Leighton Kelly managing to get through past them both. But George Swire, goodness me, he'll be bouncing around like peas in a frying pan there. So that will not be particularly comfortable. But Bacon and Millward just picking up where they left off yesterday. The 2 drivers running in formation, and if Luke Millward has looked after his tyres well, he should have an opportunity here at the closing couple of laps of the race to really step it up and go after his teammate. You don't want to push too early, but Luke Millward definitely with a good chance to go for the win as he battles for position out through turn 1, and Millward is right there hunting his teammate Harvey Bacon down. Davidson in P3. I'm really impressed with Alfie Davidson in this one. He's just got better and better as the weekend has progressed, and he's really going to have earned this 3rd place trophy. He's really worked incredibly hard in this one. A lot of drivers with a lot of opportunities, and we're getting to that point in the day where I'm going to have to start naming my driver of the day in each category. And it's very difficult at the moment to think of any driver in Miami Cadet that deserves the accolade of driver of the day more than Alfie Davidson. If he can hold on to 3rd position, he totally deserves it, because he really has put on an excellent show all weekend. He's been consistent, he's been solid, he's worked on his qualifying, he's managed to get it all together in the heats, he's raised his confidence levels. He's never really looked back, he's just got on with the job in front. He's not been a dirty driver at any point, he's just got himself into the positions he needed to get in and really put on a good display. I would give it to Alfie Davidson as it stands at the moment in Miami Cadet. Certainly the driver of the day thus far for me. But Bacon and Millward, they were at this yesterday. They've been very strong for the Cato Motorsport team, continuing on that charge and doing an excellent job, and it looks likely that they're going to carry this on to the flag. But now Millward has stepped up the attack, knowing that we're about to go into the penultimate lap. So here they come out of Devil's Elbow and into the Paddock Bend. They will come across the line. And we haven't quite run out of time in time. So 2 laps to go for Luke Millward. It's game on. He's going to go after his teammate Harvey Bacon here. So Millward will go the long way round. Bacon will take the conventional line. Up to the braking zone for Spoon Curve. And still Bacon holds on in front of Luke Millward. They come off the curb and drop down the hill again. No problems yet. Millward not quite close enough to take on his teammate. It's going to need to be a cheeky move. With a lap and a half to go, he'll have to struggle to find the gap. But it's definitely been worth the fight so far. A really exceptional display from these drivers. They are still giving us plenty of excitement. But we're not done yet. There is 1 lap to go. So the last lap begins. And now we're going to really figure out what these guys are going to be able to do. It's been very tricky all the way throughout. So are we going to get to see that move from Millward? He has a think about it round the outside. But it's not as easy as all that. You've still got an awful lot of work to do. This is so tricky. And still the battles running in around the circuit. We could well see one final lunge from Luke Millward. He's been tiling up the kart. Been getting himself ready. There's only going to be 1 or 2 chances left. Millward's going to try and commit. Bacon is going to hold it through Devil's Elbow. Millward might get a chance in the final turn here. He drops out of Devil's Elbow. There's 1 last chance, but I don't think it's going to happen. Harvey Bacon is going to take the victory in the Miami Cadet final. 2nd for Luke Millward. 3rd for Alfie Davidson. What a result. Excellent driving. And I will stand by my decision. For me, the driver of the day, Alfie Davidson. What a performance from the novice. 3rd position, well clear of the likes of Costello, Swire and Holmes, who battled all the way through. And very deserving indeed of that podium. Abraham in 4th place in front of Nathaniel Hodges and Liam Welsh, who fought back valiantly to P6 after that spin on the opening lap. Leighton Kelly, Rossi Costello, George Swire and Jack Holmes. Excellent work in the Miami Cadet final, and that is a very deserving result. They will get their trophies later. You'll see all the photos and all the reaction, I'm sure, on social media. But the Miami Cadet final goes the way of Harvey Bacon ahead of Luke Millward and Alfie Davidson. Next up, the 950 Libra final. So the 950 Libra battle goes out onto the circuit, and we are ready to greet the drivers for their final grid. And yet again, just as it was in the Miami Cadet, it is going to be a very tough battle in this 950 Libra final. It's going to be very tricky to see how the drivers will play this out. Charlie Benson and Marcel Popical will be on the front row of the starting grid for this one. Olivia Reynolds with consistency goes off 3rd. JJ Lowe in 4th position. Then Kevin Kielbasa and Jacob Anslow on the 3rd row of the grid. From Rhys David Richardson, Sam Woolley struggling down in 8th. And then 9th on the grid, it is of course going to be Ella Lucia. Well, I can only count 8 karts out there, so I wonder if Ella Lucia is missing after her earlier incident with the spinning kart earlier on. Oh no, that does look like Ella Lucia is out there actually. Yep, there she is. So she does manage to join in at the back of the field. That's good. But a little way behind the other drivers. So are we going to go racing this time? We are indeed. Let's race. As Ella Lucia joins the party a little later then. Oh, it's a false start. False start. So I did wonder. Well, that's good news for Ella Lucia, because that means that she can now catch up to them and take up her position in the gaggle rather than have to start several seconds behind them. So this is actually going to be a very tough race to call, because you've got several drivers out of position. Jacob Anslow has a good chance in this one, starting from P5, as of course does Sam Woolley, who's won 2 races this weekend on the road. And Charlie Benson taking a very valuable victory in the last one. That is what has given him pole position. So we could be in for an absolute thrill fest in this one. So Ella Lucia has caught up to the drivers in the 950 Libras. Watch for Olivia Reynolds in this one. Third position, she's got a great chance to go for the win. Ready, and we're racing. Oh no, it's a false start again. So they got a little bit too eager again as they came through. They just need to slow the pace down as they come off the turn. That's the thing. It's that once they get onto the run to the final turn, they all just want to hit the throttle. And essentially, they need to be really, really careful as they come out of the final turn, then go for it. And they're so eager to go racing that they just want to get as far away from the drivers behind as possible. So Charlie Benson and Marcel Popacul getting themselves ready for the banter once again. So great performances from the drivers at this point. And it is going to be an absolutely terrific run for all of the competitors in this one. And great to see so many fantastic competitors as they come through. But now here we are, ready for the 950 Libra final. Charlie Benson and Marcel Popacul, with Olivia Reynolds and JJ Lowe, then Jacob Anslow and Kevin Kilbasa, Sam Woolley, Rhys David Richardson and Ella Lucia. Here we go. This time we're away, and it's a false start for the third time. My goodness, I have never seen that at Bambino Kart Club level, to have 3 false starts in a row. Now, there's a red flag. I did wonder if that was going to happen, because you tend to see it at karting meetings. If they have 3 false starts in a row, then they will need to be instructed, essentially. So the drivers are going to come through, they're going to park the kart on the start-finish line, and then essentially the race director, Dan Ashton, is going to be instructing them how to go racing. They're going to use this opportunity, essentially, to get a telling off from Dan Ashton, who will say, now, you should know that when you come onto that final sector, you do not hit the accelerator until you come onto the start line. And there's several drivers there, particularly the leading 2. Well, they appear to have stopped them on the climb up the hill. I think they're trying to stay away from the headmaster. Well, I'm sorry, guys, but that's 3 attempts at the false start. Three attempts at the rolling start, and it hasn't worked. So now the drivers are going to come through to the start-finish line once again. Well, this is slightly awkward for them. They didn't really want to be backed into a corner where they were red flagged, but that's exactly what has happened. And this is just going to be a reminder from Dan Ashton to the drivers. What are you playing at? You need to hit the accelerator out of the final corner, not before it. They're obviously very nervous in the 950 Libra final drivers grid. There you go. And is Dan Ashton going to pull the pole position driver out of line? Now, I have seen this happen before. I've seen this happen before. The front row drivers can sometimes, at the discretion of the race director, be told, well, you've had to go at this 3 times, you haven't learnt your lesson, so they might have to start the race from the back of the grid. I have seen this happen before. Now, I can remember an incident at Genk in the European Championships back in 2019 in the Academy Trophy, when the pole sitter had 3 attempts to start the race, and they did not manage to do so from pole position at any point, and so they were sent to the back of the grid. Now, it is within the discretion of the race director to do that if they genuinely feel, and that's exactly what they've done. So Charlie Benson and Marcel Popacul are going to have to start this race from the back of the grid. Charlie Benson isn't happy about it, but at the end of the day, if the race director has decided, well, look, you've tried it 3 times, you didn't slow down enough, you're going to have to go from the back of the grid. Oh my goodness. Now that is very dramatic, and that now essentially means the pole position goes to Olivia Reynolds. So the very talented female racer, who is the first motocross rider to pull off a backflip at the age of 10. Absolutely sensational competitor. She's a motocross prodigy as well as a karting talent. And Olivia Reynolds will now be in pole position alongside JJ Lowe. Then it's going to be Jacob Anslow and Kevin Kilbasa. Well, Kevin Kilbasa will actually take up 3rd position. Anslow will take up 4th. Then it will be Rhys David Richardson and Sam Woolley. Then Ella Lucia. Then Charlie Benson. And then Marcel Poppercool. That is dramatic. Well, they've clearly decided that these two do not have what it takes to get this race started. Olivia Reynolds comes off the final turn. Are we racing this time? Up to the first corner. And we are under starters orders. So now we're racing. First time of asking. And Olivia Reynolds leads the field as they go up the hill. And there's a big charge forward already from Kevin Kilbasa to try and get through in a second. Woolley's come through in a 3rd. And the door and the floodgates have opened, I'm afraid, for JJ Lowe. He's dropped to 4th position. 6th place already is Marcel Poppercool. So Marcel Poppercool is already making some big runs. Marcel Poppercool in front of Charlie Benson. The two of them have already made up 2 places each. So they've managed to get past Rhys David Richardson and Ella Lucia. But there's still a long way to go. 10 minutes have obviously already been completed. 10 minutes of final to come, I should say, sorry. And the first minute is already done. We're in the second lap. So Reynolds leads, but Anslow is going to try and make the bid to come through on the inside line. And that's a lead change. Ansley is through, Woolley is through. So into the lead goes Jacob Anslow. Jacob Anslow is now your race leader in front of Sam Woolley and Olivia Reynolds. 4th position, that is JJ Lowe ahead of Kevin Kilbasa and Marcel Poppercool. Then Benson, Richardson and Lucia. So as the field continue on their way round, Olivia Reynolds still looking good in 3rd position. It's early doors. Sam Woolley is going to try and make the bid on Jacob Anslow. But Jacob Anslow is your race leader as they come through. So we've had a lap in the lead for Reynolds. Reynolds has been the leader. Anslow is now the leader. And if I know Sam Woolley, he's going to want to try and get through nice and early here on Jacob Anslow. Through the kink. And that is a lead change again. Sam Woolley hits the front as Reynolds defends from JJ Lowe. Terrific race battle already opening up now. But Poppercool and Benson are still challenging for positions. Poppercool is up to 5th. Benson is up to 6th, I do believe, past Kevin Kilbasa. No, not quite. Kilbasa is still there in 6th position. Benson trying to catch up to them. Oh no, that is Benson in 6th, my apologies. So Poppercool and Benson have managed to get their way to 5th and 6th position as the battles are well and truly joined out there on the course. And Reynolds now finds herself having to defend from JJ Lowe as Poppercool and Benson are now 5th and 6th. Lucia's got past Richardson. So those two are battling away as well. Up the top of the climb once again. And there's Benson. Benson makes the move on Marcel Poppercool. So Charlie Benson moves up into 5th position. And Sam Woolley is now the race leader. What a difference a heat to a final start makes. But both Charlie Benson and Marcel Poppercool were put to the back of the grid. So now they've got to try and fight their way back into the podium places once more. The 950 Libra final already with plenty of drama and excitement, as again Olivia Reynolds has to defend valiantly to keep JJ Lowe behind her. So Woolley, Anslow, Reynolds, Lowe, Benson, Poppercool, Kilbasa, Lucia and Richardson. What a race it's turning into so far. So still the battle is joined between Reynolds and Lowe. And now Benson and Poppercool are joining the party. Bit of a run wide there from Reynolds. And Lowe is going to get a run up the inside. And that will do for JJ Lowe. Oh! Benson on the inside as well. And Poppercool finds the gap too. That puts Olivia Reynolds down to P6. Well, Charlie Benson going for the ultimate opportunity to get through. Got to have another look at it. Because Charlie Benson there essentially went for the smallest gap in history to try and make that one work. I'll be fascinated to see if they actually banged wheels with each other when they went through. So let's see. Obviously, Reynolds is defending from Lowe here. Now watch Charlie Benson in the 25. Lowe's got the move. And Benson suddenly realises that's an open door. Oh, I'm not sure there actually was contact. I think Reynolds suddenly realised at the last moment that Benson and Popperkill were going to go through. And to avoid the collision, she actually did the sensible thing. Yeah, I didn't quite see contact between them there, so I think Reynolds just doing the Self-Preservation Society act there and kept herself out of harm's way. But that was definitely very close indeed to contact. So Willie, Anslow, JJ Lowe, and then Benson, Popperkill and Reynolds. Kilbasa, Lucia and Richardson following behind them, dropping several seconds back now. So it's definitely going to get very interesting from here on out. Willie, Anslow and Lowe. Benson's got through. Benson's got through, so that's up to third place for Charlie Benson. If he can charge his way back and still pick up a victory after all of this, then that really will show Charlie Benson. Will show everybody just how strong Charlie Benson has been. Good effort from him today so far. It was very tough to take that penalty to go to the back of the grid, but even though we didn't like the decision, he has just used that as ammunition to try and fight his way forward. Great work so far. 47 flat for the fastest lap of the race so far. There's going to be a little bit of work to do to catch up to Jacob Anslow, and he will know that. But really, an excellent job so far. Some good performances and some great leg work going on here. A very solid display and a solid effort from the drivers at the sharp end. Willie, Anslow, Benson, Lowe, Popperkill and Reynolds is the top six. There is Reynolds, all over the back of Marcel Popperkill. So can Olivia Reynolds get herself into fifth position? Tough to suddenly find herself in pole position for this final. But she's running out of chances to get her way back to the podium. That's the difficulty. So off the turn and charging forward. Charlie Benson trying to get the gap down to Jacob Anslow up the road. So Jacob Anslow just trying to hold on to the position as best as possible in second place. Not really making enough of a gain to Sam Woolley up front to challenge. It's actually really hard to gauge who is going to be the driver of the day this time, because there are so many strong candidates for it on this one. A lot of contenders for the accolade, but then you've got so many drivers that have really put on an excellent display in 950 Libra. You can point to at least three of them as a good candidate for it. Jacob Anslow is suddenly in the final, looking like he's going to stay solidly in the top three. Charlie Benson is doing everything he can to catch up with him. So Jacob Anslow is a very good candidate for that at the moment. We kind of expected this sort of speed from Sam Woolley and from Charlie Benson. Benson took the penalty, but his fight back is absolutely extraordinary. Third position, and he's still got time to get into second. Technically speaking, he's got time to move up into the lead. It's about whether or not he's actually going to have an opportunity to make that happen. So it's pretty tight and twisty out there at the moment. Some really good battles as the drivers come through. And still they race in for position. Come off the far side of the course now. And down the Dragon Straight once again. I should say up the Dragon Straight, because it inclines up and up and up and up. And then up to the hairpin once again. Charlie Benson just trying to get that move on Jacob Anslow. And there could be an opportunity. Here comes Benson. He's tightening up on Anslow. It's going to be a late decision. They're going to go wheel to wheel. And Benson's through. Lovely from Charlie Benson. Second position. As late as you like in terms of the decision making. He left absolutely nothing to chance. Anslow's trying to come back at him. But Benson will hang on for second. That was superb from Charlie Benson. An absolute killer of an overtaking move. The last possible minute decision to make that move on Jacob Anslow. You couldn't really have left that any later than that, and it would never have worked at all. So now Anslow trying to get himself back into second position if he can. But we're in the last minute of the 950 Libra final. So I'm afraid it doesn't look like it's going to work out for Jacob Anslow on this occasion. They climb the hill once again, up through the compression complex, and then down the drop, up towards Devil's Elbow. Sam Woolley having a perfect run out in front, having been the driver that really had to try and fight his way back into contention. Sam Woolley now has picked them off one by one, and once got into the lead on lap 3, he has not looked back. The penultimate lap begins. It's really hard in this particular category to pick a winner. Oh, and it looks like a problem for Anslow. Anslow has suddenly dropped off the back of Charlie Benson and has plummeted back in pace. JJ Lowe is going to make an easy move of him. So JJ Lowe dives through third position, no problems there. I think Jacob Anslow's got a problem developing. He's suddenly lost a massive amount of pace, and JJ Lowe in third position. Oh, well, he's come back at him. And they're still battling for position. Anslow gets back into third place. Well, what was that about? Well, last lap, it looked like all of a sudden Jacob Anslow was having mechanical problems, and then he's managed to fight his way back into contention again. Wow, absolutely fantastic stuff. So Jacob Anslow in third place, which is where he's likely to end up unless JJ Lowe can pull off a final lap maneuver. Anslow doing his best, but a really tough fight in this last lap fracas. JJ Lowe is going to do everything he can, though, to get the move on him. And it will be a strong run down the hill. An excellent display. But it is going to be Sam Woolley. What a comeback. Sam Woolley takes the checkered flag. A brilliant win. Charlie Benson in second. Third place for Anslow. Fourth for Lowe. And fifth for Popakul. Olivia Reynolds in P6. Kilbasa, Luthia, and Richardson. What a result. And it's very hard to award a driver of the day in the 950 Libra category. They've all had difficulties. They've all had tough race days. Do you know what? I'm going to give it to Sam Woolley. He may have had problems over the course of the weekend. That disqualification for technical problems. But I tell you what, the way he charged back from the back of the grid to take the victory, that was superb. Under pressure, but he managed to make it look easy. Good job from Sam Woolley. If it's not him, I'm going to give it to Jacob Anslow, just for the way he managed to get himself into a solid podium position in the final. It's between Woolley and Anslow for me, and it's very hard to separate them. Woolley did charge through from the back of the grid. Anslow very solid throughout the race to maintain his podium position. So it's definitely one of those two. I would probably just give it to Woolley for the way he charged back from the back to the front. But a great performance nonetheless. Great work in the 950 Libra final. More racing coming up next. And it's Junior Max as the drivers head out onto the circuit for their final. 6 races to go today. And what a great battle it has been here at GYG. Here's the grid. Aidan Hassan, 75 points, the maximum from Leo Purchase. Ewan Charman and Reza Sivaruthan, and then Jake Howarth and Aditya Kulkarni. Alex Duncan and Shane Collins on row 4, ahead of Billy Edgecombe, Zane Stout and Curtis Harding. So Aidan Hassan has made it 3 heat wins out of 3, but here's the big question. Can he make it and win in the final 2? It's definitely going to be very tough. Great to see that some of the drivers from the previous categories that are now finished for the day are actually watching up on the bank. They're trying to get the best views in the house. You can see there quite a few spectators now watching the finals from on the top of the bank. But this is the tough one. Hassan versus Purchase to turn 1. And there's a lot of drivers who can really make a bit of a battle out of this one. The Junior Rotax final here at GYG. Out of the final turn, and we're racing! First corner, good start for Hassan. Brilliant start from Charman. He's going to get up alongside Purchase. He then tucks in behind him. He knows the Purchase isn't going to leave him a lot of room. And they charge up the hill as they tuck their way through and up and over the curbs. Couple of drivers getting close to an incident there. I think that was Jake Howarth running a little bit wide, and that's dropped him to 7th place. Not a great start for Jake Howarth. He's got at least 3 of the Argenti drivers up in front of him now. And there's Reza Sumaruthan, who is in 4th place behind Ewan Charman. I think it's Kulkarni and Alex Duncan that are in front of Jake Howarth now, leaving him to scrap away with the likes of Collins, Edgecombe, Stout and Harding. And Charman into 2nd there. Good move on Leo Purchase, nice and early doors. So Ewan Charman trying to fight his way through the field. Up at his 2nd position. He's still going to get some tough stuff done with Aiden Hassan a little bit later on in the gaggle. But he's right in behind him now. And this being the fastest class in the weekend, this is definitely going to be a tough race battle. Hassan, Charman, Purchase, Sumaruthan, and then Adi Kulkarni and Alex Duncan. And these two really are likely to be the 2 drivers that will give us the best possible badinage out there. So Hassan versus Charman, here we go. The Milton Keynes Maestro versus the Charmander himself. Up the hill. Charman getting very close behind Aiden Hassan. But he's not able to get the run into Spoon Curve going into lap 3. They drop down the hill. Charman having a look, knows that Purchase and Sumaruthan are a little bit behind him now. There is a bit of a gap. You can start to sense when the driver in 2nd place is going to make an overtaking move. He starts looking behind him to see how close his opponent is going to be if he decides to go for an overtake. So you can tell when they're really going to think about the move. Out of the final turn, up the straight. Charman might take a look over his shoulder. He does indeed. Just wants to see where Purchase and Sumaruthan are. Is he going to go the wrong way round the outside? Then to tuck back in for the inside switch. Can't make it. Aiden Hassan wasn't born yesterday. He will know all of Ewan Charman's tricks. He's not going to give him an inch. So still they battle as they come up the compression complex once again. Purchase and Sumaruthan. Then Duncan and Kulkarni. Howarth, Edgecombe, Collins, Stout and Harding. They battle their way through as they come off the far side of the course. And back in through the switch. Very tough tussle for them as they climb back up the hill. And still they battle away for position, climbing up, trying to get themselves neatly into position again. Tightening up through the gaggle. Dropping down the hill once more. And getting themselves back up the climb. This is all going to get into position rather nicely for Charman as he hustles in behind Aiden Hassan. But Aiden Hassan still leading this nice and comfortably. The first 4 minutes pass with Hassan and Charman trying to stretch away from the BKC Racing teammates. They go up the Dragon Straight again, up towards Spoon Curve. And Charman's starting to get very hungry behind Aiden Hassan. Hassan is going to make him think about where to place the kart. And again, there's no overtaking move this time. Hassan still just placing the kart exactly where he needs to be to cause the biggest amount of irritation for Ewan Charman. The Charman still hunting down Aiden Hassan. Purchase and Sumaruthan, 3rd and 4th, BKC Racing teammates. Hassan still just keeping the kart nice and planted in front of Ewan Charman. And out of the final turn again, Hassan still just riding the crest of the curve there. So Purchase in 3rd, Sumaruthan is 4th, then Kulkarni. Jake Howarth has managed to get past several drivers there. Now Alex Duncan has dropped down to 10th position. What happened there to Duncan on the last lap? Didn't really see anything, but certainly Alex Duncan has come through in P10. So problems there for the Argenti driver. He has now dropped to 10th position. And he was running in P6 ahead of Jake Howarth and running with his teammate Adi Kulkarni, but we didn't see what happened. So Jake Howarth is now all over the back of Adi Kulkarni as they duel for 5th position. But we've got just over 5 minutes to go now. And this is where we're really going to start to see some tough battles out there on the course. Up the Dragon Straight again. Hassan keeping that kart as wide as possible. Ewan Charman just cannot get through. Hassan sliding around a lot. And that's going to cost them time because Hassan essentially holding up Charman a little bit here. But this could all be part of the tactics for Aiden Hassan. He doesn't have to concede to Charman at all, but he also doesn't have to worry too much about pulling away. If he can hold the car to the racing line, it's up to him to dictate where the racing line is. As long as he doesn't weave and swarm around. Oh, Charman in the lead on the final turn. Ewan Charman sets up the move, and Aiden Hassan is in second position now. So Ewan Charman still doing a good job. Out in front now, taking over the helm from Aiden Hassan. So they will continue down the drop and up towards the double left apex. But certainly for Ewan Charman and Aiden Hassan, this is now the business end of the race battle. And Ewan Charman wants to use this to now stretch away from Aiden Hassan if he can. He wants to just pull clear and disappear from the rest of the drivers out there. So this could end up being a very fortuitous line as he charges forward. So up the road once again, climbing up the Dragon Straight. A little bit of a twitch there from Charman. Hassan holds on to his position. And still they continue. They drop down the hill. So we're going to get to see a very interesting challenge forward from them as they continue up the climb. We're going to get to see the move from Aiden Hassan returned. Charman still leading from Hassan, but Hassan is clearly not being intimidated by Charman in the lead, and certainly Aiden Hassan still has a kart he can win with out in front. But Purchase and Simaruthan are just getting these laps ticked off one by one. So Ewan Charman and Aiden Hassan still having a terrific run. They continue to battle for position. Oh, so close from between them as they come off the turn and the exit of Spoon. Drop down the hill, and still they battle. Up to the compression complex again. And then up towards Devil's Elbow. They drop through the right, left, right. Drop down the gradient, left. And then up to the final turn, right. This is such a tough race battle. You can see on the inset, some good racing going on in the middle of the gaggle as well. Alex Duncan trying to recover, having dropped down to 10th position. So some good battles within battles here. And we can see Jake Howarth has actually now just got past Adi Kulkarni. So 5th position now for Jake Howarth. And it really is 2x2 hurrah. If it was raining, we'd be in the middle of Noah's Ark. Charman and Hassan, Purchase and Simaruthan, Howarth and Kulkarni. And actually further back, we've also got Collins and Edgecombe. A little bit of a gap between Stout and Duncan, and then obviously Curtis Harding, who's had his problems right from the start of the weekend, which he wasn't here for. So out of the final turn, and up the main straight through turn 1 again at Club, up the Dragon Straight. Aiden Hassan has not given up on this victory. He's got to look after his tyres better than Ewan Charman. That's his mission now. Look after the tyres, stay on the back bumper of the Argenti, and Aiden Hassan may be about to take the clean sweep. All 3 heats, and pole position in time qualifying as well, don't forget. So Aiden Hassan just trying to keep this nice and balanced. He is the fastest driver over the weekend. He's proved that. So now he's just got to try and stay hungry behind Ewan Charman. Charman doing a great job. Hassan in second likewise. Out of the final turn, up the straight once again. Climbing, climbing, climbing. It gets very steep here. But now you've got Purchase and Simaruthan. They're in the final laps of this race. They're going to run out of time, I think, on this very lap. If they run out of time on the next lap, then it will be a 2-lap sprint to the flag rather than a 1-lap sprint. It is going to be close. Charman has not been able to pull away from Aiden Hassan at all. They come through, and they will come into the final corner of the lap, and we are going to get the last lap board. So this is it, now or never. Well, the last lap board wasn't out there, actually. So I think they might go round again. I think it's going to be 2 laps. I think there was only 1 second in it. So I think they're going to get an additional racing lap. This isn't good news for Ewan Charman. And the last lap board has not come up on the timing screen, so it is 2 laps to go. Purchase and Cyril Ruthen could be in for a very solid surprise here. They're in 3rd and 4th at the moment. But Sharman is on a qualifying lap, trying to get away from Aiden Hassan when it counts. So this is a big opportunity for Ewan Sharman to pull clear of Aiden Hassan. As they come off the final turn, it is going to be the final lap now. But I think Ewan Sharman has saved his best for last. He's got away from Aiden Hassan at exactly the right moment. He's pulled clear on the penultimate lap, knowing that he needed to pull off something special. There's a yellow flag in front of them. I think Edgecombe and Stout have had a problem out there. But it is going to be a run to the flag of dreams for Ewan Sharman. And I think that's going to be pretty emotional as well. Before the finals began, we held a minute's silence for their dearly departed friend, Ashley Todd. And how is this for a way to give him an amazing tribute? Out of the final turn, Ewan Sharman is victorious, and deservedly so. That is a wonderful result for Argenti Motorsport and for Ewan Sharman. Deserved, absolutely deserved. And considering everything that's happened so far this weekend, it's very hard to overlook him for the Driver of the Day accolade as well. Excellent when he needed to be, Ewan Sharman. Really pulled out the stops. And just when it counted, absolutely textbook. An emotional one for Ewan Sharman, and a very deserving victory at the right moment. That'll be a lovely tribute for the Argenti Motorsport's fallen colleague, Ashley Todd, and a great way to continue his incredible legacy that he leaves behind in the sport. Wonderful. Ewan Sharman victorious, but we still have another 5 races to go. So time for the quietest final of the day, the Mighty Bambinos, the electric karts. And it is Ansel Murray in pole position from Freddie Baker, Albert Bachler on the 2nd row alongside Albert Farrow. Sidney Nell still has a good chance from row 3 alongside Max Joy. On the 4th row of the grid, it is Jensen James Williams and Hadley Jarvis. And then Arthur Bath, Hugo Williams and Harley Bradbury Stretton, who will line up behind them. As always, with the Bambino categories, it will be a start from the grid, a standing start procedure. So there is going to be some very excited young drivers getting their way forward to try and push on for the final. Drivers have already headed out onto the circuit, so they will take up their positions on the starting grid. And the Coma Bambinos are getting lined up in the holding area already, so very exciting stuff so far from them. And the Mighty Bambinos, the little electric machines, getting themselves geared up into position. Fabulous to see them here at Glan-Y-Gors. And a wonderful performance from the drivers. They will get themselves up. This is what the future of Bambino karting looks like. I have to say, having watched them from the side of the road, I think these are fabulous machines. And it's certainly hopefully going to get a lot more young talent into the sport. So the competitors will now line up in position, and it is going to be a tough one in the battle between Ansel Murray and Freddie Baker. They will line up on the front row as the mechanics clear the grid. So who is going to get the ultimate start from the front end of the field? Ansel Murray to the inside line, Freddie Baker to the outside line. And the 5-second board goes up. We are ready to go racing here at Glan-Y-Gors in the Mighty Bambino final in the 2nd round at GYG. Cards are in position and we're underway. And it's a good start from Freddie Baker. He draws level with Ansel Murray, but he doesn't quite get the opportunity to run alongside him. So the competitors run their way forward. And Ansel Murray still runs in front of Freddie Baker. What a start that is, splitting both of them. That is Albert Bachler. Albert Bachler has got an even better launch than both drivers and manages to split them as they go up the hill. So Albert Bachler is having a terrific opening lap. There he is, up in second position. What a good launch from Albert Bachler. So Ansel Murray is still your race leader, still putting on a bit of a show. So an absolutely terrific situation for the competitors. What a sensational run it is going to be. Wow, fascinating battle. And a terrific run for the competitors. So still, the competitors give us plenty of drama in the Miami Bambinos. In the Mighty Bambinos, I should say, sorry. The Miami Bambinos will be the last race of the day, of course. But Freddie Baker has got a good run on Sidney Nell. Trying to get through. Sidney Nell's made a terrific start. Good to see him putting on a bit of a showcase here as well. But Ansel Murray looking really strong. Sidney Nell just trying to hang on to it here as he holds in front of Freddie Baker. Baker is fighting back very valiantly indeed. And Freddie Baker and Sidney Nell working hard and racing each other valiantly for third position. Sidney Nell just trying to keep it nice and tidy. But Farrow and Bradbury Stretton are doing a great job. Fifth and sixth position for those two, as Harley Bradbury Stretton is trying to make up for good time here. Seventh is Joy, then it's Williams. Oh, and that's Nell and Baker both running wide. So they run wide at third and fourth. So Nell needs to chop across and keep Freddie Baker at bay, which he does. And now going through turn one, you're also going to see a bit of a charge for it from Albert Farrow. And Harley Bradbury Stretton having a good race. Here's Freddie Baker getting up alongside Sidney Nell. This is for third position. Sidney Nell's going to turn in and keep Freddie Baker at bay unless they get to the hairpin together. And Sidney Nell hangs on much better in the final from Sidney Nell, but he runs wide on the exit. Chops back across Freddie Baker. Baker's going to try to go for the move, but Sidney Nell has him for the moment. Great battle with these two. These cars are so quiet, you can actually hear the parents cheering for them at the side of the road. Fascinating stuff. And the battle from third to sixth could go anybody's way here. Sidney Nell, Freddie Baker, Albert Farrow, and Harley Bradbury Stretton all having a great duel for third position. Then Joy, then Williams, Bath. Williams, that is the 91 kart of Hugo Williams. And then in 11th place, it is Hadley Jarvis. So Sidney Nell trying to keep Freddie Baker at bay. Baker goes right, nothing doing. Goes left, has a little more space to play with, but Sidney Nell places his kart there as well. Up the hill they come once more. And I have to say, great to see the new changes to the paddock this weekend since the Racing with Respect, Respect in Racing accolade has come in. The concept of respect in racing, and they've really tightened up all of the shenanigans that were occasionally happening in the paddock, and it's nice to see that it's about the racing rather than the off-track activities. So really good to see that that has obviously worked out well. Now Sidney Nell has lost out there to Freddie Baker. So Freddie Baker's got through into that third position. A good overtaking move from Freddie Baker. That puts in P3. There's your leader, Ansel Murray, the number 96. Still stretching out the gap over Albert Bachler, who is in second position now, as Freddie Baker into third position. But look at Ansel Murray. He's already catching up to the back markers. And the first one, of course, he's going to see is Hadley Jarvis. Look back to second place. It's an age to find Albert Bachler. Oh, and it's Freddie Baker. Freddie Baker's come through into second place. So Freddie Baker managing to catch and pass Albert Bachler. So Freddie Baker back into second. He's had to work hard for that. So great results so far, and definitely charging his way forward. An excellent comeback so far in this final. And Sidney Nell is just trying to keep himself nice and smooth ahead of Albert Farrow. And Harley Bradbury Stretton seems to have fallen a little way back from the pace of these two. But he's still there. He's still on the road. But let's give these guys the credit they deserve. You've got to remember that some of these guys are as young as 4 years old. And they are racing around GYG, one of the toughest circuits in British karting. in terms of the physical demands on the body. I've known drivers tell me that they have broken ribs while racing here without having an accident. So that just shows you how physical this circuit can be at the best of times. So this is Albert Bachler just getting up behind Hadley Jarvis to put a lap on him. Goes through, no major concerns at all there, nothing to be concerned with. But there's a great battle further back. That's Sidney Nell versus Albert Farrow, as Freddie Baker now gets up the inside of Hugo Williams and gets through to lap him. But Freddie Baker is just chipping away at the advantage that Ansel Murray has. Ansel Murray's in the 60.5s. Freddie Baker is in the 59.2s, so he's going over a second a lap quicker. The problem is he's going to run out of time at this rate because there's 4 minutes to go and the gap is 8 seconds. The gap has actually gone up at the end of the last lap because Freddie Baker was really struggling to make an impact there in the traffic. So Ansel Murray still looking good to make the clean sweep. Excellent performances so far through this field. Baker in second, Bachler is third, then Nell, Farrow and Bradbury Stretton. P6 for him at this moment. Some good little drivers out there in the mighty Bambinos. Good to see them put on such a textbook display. As Baker still does everything he can to close up on Ansel Murray. Third position for Albert Bachler, and then fourth for Sidney Nell ahead of Albert Farrow and Harley Bradbury Stretton. Then Max Joy in P7. Jensen James Williams is in 8th position. Oh, this is a nice little gaggle as Sidney Nell and Albert Farrow try to lap Arthur Bath. So Arthur Bath gets out of the way, and that's nicely handled. Now Baker's just done the fastest lap of the race at 59.1, and that brings the gap down by another second to 8 seconds. But with 2.5 minutes on the clock, you do get the impression that Freddie Baker is going to run out of time here to deal with Ansel Murray. Not for the want of trying, though. There is Freddie Baker, pushing hard in second place. Even if it looks like it's impossible, there are certain drivers out there who just don't do the word impossible. So there's Freddie Baker, and there's the race leader. There is Ansel Murray. He's managed to get his way past JJ Williams on that lap to pull a lap on him. And so Jensen James Williams will just continue in P8, albeit a lap down. And there is your race leader, Ansel Murray. Still just taking it one corner at a time, one lap at a time. Not rushing this at the slightest. Just trying to keep it nicely together. Very tricky in the closing stages of the race because that's when the tyres are screaming at you the most. And you want to make sure that you've got as much grip to handle the last couple of laps as possible. But there's Freddie Baker. The gap comes down again to 7.4. But this time Freddie Baker only half a second quicker rather than a full second and a bit. He's still gaining, but I don't think it's going to be fast enough with 1:20 on the clock. Had Freddie Baker been able to get into second position relatively quickly, and I think we definitely would have seen a challenge for him for the victory, the pace he's currently setting. Of course, it does get to the point when the drivers get so tired that the variance of the lap times can become very gargantuan indeed. But certainly for Freddie Baker, it looks good as they're into the final minute. So Ansel Murray is going to come through and start his final lap but one. There is Freddie Baker. The gap comes down to 6.5 seconds. So this is the penultimate lap. I'm very impressed with Albert Bachler in this one. Third position for him so far. He hasn't really outdriven himself. He hasn't pushed over the limit. Again, he's just kept it to what he can handle out there. And still, Sidney Nell battling away with Albert Farrow, although Farrow, I notice, has got through. So Farrow is up into 4th position on this occasion. A good run from Albert Farrow. Sidney Nell just losing ground there a little. But this man, Ansel Murray, a very talented young boy, is just going to continue his run in the mighty Bambino. Oh, there's a yellow flag out on the circuit as Ansel Murray laps Hadley Jarvis for the second time, but we seem to have had a card come off the road. I'm not entirely sure who it is, but certainly a yellow flag out there. Last lap begins for Ansel Murray. Freddie Baker is giving it everything as the gap comes down again to just 4.6. So Ansel Murray losing nearly 2 seconds to Freddie Baker on that lap alone. But who is the kart that was involved in the yellow flag incident? I think they might have actually got going again. So I can't actually see a kart stationary out on the circuit anymore. So I think the yellow flag incident was only a temporary one. I think it was only an isolated incident. But there is Ansel Murray. Excellent drive from him so far. And he is going to finish it off in fine style. Dare you look at anybody else in this field as driver of the day, because he was awesome in all three of his heats in the mighty Bambinos. Yellow flags again then, so there is definitely an off at that point of the course. But what a terrific run from Ansel Murray. He comes out of the final turn and he is victorious. Great job from Ansel Murray. A brilliant drive from Freddie Baker as well. He'll get the win one day, it won't be long. And in third position, a very sensible run all the way through from Albert Bachler. He's going to seal third place ahead of Albert Farrow, who is another one who you could say is a candidate for driver of the day. Leading novice, fourth position. But a very tough order. There you go. Albert Bachler is absolutely delighted with third place. And as they come to the line, it is going to be a close run thing between Farrow and the back marker. Farrow comes through for fourth place. Sidney Nell will hang on for fifth in front of Harley Bradbury Stretton. And then Max Joy will be the last driver on the lead lap, ahead of Jensen James Williams, Arthur Bath, Hugo Williams and Hadley Jarvis. So fascinating stuff, and a really intense battle right the way to the death. Max Joy will be the last driver home. In fact, he peels off into the pits, so he will not finish the race, technically speaking, although he will be a lap down, and he'll be confirmed as 7th place. Ansel Murray then, a clean sweep. And yeah, you know what? I am going to give him driver of the day for that. He hasn't really put a wheel wrong all the way through this final and through any of the heats either. Ansel Murray has been there or thereabouts. Great to see him pull off a great show in the mighty Bambino final. So, a great job there and a fantastic performance from the competitors. Freddie Baker, great to see him charge through. And Albert Bachler really has every reason to be delighted with himself for third. A good run from Albert Farrow as the leading novice. But what a great performance. Now, there's more action on the way from the Coma Bambinos. C50 Bambinos head out onto the circuit, and this is going to be one of the most unpredictable finals of the lot. 6 drivers could win this very easily. Austin Oman and Riley Morrow on the front row of the grid. Ellis Wildchild and Harper Das on the second. Amelia Diel in row 3 alongside Ethan McClelland. Then it is Bertie Clark and Henry Algar from Charlie Page and Rex Pooley. Lewis Hazlitt, Freddie Budd on row 6 alongside him. And then to finish off the grid, it is Brady Atkin McDonald. And once again, with it being the Coma 50 Bambinos once more, it will be a standing start. So the drivers will come to the grid once again. There are at least half a dozen drivers who could challenge for the win here, possibly even for a podium finish as well. So I'm sure we're going to see some tough battles in this final. And it will finish off the day in very impressive style indeed for the C50 Bambinos. Tillotson T4s, Minimax, Honda Cadets and Miami Bambinos to finish us off later in the day. So just 5 races remaining, including this one. Fabulous performance from the drivers all through the day. Really has been phenomenally entertaining in all of the classes. Great performances from the Miami Cadets, the 950 Libras and the Might E Bambinos, as well as the Minimax karts. But now we will finish off. 4 races done, 5 to go. And time to go racing in the Coma Bambinos. Can Austin Oman get the job done despite the high opposition from the likes of Riley Morrow, Ellis Child and Harper Das? Let's see who gets the win. We're racing at GYG. Good start from the front row. Look at the start from Amelia Diel. She's cut through into 4th place. Excellent start from the Scottish racer. She works her way forward. And so that's Amelia Diel getting past Harper Das and Ethan McClelland at the start of the race. She's in P4. So a great start as they climb up the hill. Already a good start from the leading two drivers on the front row. It stays as was. Harper Das goes for the move on Amelia DL. And DL is crowded out there by Das as McClelland comes around the outside to get through into 5th position as well. So a little bit of a headache for Amelia DL, but hopefully she'll be able to find her way back as we go side by side. Child had a look there to try and split the two drivers up front. But Oman and Murrow really starting to go for it in the leading two positions of the race. But the top 6 are still absolutely together. And any one of them could still take the victory here. Very even and very tight between those half dozen drivers. So as they come through, it is Oman, Murrow, Child, Das, McClelland and DL. But it's a great fight back from Rex Pooley at the moment, who has managed to get himself up into 7th position. So an excellent start then from Rex Pooley. Bertie Clark in 8th position from Charlie Page and Freddie Budd. Then Henry Algar, Brady Atkin, McDonald and Lewis Hazlitt as Ethan McClelland continues a fighting battle in front of Amelia DL. So those two drivers still scrappling away for 5th position, but there's a long way to go in this final for the C50 Bambinos. The longest race of the weekend for them, 10 minutes plus the additional lap. And trying to charge in behind Amelia DL, you've now got Rex Pooley, who's made a sensational start to this final. And very deservingly so. Bertie Clark is still trying to break back into the top 6 again, having been there in the earlier heat. But it's Oman, Murrow, Child, Das, McClelland and DL. Oh, very close between those two. DL is not happy at all with Ethan McClelland. She puts her hand in the air as if to say, come on, you squeezed me. I didn't have any room to play with. So Amelia DL not happy. Rex Pooley, though, is getting on with it here and closing up on them. Amelia DL might pick up a move or two here as she comes in from around the outside. And she's just lost out there to Rex Pooley. So Rex Pooley has come up into P6. But Amelia DL will be a little disappointed that it's all tumbled away in this last race of the weekend. She's been so strong leading up to this point, but it's not done yet. Now, what was Ellis Child up to? Was gesticulating at the side of the road there. Not quite sure what Ellis Wild Child was doing there as Ellis came through. But hopefully the race battle will continue for Child in 3rd position as DL gets on the inside to hold cover and keep Page at bay. Now DL is going to have another crack at Rex Pooley. Tell you what, Rex Pooley is having a terrific final. Definitely the best drive we've seen from Rex all weekend. As the leaders come towards us, Oman, Murrow, Child, Das, and then it is McClelland. Pooley is in the next position. So McClelland is trying to keep Rex Pooley at bay. DL in 7th ahead of Page. So Charlie Page definitely with a part to play in this final. But the final is always a very tough race to win. It's always a very tough race to survive as well. Very much longer than the heats. 2 minutes doesn't sound like a lot. But when you're 4 years old and you're a couple of millimeters off the ground on a circuit that's uphill and down dale with massive camber and elevation changes, you tell me it's not hard work. Those extra 2 minutes could make all the difference in this particular race, the C50 Bambino final. But this is the halfway point in the finals, this race. 4 done, 5 to go, including this one. So this race is the halfway home mark of the finals here at Glan-Y-Gors Park. It's getting pretty tight from 3rd position down to 8th. It's very tight as Child is now going to have all sorts of pressure from Das and McClelland. McClelland is having a look to try and get through up the inside of Das, while Das is trying to make the same move on Ellis Child. But these two out in front are nose to tail again, Oman and Murrow, and they have stretched 6.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field. So this is about the long game, and that's Child again, trying to hold on as McClelland gets the move on Harper Das. So McClelland gets through on Harper Das, then we've got Pooley, DL and Page. You can't make a single mistake in a race like this when you've got 6 drivers to battle with. One mistake and you're going to fall to the back of the train at best. At worst, you could even end off the road. So McClelland tucks in behind tucks in behind Child. But this is for the final podium spot. Any one of these 6 drivers could get it. Child, McClelland, Das, Pooley, DL and Page. All running a terrific battle out there. Bertie Clark is having some difficulties in this race by the look of it, because we expect to see him up towards the top 5, and he's currently in 9th place. A little way off this gaggle, as again, Child tries to keep McClelland back. Das has now got DL back into position. So Amelia DL, oh, little bit of contact, and again, as McClelland gets through, and in the momentum, you're going to get Pooley come out of the inside. DL loses out, as does Child. So Child is down to 6th. McClelland now comes through into 3rd position ahead of Harper Das. I did say anyone in the top 6 can get this podium. It's not done. So this is fascinating. McClelland, Das, Pooley, Child, DL and Page. And DL is going to get right up alongside Ellis Child around the outside. She may have some momentum here as they come towards us. McClelland and Das still in position, and DL is up to 5th. Amelia DL doing a brilliant job in 5th position. So still they battle. Amelia DL's got plenty of time on her hands here to go for Harper Das in front, and Harper Das is still dealing with Ethan McClelland. So a very tricky race battle for them. And 2 karts still battling away for position as they continuously run in formation. But the 2 leaders are well clear, as we know. Austin Oman and Riley Morrow. Ethan McClelland gets a warning for his actions there. 3rd position for the moment. But can Ethan McClelland hang on from Harper Das and Amelia DL, who's up to 5th position now, having made up places on Pooley and Child. DL goes the long way round turn 1. She might have a little bit of straight line speed here. And she has her personal best lap of the race so far, 1:02.1. But now the battle between Austin Oman and Riley Morrow. Still they duel for the victory, way out in front of the rest of the field. 2 minutes 13 left on the clock. So there's a lot still to debate between these 2. Austin Oman and Riley Morrow. They just want to race each other and be the driver that comes out on top in this final. 2 minutes to go. And this is going to be a very tricky race battle for Oman and Morrow as they continue to tiptoe their way through. Now here is the battle for 3rd. 6 karts all in a line. McClelland, Das, DL, Pooley, Child and Page. And now Riley Morrow is going to go for it alongside the number 7 kart. They're starting to go for the battle. Still side by side, but Oman has the line up the hill. So surely no move is made there. And still Riley Morrow just hustling in behind Austin Oman as much as humanly possible. Doesn't want to get too far over the limit. But certainly some good battles between them. Morrow tries to get up alongside Oman. Goes the long way round because Austin Oman is sending him there. Riley Morrow might just get a move around the outside, then tuck in for the switch undercut. So Riley Morrow is stepping up the attack now. This is when to go for the move, when we've got very little time left. 2 laps to go. And Austin Oman goes out wide in the final turn. Riley Morrow needs to get a faster trajectory out of the first corner. Squeeze in on the inside. Can't get by. So still they duel for position. Oman and Morrow and DL and Child have both managed to get past Das now. 4th and 5th for them. And they are squabbling up the Dragon Straight. Here they are. You've got McClelland in 3rd. 4th is DL. 5th is Child. 6th is Das. And DL is trying to come around the outside for 3rd position on Ethan McClelland. Das comes up in a 5th place. Good work from Harper Das. That puts him past Child. So still they will duel for position. But Oman and Morrow still absolutely together in their battle for the victory. No change there. But Morrow needs to get a little bit closer to Austin Oman in the last lap. He's really going to struggle to make the gains. Meanwhile, DL is getting very close in behind Ethan McClelland, trying to go for 3rd position. She could end up on the podium. Last lap. So can Amelia DL get onto the podium? She's going so well here in 4th position. Ethan McClelland, the young man in front, holding 3rd for the moment, but DL looks like she's got a great shot. Look at the mums and dads at the side of the road willing their drivers on. Das and Child go wheel to wheel. Pooley and Page are getting in there as well. And DL's going to try and go right round the outside of Ethan McClelland. She's got the speed. She's through. 3rd position. Amelia DL is now looking at 3rd. Excellent work from the Scot. And now the leaders are battling. The leaders are battling. Oman and Morrow. Wheel to wheel. Morrow is trying everything. Can he get past Austin Oman in the final lap? But Austin Oman is just hanging on to this. Riley Morrow might get a final corner lunge. He's going to give it everything. Oman protects. Morrow comes in. Is there going to be a run to the line? Yes, there is, but it's Oman. Oman just holds it in front of Riley Morrow. But after a terrific battle, it looks like it's going to be McClelland. McClelland will hang on in front of Amelia DL. Oh, what a great race. Excellent battle to the flag there. What a battle in C50 Bambino. And you know what? On this particular occasion, it's actually quite easy to give a driver of the day. I'm going to give it to Amelia DL. What a great performance from the young Scot. Started the weekend, just taking her time, betting herself in, and now absolutely a podium contender, and rightly so. Just missed out with Ethan McClelland, but the leading novice right up there and doing a fantastic job. It will not be long before Amelia DL is winning races at C50 Bambino level. So it will be a sensational challenge. Oh, that's unfortunate on the slowdown lap. Freddie Budd unable to bring it to the finish of the race. And Lewis Hazlitt, the other novice, unable to do so either. So those two will be out of the race before the race is completed. But what a terrific race that was in the C50 Bambino final. A great result and a great performance. But as you can see, it's Tillotson T4 time. Can Jensen going get the job done from pole position? Four races to go, and the first of those is the Tillotson T4 Series final. Jensen O'Neill going, and George Townsend separated by just 1 point in the junior battle. Amelie Ackerts and Ty Cuthbert are very closely matched. Then Owen Spears and John Nuttall on the 3rd row of the grid, the leading senior career drivers. Alistair Tinker and Richard Kinlock from Malk West and Lawrence Newman. Scott Ralph is on the 6th row of the grid alongside Dan Blackledge. And then we have Dan Harris and the two photographers, Josh East versus Stu Stretton. So let's see how the competitors will go off the grid in this one. The Tillotson T4 Series battle is going to be a fascinating end to their conquest out on the circuit, just as the clouds are starting to come in over the circuit as well, actually. Well, the drivers in the Bambinos are now, having been successfully recovered from the circuit, they are now back in pit lane. So the Tillotson T4s have now managed very successfully to get out onto the circuit for their rolling lap. So the blue and white machines once again grace the circuit here at GYG in the Bambino Kart Club's second weekend 2022. Well, what a fantastic end to the day it's going to be in these final four classes. We will have the Tillotson T4 Series, and then of course we will have the final reckoning for the drivers in the field across the Minimax, the Honda Cadet and the Miami Bambino. And then we will wrap up proceedings here at the Bambino Kart Club at GYG. The Dragon Kart Club really have been fantastic to us. Great to see them and great to be with them once again. So the competitors getting themselves ready on the first couple of rows of the grid. Are we going to go for a start? Looks like we are, and the seniors are not that far behind them. Away we go. It's a false start, apparently. Yep. And that was something I only just managed to spot there. A couple of drivers in the seniors have only just clocked it. Ah, right. Now I know why there are a few drivers going slowly. False start. That caught out a couple of the drivers in the seniors. They obviously are so focused on trying to make progress through the field. What a beautiful backdrop this place really is. The Welsh countryside in the gorgeous county of Gwynedd. North Wales really does have a spectacular amount to offer. And this particular circuit for 20 years has been providing excellent motorsport. So it's great to see it continue. Into its third decade it will go. So the drivers now gearing themselves up, ready for another go of it. Townsend, O'Neill going, Cuthbert and Ackett's will challenge for the junior race victory. They'll come off the final turn now. And we're racing. The seniors will come through as well. They are going to be a bit further back. But now, yes, they are racing as well. Much better. So they charge up the Dragon Straight, up towards Spoon Curve. The juniors are pretty tight together, but there goes Townsend. Townsend slides up the inside and takes the move away from Jensen O'Neill going. As the drivers are getting themselves stuck in on this opening lap. And drivers are really starting to race around the course here at GYG to get themselves dialed in and ready for some spectacular battles out on the course. There is the 43, that is Spears, getting himself into a commanding position out front once again. But a really tough battle in the offing for the drivers. They know they've got a lot of work to do. But Townsend is your leader from O'Neill going, Ackett's and Cuthbert. And then we've got Owen Spears out in front from John Nuttall, Malk West, Alistair Tinker and Richard Kinlock. And then we have a nice little battle brewing behind them, because that is Scott Ralph and Stu Stretton really starting to go for it. Lawrence Newman, Dan Blackledge, Dan Harris and Josh East. So some good competition out there on the course as George Townsend continues to lead. That was the battle for third place, just leaving shot. Ackett's and Cuthbert, and side by side that is Stretton, trying to make sure there's not a lot of room to negotiate with Scott Ralph, but he has to leave a little bit. So Stu Stretton obviously trying to work his way up through the course, and there's a couple of drivers there battling behind. That's Harris versus Blackledge, with Josh East just watching it all unfold in front of him. So Jensen O'Neill going, has the fastest lap of the race as he tries to get into the lead. And has he managed to do it? No, that is still George Townsend in the lead of the race. Ackett's has still got Cuthbert all over the back of him, battling for the final points, for the final podium places, I should say, of the weekend. But there is still a long way to go. Townsend in front of Jensen O'Neill going. Ackett's and Cuthbert, they're a long way ahead of the rest of the field. But Spears has the control in the senior category ahead of Nuttall. And then it is Malk West, Alistair Tinker and Richard Kinlock. There is the battle for the victory in the seniors. And it looks to me as though the top four have got well clear of the rest. Kinlock is there in 5th position. Then for 6th downwards, it's pretty spicy stuff. As there is the move from Jensen O'Neill going. On the grass, Townsend, desperately trying to hang on. And O'Neill going has not been able to get through on this occasion. George Townsend holds the lead for the moment. 7 minutes left on the clock. And if that's the kind of battle we're going to get to see from Townsend and Jensen O'Neill going, then it's going to get a lot tighter, a lot closer, and it could end up being a lot more fever pitch than this. So some good battles out there on the course, that is for definite. And they come through the first corner once again. Up the Dragon Straight, Townsend versus O'Neill going. Tough to pick a driver of the day in Tillotson T4 as well. There have been some really impressive performances. As up the inside, there's the move. Jensen O'Neill going. Makes it happen in fine fashion. So really impressive performance as the drivers continue on their way through. But George Townsend has been able to transcend this weekend and just continue to make progress ahead of Jensen O'Neill going. George Townsend definitely providing us with a lot of the banter out on the course again. Oh, and there's problems out on the course as they continue through. So I think there was a spin there. George Townsend going around, losing the lead. Jensen O'Neill getting through. Let's have another look at it if we get the chance. Because that was Jensen O'Neill going for a brave overtaking move on George Townsend. I looked out of the window at exactly the wrong moment. And that's how he did it. That was a very difficult maneuver there. And you have to say, really, that Jensen O'Neill just got a little bit too close to the back of George Townsend's kart. So I would expect Jensen O'Neill essentially to look at that maneuver. It'll be investigated for sure. And there's no real doubt there that it's ABC. It's advantage by contact, essentially, isn't it? So that could end up being Jensen O'Neill having to give the place back. And I think that's exactly what he's going to do. He checks to see that Townsend is there, but he doesn't want to give a place to Achatz. Look. Well, interestingly, he's not moving over. Or maybe he's going to have to move over at the top. Yes, there he goes. But he didn't want to lose ground to Achatz and to Cuthbert, so he has to let George Townsend go. But if he lost too much ground, then Achatz could have got through as well. So that was tactical for Jensen O'Neill That was the right decision to move over and let George Townsend take the lead back again. I think Jensen O'Neill just ended up getting a little bit too close. And now Amelie Achatz has got an opportunity here. She's seen that little moment between the two of them and thought, right, well, they are so at war with each other. I can actually get myself an opportunity to get back into it now. So it was a little bit more dramatic than it needed to be between Townsend and O'Neill but at least they managed to sort it out on the track and get it back together again. Now O'Neill tries again on George Townsend and goes wide. Achatz gets in a second. Amelie Achatz is now in second place. So Jensen O'Neill I think he's got a problem of some kind. He made a big mistake. Very uncharacteristic for Jensen O'Neill I wonder if he took damage when he got into the back of Townsend's kart. Because now Amelie Achatz has a chance. And she's trying to come through. Well, George Townsend, I think now, is obviously adamant that Jensen O'Neill is all over the back of him, trying to come through. He'll be a little bit shocked when he looks behind and goes, wait a minute, that isn't Jensen O'Neill That's Amelie Achatz. So a great run from these drivers as they continue their battle. Still good racing in. Oh, my goodness! 3 karts together in the Tillotson T4, all going. They just crowned a new sport. That was synchronized spinning. We're definitely going to have another look at that one. Because I think that was Harris that went first. And it just triggered a chain reaction. Let's have a look. So Harris is in the lead of it. He comes through. Whoops. Slams on the brakes. And everybody just about gets through-ish. Oh, a bit of a clumsy one there. And Harris will be bitterly disappointed with that. The thing is, it's so easy for the kart to swap ends at that part of the course. It's so easy to lose traction. So here we go again. Jensen O'Neill now going to try and get the run up the inside of Amelie Achatz. It's not going to happen yet. Well, whatever it was, Jensen O'Neill is now back on the fight again. Trying to get through to take the lead here in the Tillotson T4 series. But can Amelie Achatz get past Townsend before Jensen O'Neill makes the bid to get into second place once more? Fabulous battle and a very tough call out there. Townsend, Achatz, O'Neill and Ty Cuthbert, the top 4 drivers still absolutely together. Amelie Achatz trying to get the move on Townsend in the final here at GYG. So Spears is your leader in the seniors, then Nuttall, but Tinker has got past Malk West. So Alistair Tinker now moves into 3rd position. But this is going to be such a tight battle to the finish now between these 3. Down the hill. Amelie Achatz just moving over a little bit to make sure Jensen O'Neill doesn't have the run to go for the victory. To go into second place. Amelie Achatz with a chance now. She has a look. Can't get through. And I'm starting to wonder, is there just a little bit of change of conditions out there? Because it's starting to look a little bit colder, a little bit damper out there on the circuit now. I wonder if we just got a little bit of a spattering of rain. I noticed there are a few people at the side of the road wearing their hoods. So is that because we've got a little bit of rain now falling on the circuit, or is that just because they're trying to keep warm? Either way, it's tricky stuff. So Amelie Ackett's right in behind George Townsend. The battle for the victory is raging between these three drivers. There is going to be another lap to go after this one. And then we will have the final lap. So Amelie Ackett's again, just holding the kart in the middle of the road to keep Jensen O'Neill going at bay. If second is the best she can get, then you bet she's going to try and hold on to it as much as possible. So Amelie Ackett's doing a fair job here in second position. A bit of a wobble out of the final turn. Jensen O'Neill going is going to have a great chance, but he will identify that they can both make a bid on George Townsend. So he's going to work with her up the Dragon Straight. There might just be a moment to get past both of them. Well, still very close as they drop down the hill. Amelie Ackett's may get a bid here. They tighten through the double apex left-hander. And Amelie Ackett's is all over the back of our race leader, George Townsend. Can he get through? No, not quite. Down to Devil's Elbow. Time runs out. Through the compression complex and up to the Devil's Elbow. Amelie Ackett's trying to hang on a second now. Jensen O'Neill going, can't afford to wait around for too much longer. Last lap begins. And now they've got to go together. Jensen O'Neill going, trying to go the long way round, but Amelie Ackett's is not going to lose second if she can help it. There might be one last chance here. They go through Spoon Curve. George Townsend holding on to the lead. But there is a bit of distance between first and second now. That's going to cause a little bit of a headache for Amelie Ackett's, because Jensen O'Neill going is not going to be very calm and confident about this one. He's going to find the gap. He'll go for it. He'll stick the kart on the inside. No, you don't, says Amelie Ackett's. So up in front of them, George Townsend is going to get the position, but they're going to run side by side for second. So close for Ackett's. It's the win for Townsend. Second for O'Neill going. Third for Amelie Ackett's. What a battle that was to the flag. And Ty Cuthbert will come through for fourth. Owen Spears comes through as the winner in the seniors, ahead of Nuttall and Tinker. Well, so close. So close. And again, if you have to give a driver of the day to somebody, I'm actually going to give it to Amelie Ackett's. Such a good effort from her. So close to getting second position. Could even have won it. But that was an excellent display from all three drivers in the top three. In the seniors, it's tough to give it to anybody, but I would like to give it to Owen Spears, who hasn't really put a wheel wrong all weekend in Tillotson T4. Excellent display and a great performance. And well done to the photographers, Stretton and East. Stu Stretton and Josh East giving us plenty of entertainment in the senior category. All right, Andy Fallon, you've convinced me. One day I will go out in a Tillotson T4 and I will race one. There, you heard it here first. I'm just ready for the opportunity. They look pretty awesome. So there are going to be 3 races to go after this one. And so with 3 races remaining, it is definitely going to be a tough battle. But the Minimax is up next. It's been tough racing all the way through the weekend in Minimax. Lots of competitors, lots of great drivers, and it will be a tough race, that is for sure. Josh Graham and Finn Leslie will be on the front row of the grid. Noah Wolf and Thomas Min-Spearing on the second. Will Murphy and Harrison Whitcomb, the Argenti teammates, on row 3. Then Alex Zingarevich and Alice Majauskis from Matas Mazanskis and Max Haller. Gabriel Cullen will be alongside Oscar Cartmail on the 6th row of the grid. Then Joe Murphy and Joshua Jarvis. Dan Hartley will be on the 8th row of the grid alongside Emily Cooper. And then Ollie Poole and Thomas Clark together on row 9 with Christian Campbell-Duff and Ethan Barth rounding out the field. The drivers weave the tyres, weave the kart from side to side, getting optimum temperature into the tyres and brakes in order to give them confidence on the run up to Spoon Corner. They'll need to know they've got a kart that can stop on a dial, because that first Spoon hairpin is very, very tight indeed. The drivers in the 2 rows. And again, we've got about half a dozen drivers who can take the win in this one. Let's see how it all goes together. False start, false start. That one was called fairly quickly. And I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I just saw a spot of rain on the camera lens. So with 3 races to go, things may be about to change dramatically here. So this could be a very interesting turn of events now at GYG. There could be a little bit of a crazy race to come, as the competitors here in Wales are going to find it very tricky if they start to find rain showers mid-race. But definitely there are 1 or 2 damp patches around the course as we start to go racing again. Definitely a little bit of rainfall on one of the cameras on the first corner. So it could be a very interesting end to the race day here with 3 races to go. And here come the Minimax finalists. They're going to come out of the final turn onto the main straight. And we are false start again. So it looks like there's a slight electrical issue that is causing us to go around again. So that is being corrected at the moment. And once that is all sorted, then we will go racing. This is going to cause a bit of a headache, though, because it's... oh, it is red flags, red flags. So there is a technical problem. So we are going to go red flags around the course. So we've been told over the radio systems that it will be a red flag. There it is. So the karts will be brought back to the start-finish line. And it's due to a slight technical problem, electronics, I believe. So that is going to be rectified, but obviously it will affect the start of the race if we leave it the way it currently is. So we will allow the drivers to do that. So they will come onto the starting grid in their 2 rows as per, and then we will be able to go racing again once it has been rectified. So a busy and hectic start, apologies there, but we are back under starters orders after a brief red flag just to make sure that the technical difficulties were taken care of. But out in front, it is definitely going to be a tight one from here on out. Drivers obviously going to battle and putting on a great show. So Josh Graham leads the way from Thomas Mint-Spearing and Finn Leslie. Will Murphy and Harrison Whitcomb from Alex Zingarevich. So already a very exciting battle. So there are 18 karts out there, I noticed, from the 20 that were originally scheduled to be. So a couple of drivers not taking the start of the final by the look of it. But certainly for... Well, I noticed that one of them is Noah Wolf. So Noah Wolf is actually missing from the start of this one. That is difficult. So a very difficult situation there for Noah Wolf. Not entirely sure what it is that's prevented him from getting out onto the start of the final, but certainly for the Argenti Motorsport crew, they've got plenty of contenders up in the top 10, and they're having an excellent run of it. Josh Graham leading the way from Thomas Mint-Spearing and Finn Leslie. Will Murphy and Harrison Whitcomb. Oh, and a spin! That's gone very badly wrong for Zingarevich. So I'm afraid Alex Zingarevich, I'm not entirely sure what it was that got him there in the first place, but certainly the Argenti driver struggling to get the kart moving again. But Josh Graham and Thomas Mint-Spearing in front of Finn Leslie and Will Murphy. Harrison Whitcomb running in front of Zingarevich. Let's watch and see how it happened. They come up the top of the hill. I think there might have been a little bit of a rub there from the 13. So just the slightest nudge, I think, was all that was needed there. And unfortunately, it just caused a little bit of an unsettling at the wrong moment. And Finn Leslie now trying to come through. A couple of drivers trying to battle their way forward. There is Finn Leslie up to second place. But yeah, conspicuous by the absence there. Noah Wolf is not present on the circuit anymore. Alex Zingarevich has got going again, by the way, just in front of the karts that we are watching, the race leaders. So there isn't much between them. So you've got to feel that Alex Zingarevich is really going to struggle to make progress in this race and actually could well get lapped sooner rather than later here. So there are Graham, Leslie and Spearing. Leslie's going to make his bid for the lead. Here he goes, and Finn Leslie hits the front. Excellent race battle at the moment. So Leslie out in front, Graham, Spearing, Murphy, Whitcomb and Cullen. An absolute Argenti Motorsport rout, but it's still the SFR machine that is out in first position. Excellent run at the moment from Finn Leslie, who keeps it nice and tidy up at the front end of the field. He's got every reason to be fully confident on the Exprit at the moment. Things going well. He comes off the final turn and charges up the Dragon Straight once again. Finn Leslie keeping the team very happy as they run in front of the Argenti Motorsport squadron. Blue flags for Alex Zingarevich. He's got to get out of the way. A couple of laps ago, he was actually racing these guys for position. Very unfortunate for Zingarevich, but he gets out of the way. And then Leslie leads Graham, Spearing and Murphy. Whitcomb in 5th, Cullen in P6, and then Cartmail, Horler, Mijanskas and Murphy. A very tough battle there as Dan Hartley runs in 11th position in front of Emily Cooper. She's doing a fair job in this one. Then it is Ollie Poole from Christian Campbell-Dove, Thomas Clark, Josh Jarvis, Ethan Bath and Alex Zingarevich. So we know that Noah Wolf is missing. I'm trying to figure out who the 20th driver missing is, because obviously that's an interesting one for the fans to try and figure out who that particular competitor is that is missing from the fray. Very much a tough battle all the way through. And still the battle's well and truly joined all the way through. Still they battle away for position behind Finn Leslie, but Leslie is trying his best here to get clear of the drivers behind. It's not so easy to do that when they are in unison. Graham, Spearing and Murphy. Very closely matched. And a very tall order for the drivers as they continue on their way through. It was always going to be a very difficult situation for the competitors as they run through in position. A very tough battle for the drivers as they continue on. So as they continue to charge forward, the race continues on its way. But Finn Leslie ahead of Josh Graham, Thomas Min-Spearing, Will Murphy and co. Just trying to identify the last driver. I think it might be Daniel Hartley. Oh no, Daniel Hartley is there, I do apologise. So all of the competitors running. The other driver that's missing actually is Aris Majauskis. So he is the one that's missing, the number 13, Aris Majauskis. But then I did see him out on the road, so he's not transponding. There he is. So Aris Majauskis is on the road, but he's just not transponding. So I need to try and figure out whereabouts he is on the racetrack. But the only driver that's not actually out there on the road itself is Noah Wolf. But Aris Majauskis, there is a slight technical problem with his car by the look of it, because he's not coming through on the transponder. And that is obviously quite an awkward situation for him to be in, because he certainly should be. So the drivers continue on their way. Good battles throughout still. Very tough to see how everybody is going to continue to make their good progress through. But still, the race is very tight at the moment. Finn Leslie holding on in front of Graham, Spearing and Murphy. It is going to be a pretty tricky run of it as they continue to scrabble away for positions. But are we going to see these guys go the distance? That's the real question. Because there's going to be one or two drivers here who will seek an opportunity. 4 of them can win. Leslie, Graham, Spearing and Murphy. They've pulled well clear of Whitacombe and Cullen. So they're all going to seek an opportunity to go for the win. In fact, Whitacombe is actually just in front of Aris Majauskis. So although Majauskis is not transponding, he is actually technically 6th on the road. So obviously that could get corrected by the time the official results come out. This is all about Leslie and Graham though. So Leslie versus Graham. Just over 2 minutes to go. And Finn Leslie is doing everything he can to hang on in front of Joshua Graham, who is just trying to keep this nice and tidy throughout the final couple of laps of this race. It will not be easy to hold on to, that is for sure. 2 minutes remain. I reckon there's going to be about 4 laps of racing here. Thomas Min-Spearing in behind Joshua Graham. But Joshua Graham is the one closest to challenging Finn Leslie. Leslie continues to park the kart on the inside apex through Spoon. Down the drop and up towards the double left apex. And Thomas Min-Spearing has been given a warning. Now, what's that for? Didn't see anything untoward, but maybe the way he was trying to battle his way for position earlier on in the race is what has cost him a little dearly there. He's in 3rd position, but he's clearly been given a warning for some transgression of some kind. Out of the final turn, onto the home straight again. 1 minute 14 to go. I make that 3 laps to go. Will Murphy sets the fastest lap of the race in 4th position at the back of the queue. Here we go. Josh Graham's going to go wheel to wheel with Finn Leslie. They're going to absolutely lean on each other, and Leslie's going to go to the back of the queue here. He doesn't quite. He ends up 3rd. So Graham in the lead, Spearing in 2nd, Leslie down to 3rd, Murphy still P4. Dear oh dear, this is tight. So now Josh Graham in front of Thomas Spearing. But Thomas Min-Spearing is going to be working very hard indeed to get back into the lead of the race now. Because with Josh Graham out in front and Finn Leslie down to 3rd, the team can basically gang up and push further away. They come off the first corner, up the Dragon Straight. And Joshua Graham, along with Thomas Min-Spearing, going very well up to the hill. Finn Leslie trying to get stuck in and get back up the order. 3rd position isn't enough for Finn Leslie, clearly. Down the hill again. Into the double left. Just keep the car travelling through at the carousel. And then along the compression complex. Leslie trying to open the door here from Thomas Min-Spearing. But he can't quite find the gap. So he's still trying to force the issue, but this is going to be a tight one to the line. Last lap. Graham, Spearing, Leslie, Murphy. 1, 2, 3 and 4. They're going to go up the Dragon Straight together. Is there going to be a charge forward from Spearing? He gets the run. A bit of a slide. There's not enough of a gap created by Josh Graham, and they're going to go wheel to wheel off the turn. Leslie's now going to try and go down the hill. Graham will hold it. Leslie's going to commit. And Leslie's through. Oh my word. Finn Leslie finds the smallest gap in history and gets the lead on the last lap. Now he's got to try and hang on from the three of them. Down Devil's Elbow, final turn. Graham will try, but Finn Leslie has got it. What a race. Finn Leslie, what a performance on the last lap. You never would have thought that overtaking move was on. Look again, as we watch through, Finn Leslie is waiting for these two to back wheels. He cuts in on the inside. He tucks in behind Graham. Graham's so busy watching Mint Spearing that he doesn't realize that Leslie, he squeezed through. There were actually a couple of wheels on the grass there. So that one could not quite be decided yet, perhaps. So Will Murphy is the one who came through in a second place. Well, that story might not be over yet. Let's put it that way. What a final lap that was. And a great battle here at GYG. But there are 2 races to go, and the first of those is going to be the final in Honda Cadet. So just 2 races remaining, and the first of those is going to be the final in Honda Cadet. And it really has been a close run battle in the Honda Cadet contest all weekend long. So we're going to be in for another thriller. Bella Fairclough and Hayden Gray on the front row of the starting grid. Jacob Backler and Thomas Butcher will be together on the second row of the grid. Alice Fairclough will line up alongside Ewan House, who recovers to P6 on the grid for this final. Then Ronnie Legg and Josh Cormack on the 4th row. To round out the top 10, it'll be Archie Rutter and the very impressive Jensen Hookey. Joe Neal will go alongside Leo Livings on the 6th row of the grid. And then on row 7, on his own, it'll be Kian Sullivan. So with the Welsh flag flying over the circuit, as always, we've got 2 finals to go, and it does look as though that slight ominous threat of rain has abated a little, and it's given us a really exciting final battle in front of us, as we are going to see the Honda Cadet drivers come to the grid. They will obviously stop on the circuit on the main straight, as it is a standing start procedure in Honda Cadet. And then we will do that one more time at the end of the day for the Miami Bambinos, and that will be it for round 2 here at GYG. It really has been an exceptional performance from the competitors so far, and what a great way it is going to be to end it with some great drivers to battle for the win. Are we going to see a final winner from the female contingent? Bella Fairclough has done a great job up to this point. Can she hold it together for the final? And what can Alice Fairclough do from the 3rd row? But when you've got the likes of Gray in the mix, Ronnie Legg could be a bit of a factor in this one. Keep an eye on Josh Cook as well. He'll want to try and establish himself right from the get-go. A lot of opportunities here. A lot of drivers could win this. A couple of drivers actually jumping the start a little bit there in the middle of the field. But here we go. And Bella Fairclough gets the run. No problems at all there in front of Hayden Gray. But Thomas Butcher and Jacob Backler having an interesting run as they get off to a decent start. But Bella Fairclough making it neat and tidy at the start of this race in front of Hayden Gray. The Fairclough sisters right up at the sharp end of the field, and each of them have a great chance to take the win in the final. But Bella Fairclough is the one that leads the way at the moment. Hayden Gray in 2nd. That looks to me like Butcher, who is there in 3rd position. Jacob Backler is in the mix there as well. That is Josh Cormack just tucking in behind Ronnie Legg for the moment, as the drivers continue to have a great battle and tussle around the course. They are spreading their way through. And they battle for position out of the final turn. So Fairclough, Gray, Buckler, Butcher, House and Fairclough. So Ewan House is not out of the woods for this at all. He's there in the top 5 with a great chance to charge his way forward. So we'll have to see what happens as a result. On the inside, battling wheel to wheel, that is Butcher and Buckler. So Butcher and Buckler have a bit of a squabble there for 3rd position, and I think that was Butcher getting through into position. No, not quite. Jacob Buckler still hangs on to 3rd position for the moment. Then it is Thomas Butcher, then Ewan House. At the back of the queue, it is Alice Fairclough. Ronnie Legg and Josh Cormack are still there in the top 10. Then Jensen Hookey, and the leading novice is Archie Rutter, ahead of Sullivan, Livings and Neal. So a good start. First 2 laps completed. Watch for Jacob Buckler as he now starts to hunt down Hayden Gray. There's a good opportunity here as they go up the hill. And this is going to be fascinating to see how the drivers duel away for position. Alice Fairclough's going to have some pressure now from Ronnie Legg, who has joined the party. There are now 7 of them all battling for the victory at the front end of the race. 8th place is the 21, that is Josh Cormack. Jensen Hookey is not far away either, so this is still a very open contest. And with just under 8 minutes to go, any one of the contenders in the top 7 have a great chance to win. Fairclough, Gray, Buckler, Butcher, House, Alice Fairclough running in P6, and then Ronnie Legg in P7, although Ronnie Legg has actually dropped off the back of the train a little bit on that lap into the clutches of Josh Cormack if he's not careful. So the sextet of karts, all 6 of them battling away for position. Ewan House trying to get his run on Thomas Butcher. Not easy to pitch who's going to go for the move and when, but Thomas Butcher is all over the back of Jacob Buckler, trying to go for the switcheroo maneuver. It's going to be a tough one right from the get-go, this, isn't it? 7 minutes and 15 on the clock. And Bella Fairclough has got Hayden Gray all over the back bumper. When is Gray going to make the bid? Can he get the bid on Bella Fairclough? Because Bella has been very strong all the way through the race meeting. She hasn't really let up at any point. And there is still a long, long way to go in this final. Hayden Gray trying to shake off the attentions of Jacob Buckler. 2nd and 3rd behind the race leader, Bella Fairclough. 4th is Butcher. 5th is House. 6th is Alice Fairclough. Then Legg, Cormack, Hookey, Rutter, Livings, Sullivan and Neal. So Joe Neal trying to recover from 13th position. There's the move up the inside. Ewan House and Alice Fairclough both attacking Thomas Butcher. And Alice Fairclough gets through as well into 5th position. So House is P4, Fairclough is P5. And Alice Fairclough puts herself into 5th position, while Bella Fairclough runs in the lead. Down the drop through the compression complex and up towards Devil's Elbow once more. A very tricky race battle this is going to be. But Fairclough is still your race leader. Hayden Gray in 2nd position. And then we've got Buckler, House and Alice Fairclough. Thomas Butcher down to 6th for the moment. But Butcher is already starting the retaliation on Alice Fairclough. Fairclough doesn't want to lose that 5th place run. But Thomas Butcher is going to try his best to get back in on the inside of Alice Fairclough. They're going to go side by side, and Butcher is through. So Butcher does get into P5 for the moment as they battle away again for position. Bella Fairclough running wide. And this is the opportunity that Hayden Gray has been waiting for. But he's going to get held up instead. Oh, so nearly loses the place to Buckler. That was close, very close. So still the drivers battle on. Bella Fairclough in front of Gray, Buckler and House. Butcher back in the 5th position, ahead of Alice Fairclough. And then we have Legg, Cormack, Hooker, Rutter and Livings. Here's the move from Ewan House. Gets through on the inside of Buckler, and that's 3rd position for Ewan House now. Great drive from the 22. Really exceptional comeback this from Ewan House. Having to charge his way back from the lower end of the field and having to pick them off one by one. He's just been steadily making progress as the race continues on. So excellent work from Ewan House. He is now in a podium-paying position. Can he get the run on Hayden Gray? That is the next big question, because Bella Fairclough is going to be all over the back of that number 1 kart if he gets through. But Ewan House is going to try and get there first. 3rd position for the moment. Then Backler, Butcher and Alice Fairclough. So what can Bella Fairclough do about holding on in front of Hayden Gray? A couple of side-by-side maneuvers further back. I think that was Butcher and Fairclough, and also Cormac trying to get through on Ronnie Legg. So they have continued their battle. Fairclough is going to get a run at Backler, but he has Butcher, sorry. But Alice Fairclough thinks better of it, waits for another opportunity. There's still time to go in this race, 4 minutes remaining, plus the additional lap on top. So it's not done yet. There is still plenty to do here. The Honda Cadets continue to scrap away. Bella Fairclough running a solid race in front of Hayden Gray and Ewan House. Great recovery from Ewan House, the number 22, as he finds himself now up the Dragon Straight, trying to chase after Hayden Gray. He could get the win here, and he knows it. Hayden Gray trying to move to cover and defend, but Ewan House will seek an opportunity, and at the first available chance, Ewan House is going to try and get it to 2nd place here. Backler in 4th. Still Butcher and Fairclough. Ronnie Legg trying to get up the inside of Alice Fairclough as well now, but Alice Fairclough does not let that overtaking move happen. She keeps her P6 for the moment in front of Legg. Still the battles rage. There is Alice Fairclough in the number 30 kart, just keeping herself in the gaggle at the moment. Not really going to get intimidated. They come off the final corner. Bella Fairclough still going well. Oh, Alice Fairclough runs a little wide, and that's enough to cost her 2 places. Legg goes through, Cormac goes through. Such an awkward moment, and I don't think it's going to be the only one, because Hookie is going to get through there as well. So easy to get wide at the final turn. So now, if the Faircloughs want some silverware, it's all down to the race leader, Bella Fairclough. But it's not going to be easy to predict. We are into the final couple of minutes of the race now, and still unclear as to who is going to have the upper hand between these 3 drivers up front. Bella Fairclough, Hayden Gray and Ewan House. Not much to choose between any of them. And still, they will keep this pretty tight and very close-knit as they come off the course again, off the final turn. Very tight indeed to see who is going to get the best of this. But Bella Fairclough has got Hayden Gray right underneath her bumper at the moment. 1.5 minutes left. And they come up through to the spoon curve once again. Is Hayden Gray going to get the run up the inside line of Bella Fairclough? This time, not quite. But Hayden Gray definitely hunting down the move. 3rd position for Ewan House. Great work from Ewan on this one. A victory is still very much a possibility. He can't afford to ease up. Can't afford to let these 2 get too far ahead. So Ewan House, the pressure is still on for him. He wants to steal a win from the jaws of defeat. They're going to come through at the end of this lap, and I think we're only going to get 3 laps to go, because there is Bella Fairclough in front of Hayden Gray. Oh, it's going to be 2 laps to go. Now that the timing screen is updated, this is the penultimate lap, and Gray will have figured that out potentially with Bella Fairclough just in front. So now they want to make the overtaking move. This is the moment for Hayden Gray. He'll want to steal it from Bella Fairclough now, because with 1 lap to go, Fairclough can defend pretty valiantly. This is tough. This is very close. And this is going to go all the way to the wire between these 2 drivers. Bella Fairclough is doing her best to hang on in front of Hayden Gray. Ewan House in 3rd position. Thomas Butcher has now got past Jacob Backler as well for 4th position. That's changed, with Legg, Cormac, Hookie and Alice Fairclough in front of Rutter. Archie Rutter, the leading novice. Here we go, last lap. And Bella Fairclough has put in a bit of a qualifying lap to try and get away from Hayden Gray. Bella, you might not need to defend at all. Just hold the kart on the racing line, and I'm not sure Hayden Gray will get close enough. Up to the hairpin. Bella Fairclough just keeping it together on this last lap. Hayden Gray and Ewan House are very close, but Bella Fairclough cannot afford to panic here. No point looking back, just keep looking forward. Oh, she runs on the grass. Fairclough has got to keep this together. Only a handful of corners left down the hill. Right. left, Leo Livings will get a penalty, not sure what for. Right, Devil's Elbow, left, final turn, and Bella Fairclough is going to do it. Brilliant race. Bella Fairclough takes the win in Honda Cadet. Second for Hayden Gray. What a comeback for Ewan House. I'm actually tempted to give him the driver of the day for that, to run through to third position. Butcher and Backler, excellent work from them, from Ronnie Legg, Josh Cormack and Jensen Hookey. Unfortunate for Alice Fairclough. And Archie Rutter, the leading novice, ahead of Cian Sullivan, Leo Livings and Joe Neal. They all come through to the finish, which is very pleasant indeed to see. But Bella Fairclough hangs on for the win, and that is one heck of a result. She deserves that after so much hard work today. Terrific stuff, absolutely terrific. So really good to see her hang on despite the pressure from Hayden Gray and Ewan House. Really good job. There is just one race remaining, and that is going to be the Miami Bambino final. Right, deep breaths everybody, just one race remaining, and it is the Miami Bambino final. What a race this is going to be. Grayson Wortley and Charlie Clough equal on points. Wortley gets it by virtue of his qualifying. Josh Cook and Aaron Southwood Jr. on the second row, and the new boys, Mateo Garcia Patino of Mexico and the Georgian Gigi Mibigashvili. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do. Ronnie Carter up in 7th place after a great run in the last heat. Fraser Anderson is 8th from Dayan Singh Pahal. What can he do from 9th? Harry Williams in P10, Logan Rolfe and William Crombie on the 6th row. Row 7 is going to be Arthur Farrow and James Roots. Logan Jones ahead of Oscar Kenny, and then Dan Ferguson beside Harris Barber on the 9th row of the grid. And rounding out the field in rows 10 and 11, it's going to be a fascinating battle to the get-go. Ollie Little and Victor Popical, and then Maximilian Michalski at the back. And once more, with this being the Miami Bambino final, it is going to be a standing start on the grid. So the drivers will come through after their formation lap, and they will bring the kart back into position once again on the start line. The final 10-minute dash to the checkered flag in what has already been a pretty sensational race day battle here at Glan-Y-Gors Park. It really has been immense fun. And the drivers have given us so much battle to be happy about over the course of the day. But the last one is coming up. And again, unpredictability becomes the current topic of conversation, because you've got a handful of drivers here who can all get the win. They'll all want to get it done. But for Grayson Wortley, this is very much pressure on now. As the drivers will battle away, it's going to be a couple of weeks until the third round of the championship at Clay Pigeon down in the south of England. So let's see how it's all going to go. A fascinating battle. But let's see how it all plays out. We're ready to battle for the victory. Away we're racing. Up to the first corner, and a great battle. Grayson Wortley will battle to the first corner with Josh Cook, who gets through in a second place. Charlie Clough running through in third position. Oh, the spin! That is Dayan Singh Pahal. So Dayan Singh Pahal, unfortunately, runs off the road there in the 23 kart. Just so many karts trying to get up to the first corner, the effective first corner, because they obviously get through Club, and then they run up the Dragon Straight to the first big stopping point on the course, which is up at Spoon Curve. But very unfortunate for Dayan Singh Pahal, who is now going to be at the back of the field. But hopefully there is a chance for Dayan Singh Pahal to recover. Doesn't look like he was the only one involved. Let's see it again. Look on the right. Two karts together. Whoops. And that was locking wheels there, unfortunately, with the 44 of Harry Williams. So Williams and Dayan Singh Pahal just getting too close together. They rubbed wheels, and I'm afraid that was the 44, Harry Williams. Because they locked wheels, I think they just speared across to the right-hand side of the road together, and Dayan Singh Pahal had very little he could do in response. Now, this is going to be 2-3 wide for the lead here, as round the outside of all of them, that is Charlie Clough. So Charlie Clough has come through round the outside of Grayson Wortley and Josh Cook and has leapt into the lead on the second lap here. Great run from Charlie Clough. He could be very impressed with that one. That was absolutely magnificent. 3 wide down the Dragon Straight. And around the outside, managing to make it stick. The sky is suddenly looking very gloomy and foreboding. I really hope it doesn't rain during the Bambino final, because that really would be pretty poor timing. But it is going to be very tight to the finish line in this one. Some great battles throughout. So now it is Clough leading, Wortley in second place. Third is now Ronnie Carter. Ronnie Carter's doing a great job as he charges his way back from 7th on the grid. And now here he is in P3, ahead of Cook, Mebagashvili, Southwood Jr. and Matteo Garcia Patino. So up they come once again. And a great run from Ronnie Carter as he drops down the hill once again. Clough, Wortley, Carter, Cook, Mebagashvili, Southwood Jr. and Garcia Patino. 7 drivers all battling away for the victory on this one. But it does look as though there's a couple of spots of rain starting to creep in around the circuit. And there goes Grayson Wortley. Dives for the lead on Charlie Clough and gets the move. So excellent work then from Grayson Wortley. He takes the lead. GYG Mebagashvili has been given a warning. Not entirely sure what for. But certainly GYG Mebagashvili in 5th position. Incurring the wrath of the stewards there briefly. Here we go. Second place is now 3 wide. As Ronnie Carter gets up on the inside of Charlie Clough. Clough is going round the long way. And Josh Cook is trying to squeeze in for the inside line. He gets into 3rd. And Charlie Clough suddenly finds himself down in 4th position. Ronnie Carter is on a one-way mission to charge his way through the field. Excellent stuff. He's like that missile that charges through in Mario Kart. He's doing an amazing job of just gunning his way through the field, leaving everyone behind him in his wake. And there is a great battle going on further back. That's Southwood Jr. battling away with GYG Mebagashvili. Matteo Garcia Patino is once again the leading rookie. The second rookie is James Roots, and then it is Logan Rolfe, who is in 3rd position in category. But Ronnie Carter has a great chance to win, and he knows it. What if Ronnie Carter could charge his way back from P7 and start to go for the victory here with Grayson Wortley? That would be absolutely spectacular. Looks like a bit of banter as they're going around between Mebagashvili and Southwood Jr. Logan Rolfe picks up a warning, not sure what for, but Southwood Jr. trying to get through on Mebagashvili. I think he made the bid there on the inside into the hairpin. So we'll have to pick up on that and figure out if Southwood Jr. managed to get into 5th. He did. So Southwood Jr. through into 5th place in front of GYG Mebagashvili. So Grayson Wortley battling away with Ronnie Carter. Blue flags flying. Whoops. Well, the car has spun off the road and faced the wrong direction there. Can't quite make out who that is, unfortunately. I'll try and get a look of it. That looks like the 93. So that is Michalski. So Marcel Michalski, I'm afraid, going for a spin there at an inopportune time in the final, just when things were starting to come together for him. So a bit of a moment for Max Michalski as he now drops to the back of the field. Now, Ronnie Carter has got time to play with here. 5 minutes to go, halfway through this final. And Ronnie Carter, all he has to do essentially is just hug the back bumper of Grayson Wortley's kart. And he has a chance to make his way up into the victory with just a couple of minutes left here at GYG. Round 2 of the Bambino Kart Club Championships for 2022 here in Wales. And a bit of a wobble from Wortley. Carter's getting close again. Then Josh Cook. Then Charlie Clough. This is so unpredictable. Who's going to get it? All 4 drivers have a claim to it. Southwood Jr. and Mebagashvili are having a great battle for 5th place. And then in 7th, it is Matteo Garcia Patino. And then Roots, Rolfe, and Fraser Anderson rounding out the top 10. Up the hill, Cook's got a good run. 2nd place, not quite. Ronnie Carter is not going to give him the space. So down the hill they go again. And Grayson Wortley still hangs on for this. In front of Ronnie Carter, Josh Cook, and Charlie Clough. Charlie Clough might have an opportunity to go for 3rd place here. It's definitely going to be tight, but the battles will continue all the way through. It's going to be very tricky. And still they will battle for position. But Grayson Wortley hanging on from Ronnie Carter and Josh Cook. Charlie Clough in P4. Southwood Jr. ahead of Mebagashvili. This is not going to be easy to settle between them. 3.5 on the clock. So Ronnie Carter lining up Grayson Wortley as they go up the hill. Through the kink and up to the spoon curve. And is the move going to come here? Not yet. Ronnie Carter still hanging on behind Grayson Wortley. But Grayson Wortley is your leader. Plenty of time. Don't rush it, boys. Still got plenty of race to go. And now Josh Cook is getting tight in behind Ronnie Carter. Looked as though Charlie Clough was going to get them a little bit of a sweat on there as well. The final 3 minutes of the race weekend on track. And they've got Max Michalski getting out of the way of 1, 2, 3. Oh, not quite all 4 of them. That's held up Charlie Clough. So that's unfortunate for Charlie Clough. He's kind of ended up off the back of these 3. Now Cook is going to try and go with Wortley and Carter to get well clear. Charlie Clough, unfortunate that he got held up. He's now about 0.8 of a second off the back of them. So he's got to try and make that up. But if these 3 are still at stalemate, he might find himself challenging for the podium again pretty quickly. What if Ronnie Carter could get the victory after all of the trials and tribulations he's had this weekend? If he does get the win, I'm sorry, there's no other candidate for the driver of the day in this category than Ronnie Carter. He is so close to it. Josh Cook is going to slide in. No, you don't. Ronnie Carter hangs on for second. Grayson Wortley still your race leader. But Ronnie Carter, P2. Josh Cook in 3rd position. And 4th is Charlie Clough. 2 minutes to go in the race, in the category, and in the race weekend. And now they're going to storm past Wortley together. Carter and Cook absolutely storm past Grayson Wortley. No problem at all there for Carter to take the lead. Cook goes in a second with him. And now Grayson Wortley is trying to catch them up again. 1 minute 30 on the clock. That could have been timed absolutely to perfection for Ronnie Carter. If he can hang on to this victory, then that will be an absolute thunderbolt of a comeback. But there is Josh Cook going to try again. Ronnie Carter just chops across his bow. You're not going to get the lead from me now. It's taken me this long to get back to the front. I'm going to savor the moment, thanks. So Ronnie Carter looking to finish the hero after what has been a sensational battle for him already. 1 minute to go. And considering these karts go around the circuit in just about a minute, it is very close to see if we're going to get another lap in or not. I think we might get 2 after this one. Josh Cook tries again on Ronnie Carter. Don't think so, says Ronnie, just holding him off. Down the hill. So this is going to be touch and go as to whether we get a last lap board at the end of this one. I'm not sure we will. I think there's going to be about 6 or 7 seconds in hand. So there they come down the straight again and through to the compression complex. Josh Cook is doing everything he can to try and take on Ronnie Carter. And yes, I think we are going to get another lap in. So there will be no last lap board this time. They've got another lap to do. 2 to go. And there is an absolute battle royale about to build between these 3 now. Carter, Cook and Wortley absolutely bolted to each other as they come through. A couple of drivers in front of them. That's Anderson and Rolf, I think. No, sorry. Drivers in front of them that are going to be lapped. That is going to be Barber and Little. So Harris Barber and Ollie Little having a great battle for the lower positions, and they're going to be lapped very shortly indeed by these 3. But what's going to happen when the 3 of them catch them up? Can they make the overtake beforehand? That's going to be crucial. They need to make sure they're in as good a position as possible before they get to the traffic, because it could pay dividends on the final lap. Cook is trying to hold off Wortley, but Wortley gets second. Great move from Grayson Wortley. An almost impossible overtaking move, and he's made it happen into the last lap. That will really give him a little bit of boost. And they're going to fly past the 2 back markers, so it's not even going to become an issue. So can Ronnie Carter hang on in front of Grayson Wortley and Josh Cook on the last lap here at GYG? Cook tries again on Wortley. No chance. Second place isn't an option. Defensive time for Ronnie Carter. Holding on, holding on. Wortley can't get through. Now he gets up alongside, and Wortley gets the move. And Cook gets in a second. Now Grayson Wortley's going to have pressure from Josh Cook. Cook gets in on the inside. Josh Cook takes the lead on the last lap. 3 different leaders on the last lap. And now Josh Cook is going to have this surely to the flag. Wortley will try one last trick, but it's not going to be enough. Josh Cook will take the victory. What a drive. Awesome on the last lap. Josh Cook gets the victory on the final lap of the race. We thought it was going to be Wortley. We thought it was going to be Ronnie Carter, but it's neither. It's Josh Cook who gets it. What a final. GYG has delivered in spades in the Bambino Kart Club once again. And what a way to round out the second round of the championship. Miami Bambino comes to a crescendo with 3 different leaders on the final lap. They all deserve to win it. But for me, the driver of the day goes to Josh Cook, the winner. Patience and determination all through the weekend have paid off for young Josh Cook. What a fantastic way to end it. Absolutely stunning. Well, Glan-Y-Gors Park, you've done it again. We are very grateful, and a fantastic race weekend comes to a conclusion here in the Bambino Kart Club, the second round of the 2022 season. We are very grateful to all of the officials and the marshals around the course. Without them, we couldn't have done any of this at all. And a fabulous race day comes to a conclusion. All good things must come to an end, and today is now at an end. Fantastic stuff. There will be more great action from the Bambino Kart Club in the third round of the championship, which will come on the 3rd weekend of the month of May, and that will take place at Clay Pigeon in the south of England, one of the fastest circuits in Great Britain, where Jenson Button, the young man from Frome, managed to build an incredible career in racing. I'm Jake Sanson on behalf of everybody here at Alpha Live. Thank you very much indeed for watching. There are going to be more great races for you to watch over the course of the coming weeks. Like, subscribe, hit the notification bells. You won't miss a moment of the Alpha Live Motorsport season 2022. Thank you from BKC.